Testing 1 1 2 1 1 1 2.
Yeah, yeah. Good morning, Andrew Chang.
I hear in Penny.
Yeah, something with the,
Something wrong.
I don't know why. The thing for them to hear
We
each
ch-
other, that's a
we did
wicket.
try check it yesterday, but it
So
never
I don't know
worked.
what I feel, this is not turn up. Yeah, whatever. I don't know why they're not hearing it on the next set.
Good morning, cricket fans, and greetings from the Caribbean. It's a live and louder production for Cricket West Indies as it's day 3 of this round 1 encounter between the Jamaica Scorpions and the Barbados Pride. Coming to you live from Chedwin Park in St. Catherine County, Jamaica. Andrew Chan in your company. Jamaica Scorpions 275 for 6 at the end of day 2. Replying to 348 as the first delivery is coming from the southern end. I welcome Marlon Pinnock as well to my as my co-commentator with Romain Morris on the non-strikers end, member of that Wicket Keepers Union. 4-run partnership between these two. And it's Joshua Bishop. Nicely punched there by Pete Salmon for no run. Good morning, Marlon Pinnock.
And good morning to you, Andrew Chang. Good morning to our viewers, wherever you are in the world watching.
There's a nice punch to mid-off. The single comes in. The throw is a little bit wild, as was the run in by Pete Salmon towards the southern end of the ground. But they make it in the end. And it'll be Romain Morris, who I think a lot hinges on him for if Jamaica is going to get anywhere close to this 348 as posted by Barbados.
Such a good wicket-keeper batter. Romain Morris has shown that over the last couple of seasons for the Scorpions. And a lot is expected of this young wicket-keeper batter. And he's from that Westmoreland parish as well, White House to be exact, where a lot of cricketers would have came through.
Ooh, some extravagant turn there off the pitch there. There are some footmarks on the outside of both batters on both ends of the ground there. You can expect to see the spinners will come into play today. And taking a look at this field, it's a very attacking field here, Penny. It's a slip. There's also a short leg. There's a backward square leg. Fielder at mid-wicket. Short mid-off, a very short mid-off, a conventional mid-on, maybe a little bit wide. And that fielder in the extra cover position. And then a fielder deep mid-wicket as well. Take outside edge and that will run past the slip fielder for a single. So Romain Morris will add to his overnight 35 and he will move on to 36. And that will actually complete the first over of the morning. 97 overs bowled, 277 for 6, the Jamaica Scorpions.
2 came from the first this morning from Joshua Bishop. A very, very attacking spin bowler as well. And we saw Jamel Warrican was very productive yesterday evening as well. Picked up 2 wickets in quick time. Got rid of the dangerous Carlos Brown for 61. He too was looking very, very good at the wicket.
Looks like Jamal Warrican is going to continue from the northern end of the ground, 2 for 40. This is a pitch I think is tailor-made for Kyle Mayers, who's actually standing at slip, because of course, you know, his medium pace is his swing and the sort of extravagant movement he gets off the pitch and off the air. So it'll be interesting to see what happens when he comes on to bowl. At the moment, it's a champion for Barbados, Jamal Warrican. Your good friend Christopher Wright and Patrick Gustard, your standing umpires. A special good morning, of course, to West Indies Cricket Board match referee Mr. Donovan Hales. Nice punch by Morris. And of course, I mean, we know the format this year for the Cricket West Indies 4-day championships is very, very different. But it seems the players are very, very excited about it because they're approaching it almost like a test match series. They're going to play 3 consecutive matches against Barbados Pride.
And also the coaching staffs as well. I appreciate this format. And a very interesting format as well.
Yeah. I think they'll have to add a couple more rounds, of course, because, I mean, it's you know, there needs to be the more 4-day cricket needs to happen to improve the quality of our game in the West Indies. So a pleasant good morning to all our viewers all around the world. And we'll also give you some updated scores of the other matches. Nice and solid behind that one is Pete Salmon. So Trinidad and Tobago, Red Force have progressed to 426 for 5. That's in response to 138 posted by the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. That's a big heave, and that's over wide. That's well into the cow corner region. And that's a towering 6 for Pete Salmon to get some runs on the board and get that scoreboard moving today. Lovely shot. Full extension of the arms.
Once it's in his heart, Pete Salmon, he will be firing. And that was a prime example. Over-pitch delivery from Jamel Warrican. And as I mentioned, full extension of the arm. And get his first maximum of the day as well.
Yeah, he's a fairly tall fellow, is Pete Salmon. A shame he's not a pace bowler, Penny. But a very, very good spinner nevertheless.
Picked up some 4 wickets on the opening day.
He goes for a high swing on this one. The keeper's running around and will take the catch comfortably. That is the end of Pete Salmon. He went for the slug sweep and a very, very good diving catch by Lenico Boucher. Had to cover a lot of his ground running to square leg. But the Jamaicans lose their 7th wicket with the score on 284 for 7.
I think this is fantastic from Jamel Warrican. Flighted delivery. Very slow through the air, enticing the similar shot. And Pete Salmon fell in the trap. With credit again to Jamel Warrican, credit to Barbados Pride, and disappointment for the Scorpions. They lost Pete Salmon for 45. It's 284 now for 7.
Yeah, taking a look at that game at the Coolidge Cricket Ground in Antigua. Another member of the proud Keepers Union is up to good stuff. Amir Django, 159 and not out. Terrence Hines also with him on 69. So Amir Django really staking a very, very good claim to get back into the West Indies side. Windward Islands, they posted 286, then bowled out Guyana with 264. The Windward, here's a look at the wicket again. Trying to fetch that from way outside off stump, but yeah, it certainly was a top edge there into the high into the sky. And Boucher did really, really well covering that ground. Yeah, so the Windward Island Hurricanes in a bit of bother here. They're 18 for 3. Niall Smith and Kemo Paul doing the damage at the top of the order. And the new batter is your very, very good friend, Mr. Odin Smith. I believe you had some words mid-pitch before the game. But did you have to tell him, Mr. Marlon Pinnock?
He was telling me a story. I don't want to discuss on the air, but such a powerful player nonetheless. Plays his cricket for Kingston Cricket Club.
You can still tell the story, Mr. Marlon Pinnock. Just censor it properly.
Still an attacking field set. A slip. And a forward short legger.
Now, of course, you know, Marquino Mindley can bat a little bit, but OJ Shields you wouldn't consider much of a batter at all. So it's really this last pair that has to get Jamaica very, very close to that 348 posted by Barbados. A thick outside edge. A little bit of turn, a little bit of grip there for Jamal Warrican. And a very, very good over from him. After being tonked for 6, he immediately got the wicket, 284 for 7. 98 overs bowled.
7 runs and a wicket came from that first from Jamal Warrican. But you look at the beautiful sunshine, and it's good to see the young kids coming out to support the Scorpions as well from next door, Innswood High School. And a lot of Jamaican players would have passed through that institution. And the last wicket was Pete Someone. He was a past student of Innswood High School. And so too the homeboy Carlos Brown and Javoy Royal.
Joshua Bishop to continue from the southern end of the ground. Romaine Morris on 37. It's been a battling 37. You mentioned that they were a little bit slow yesterday, the Jamaicans. Romaine Morris, 37 of 110. It's good to see that he wants to spend time with the crease. Beaten by that one. Good flight. Coming back in a little bit.
I think it's a calculated inning so far from the wicketkeeper batter, Romaine Morris.
Forward nicely to this one, but he's always impressed you, hasn't he, Penny? And but of course, it's his batting probably hasn't come to the fore as much as he would have liked. Good delivery, well played.
We look at the field set here from Barbados Pride, and a leg slip being implemented as we see he's getting the ball to spin into the left-hander.
Yeah, I think that's a challenge with those left arm spinners. They can get it to just come back in, and of course it's left arm to left arm batter. They are always going to enjoy that battle. Beaten all ends up by that one. How did that one not clip the stumps? As it runs all the way into the ropes for 4, and it's buys from the umpire. You'll have to have a look at the replay on that one.
Hit the rough, spun through the gate, and spun through everybody, including the wicketkeeper Boucher. Look at this delivery. Pitch spun through the gates, and 4 precious buys to the Scorpion total.
Are they going to strengthen the field around the bat a little bit more? No, they're not. Beaten by that one. I think he got a thick outside edge on that one. He'll run past the slips. He'll run very close to the rope. So Bishop asking all sorts of questions here. This is an examination of Romaine Morris's technique. And it is the end of the over. So with those 2 runs, the Jamaica Scorpions progress to 290 for 7, I believe it is. Yes, it is. They trail by just 58. And you can see from that scorecard here, Marlon Pinnock starts from John Campbell, Kirk McKenzie, and Carlos Brown, even Javel Glenn getting a couple runs, but none of them pushed on really. I think that would be a problem for the Scorpions looking ahead.
You look at the lineup, in fact 4 batters in the top 5 gotten start but not been able to capitalize and get to that 3-figure mark.
Warrican to continue to Odin Smith. Flighting that one and pulling that one to wide, tugging that one I should say to wide long on, and Smith will get off the mark with a single.
Odin Smith, a player who has played a lot of white ball cricket, would have played IPL cricket, would have played Caribbean Premier League. Powerful build player as well.
And of course, we mustn't forget these internal little competitions. Of course, Jamal Warrican is the first pick for the West Indies, but Gudakesh Moti 6 wickets in that first game, in that first innings against the Windward Islands.
A loud appeal, maybe struck outside the line of the off stump. Jamel Warrican continues to ask a lot of questions. 3 for 48 so far. And move his first class tally of wickets to well over 400.
Punched a little bit in the air. Short mid wicket, might have felt like he was in the game there. That's a short mid on actually, and a long on will come around and do the fielding. Get off the strike, there's Romain Morris, and takes him into 40. Odin Smith bearing the sun on his broad shoulders. Not even a cap. Back to this one. Plays it nicely into the offside, and there is no run.
Having his fancy hairstyle as well, that Mark hairstyle.
There are quite a few lovely vantage points to watch cricket here from Chedwin Park. This one's down the leg side, well taken by Boucher. Move very, very quickly here. Of course, to the southeastern end of the ground there, the mango trees. And then our good friend Sachin Mohammed is up in the bar at mid-wicket by Mr. Donovan Hales. And then beaten by that one, kept low, and that will be the end of the over. 100 overs bowled by Jamaica, by Barbados I should say, 292 for 7. And then of course the school kids on the northern end of the ground, Penny, are just making themselves comfortable in those bleachers there. You can see them, those 3 bleachers across your screen.
This club here, St. Catherine Cricket Club, produces a lot of cricketers that have gone on to represent Jamaica and West Indies at a senior level.
Joshua Bishop asked a good couple of questions of Romain Morris in that last over. Let's see how he's going to go here. Flighted, well played by Morris. I would like to see Bishop against Smith. I think that could be a good competition. I feel like Smith would back himself to take care of business against Bishop. Nice punch. Looking at the run, but Jair McAllister was very quick there at that wide mid-off region. Nice turn into the leg side. He did well with that one. He got back deep into his crease with Romain Morris and worked that one into the leg side to get a single. And my wish has come through, Marlon Pinnock. Joshua Bishop will get 3 deliveries at Odin Smith.
And immediately, deep mid wicket goes back on the fence, so to his long on. And there's also a sweeper undercover boundary.
Yeah, with Odin Smith, you always feel a big swipe is never far away. As solid as his defense is. Solid in defense. Really, really solid. But at the same time, he planted his foot down there. Marlon Pinnock. Any little bit of deviation on that delivery might have been in some trouble there. That's something you'll have to look out for. Planting his foot down again. And bunting that back to the bowler. Solid as a rock. And the rock is built from Odin Smith. 293 for 7, 101 overs bowled.
Scorpions desperate for a big partnership. And we have seen where the Barbados Pride gotten 2 big partnerships in the game. And both partnership were at over 100 runs. Nothing significant so far from the Scorpions. 2 half-century partnership. And of course 7 wickets down, trailed by 55.
But I mean that innings. I mean I think it was last year when Barbados played combined campuses and colleges that Kevin Wickham did get 100 here. So this is one of his favorite grounds for sure. And we know he's a very classy batsman. So his innings on Monday was probably one to remember.
12 maximum in the innings as well.
Oh my, brutal.
Very brutal it was.
Yeah. Jamal Warrican to continue. Morris on strike. Punched that nicely. Picked that gap. There's a short mid on and a short mid wicket as well. Punches straight to the guy at wide long on.
Good temperament being shown by Romain Morris so far. Look the part. Looks a player with a mission.
And he's not shielding Odin Smith at all. Romain Morris getting a run off the first delivery and tells Odin here, hold 5. Goes to the big sweep. Tugged into the cow corner region. And the fielder is there.
Wasn't the line, wasn't the length for that shot as well. And maybe just a rush of blood coming in from the big chaplain all-rounder Odin Smith.
Yeah, you see batters always trying to manufacture the sweep shot from far outside the off stump. Where in your opinion is the best place to play that shot from? As watch this delivery from Warrican. Tucked up. Oh, you almost turned that into the hands of short leg there. Well played in the end by Morris, just getting it away from the fielder. Almost squared up by that one as well. Playing with soft hands enough.
That's the West Indies Test Vice Captain Jamal Warrican. 409 first class wickets.
Does that include the wicket of Pete Salmon? He's already taken this morning, Marlon Pinnock. Yes, it does.
Yes, it is.
Your averages are update.
Very much so.
Marlon Pinnock, master statistician. Oh, you got the thick inside edge on that one again and just past the diving short leg. That will end a very, very interesting over again from Jamal Warrican. 102 overs have been bowled, 295 for 7. The Jamaica Scorpions still trail by 3 by 53. Jamal Warrican with 3 wickets on the board.
2 came from his last, Jamal Warrican, but continues to ask a lot of questions. And the last 3 deliveries to Romain Morris has been very, very effective. And so too is this one with ball in hand, Joshua Bishop.
Yeah, but this is the sort of challenge where I would like to see the batters in the 4-day championship work the ball around and get the singles. Bishop and Warrican are on top of their game, but you've got 2 left-hand spinners. So you should be able to get at least some level of comfort. And what they did at the beginning of the over, both batters got singles. And that's what they should be doing. They should be looking for 3 or 4 runs and over, and not just getting 1 run, 2 runs to the over and playing back in your crease. We'll see how Smith does now. Bishop to continue.
I think a sore point with the batting of the Scorpions, batters not using their feet to the spinners. Prime example, the dismissal of Pete Salmon.
Yeah, you mentioned it was slow batting yesterday by the Jamaica Scorpions, and batted most of the day, and they still haven't crossed 300.
Well, the run rate throughout day 2 was just over 2.5.
The openers started well, Campbell and McKenzie. They did solidly. as you would expect from those two batters, but of course the issue is that they didn't push on. Back into his creases, Odin, and tries to punch that one through the cover region. Former West Indies captain Craig Braffett is fielding at mid-off Marlon Pinnock. And as usual, like the consummate professional he is, Braffett was here very, very early this morning. Getting some throwdowns. Odin punches this one nicely up to long off and will get a single. And that man Kevin Wickham does the fielding.
Only a run came from that. Joshua Bishop over only.
At 296 for 7 after 103.
Slow going so far from the Scorpions on the third day. Lost the overnight batter Pete Summon. Contributed only 7 this morning and then was caught brilliantly by wicketkeeper Boucher off the bowling of Jamel Warrican, who has some 3 for 51 into his 28th over. Has shown great control, great consistency.
Yeah, but it's important, of course, that the Scorpions keep the scoreboard ticking over. You get to 300, and then you get to 320, and then you get to 340. And then when you match Barbados, that's when they might start to get a little nervous. They might try to change a couple things that don't work.
And what is good, Jamel Warrican bowling very slow and then occasionally slip through that one.
Back in his crease, dangerous there for Odin Smith.
What is good, he watched the ball onto the bat. Still a slip.
Goes for the slug sweep again, gets that one down to cow corner. Field will have to run around, but just a single. And the field will change over now for the left-handed Morris.
That's a similar ball that dismissed Pete Summon. That ball was long and Odin Smith looking to sweep the ball over that mid-wicket region. Could be risky.
Goes for the slug sweep, and that's in the air, and it's taken at mid-wicket. Romain Morris has thrown away his hand. He's very, very unhappy about that one. It was straight into the lap of the big man, Jair McAllister. And Romain Morris will go for well played 42. 297 for 8. Marlon Pinnock is upset.
Absolutely poor shot coming in from the wicketkeeper, but Romain Morris fell in the chop. Chop was set very slow outside the line of the arm stump, looking to drag the ball over that mid-wicket region. And easy as a like from the big Berlin fast bowler. Morris has to go for a well-played 42 for the Scorpions in a spot of bother on day 3 at 297 for 8.
Yeah, really, really poor from Romain Morris, because of course the other thing now, of course, that is that the bowlers have a batting work to do now. So when the Jamaican bowlers do come on, they're going to be a little bit tired. They're going to be a little bit wary. Romain Morris could have taken some of that pressure off of them. Didn't do too much in terms of his overnight score. In fact, he was on, I think he was on 35 overnight. So only progressed to 42.
And a 4th wicket for Jamel Warrican, as we see he continues to peg away. And you look at the last 2 wickets he picked up. Poor execution from the batters of Jamaica Scorpions.
Yeah, unfortunate. Really, really unfortunate here.
The ball was pitched outside the line of the arm stump. and he's looking to drag the ball over mid-wicket. Disappointment for Morris, but jubilation for the Pride. And the new batter is your good friend Marquino Minley.
Stalwart of Jamaican cricket for sure. Hard-working fast bowler. I'll have to prove his worth with the bat now.
And now a very attacking field set.
Yeah, certainly 2 slips. Forward short leg. Silly mid-wicket as well. I would expect nothing less. Warrican looking for his 5th.
Oh, pitch and spun away. And what a delivery that was.
2 good delivery from number 10 batsman, Penny. Could you have played that one comfortably?
Easily.
Easily. Get some bat on this one, does Minley. Come back in a little bit. End of another successful over for Warrican. 297 for 8 after 104 overs, the Jamaica Scorpions.
A wicket and a run came from that. Jamel Warrican's last. This has been a beautiful morning for the Scorpions, for the Barbados Pride so far. As my good friend Harvey Liggins get ready to take up battle in the commentary box. And after this over, you'd hear the voice of the Omega Radio boy Harvey Liggins.
The Omega Radio indeed. But are you the alpha, Penny? Because you're the start, you're the be all and end all, right? He's just the ending.
He's the boss.
Joshua Bishop to continue. Odin Smith on strike. Solidly back to this one is Odin Smith. In terms of approaching the rest of the Scorpions innings here, how do you propose these 3 batters deal with it? Smith dances up the pitch, hits that one straight, gets it straight enough, and it's gone all the way for 4, just underneath our commentary position. A bit of a baseball shot, but effective nevertheless.
Speaking about the approach, Odin Smith took to this delivery, advancing down the wicket. Not close to the delivery by no stretch of imagination.
300 up for the Jamaicans as well. We're back live. And so yeah, that's 301 for 8 now. Odin Smith. Well, I guess once he gets his shoulders into any shot, Penny, that's about it. That's all Odin Smith needs. Beautiful delivery. Touchdown and drifted away from the bat there.
What was good about this delivery, it was very slow, spun very slow, beating the outside edge of Odin Smith's bat. And now the field has been brought towards the offside.
Odin Smith will have some shielding to do now. It's a good delivery to end the over. 301 for 8 off 105. Some final thoughts on Marlon Pinnock before he's replaced by Orville Higgins.
A big partnership is needed for the Scorpions. Nothing big so far. We saw 2 partnerships over 50, but since then it's been a struggle for the Scorpions. Odin Smith, we know his normal fashion, but can he do it for his team? Still trail by 47 runs.
Thank you very much for that, Marlon Pinnock. And as the opening riff of Bob Marley's famous song Natural Mystic plays through the air, the gentleman from Omega Radio will take his seat, Mr. Orville Higgins. Welcome to Chedwin Park, sir.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon to you and good afternoon to all our viewers. Match, you'd have to say, very intriguingly poised at this point in time. 2 Jamaican wickets down. You'd have to say 2 gifted wickets to the opposition. Good bowling, though.
Yeah, Warrican to continue to Marquino Mindley. Very attacking field. Mindley is positive with this one, but when there's always fielders close in, there's always a little bit of a bubble there.
Yeah, Marquino Minley is known to be a blocker. Not known to be too expansive in his stroke play. And
defensive again here on this one. And I mean, of course, it's nice to be in Chadwin Park. Where in Jamaica do you hail from, sir?
I'm from several parts. I was born in Clarendon, grew up in Westmoreland, spent some time in Manchester, and now I live in Kingston.
Oh, my.
So I'm a man for all parts.
Back live here. And so you played cricket in all those parishes as well?
Yes, I played a bit of cricket in my time.
Let me guess. Medium pace or low order batter?
Now, I was an opening batsman who kept wicket as well.
Oh, another member of the Wicket Keepers Union. My. Marlon Pinnock has friends all over. Forward to this one is Mindley.
Interesting thing now is what will be Odin Smith's approach, because he knows that Marlon Miller will stick around for a bit, but not the greatest batting number 10 you'll ever see. So Smith may just be a lot more explosive when he faces again.
Appeal for the leg before, and that's 5 wickets for Jamel Warrican. And that's the end of Marquino Mindley. He didn't bother the scorers at all, actually. The Jamaica Scorpions have lost their 9th wicket with the score on 301. Jamel Warrican with a 5-wicket haul, yet another 5-wicket haul for this bowler who's done yeoman service for West Indies cricket at the regional level.
Yeah, he's bowled very well. His line essentially on a pitch that yesterday was quite slow. The odd one turned. He's kept the Jamaican batsmen on a leash, not giving them any freebies, not bowling too short. Look at this. It was dead straight, and you'll see that Marlon Mindley played all around it. A straight delivery, pushing right into it. That was always going to hit maybe middle and leg. So congrats to Mr. Warrican. Continues to be a thorn in the sides of the Jamaica Scorpions.
Yeah, you can see when Mindley has a number 10 batter, he just tried to get his foot forward a little bit. And once it had gotten past the front foot and there was a big gap between bat and pad, I think it struck him maybe on the back leg. About as plumb as a plum tree in a plum garden.
Yeah, maybe playing for the ball to maybe just deviate a little bit, but it went on straight, hit him in the pad. And he was gone for all money. Now, OJ Shields is a typical number 11. He isn't going to be sticking around for too long. So Odin Smith now will do one of two things. Either go hell for leather, or will just try to farm the strike a little bit.
Well, see, Warrican still has one delivery left in this
assuming that OJ survives.
But I think somebody like Pete Salmon would be absolutely chomping at the bit to get the ball on this pitch, because he's so tall, he has those long fingers, and this pitch is made for these sort of spinners. There's so much crack, so much deviation possible here. Last delivery of this over. Well forward is OJ Shields. And at the end of 106, 301 for 9.
Well, he kept that one out. And I don't think that Odin Smith will be taking too many singles early on in the overs at all, because OJ Shields is a rabbit, as the cricket term goes. So I think Odin Smith has demonstrated in the previous over that he's prepared to open those broad shoulders to hit down the ground.
Yeah.
And let's see how he will operate with the Bishop and the Jamaican team only 1 wicket away from being all out. Has been a competitive game, though. Both teams getting over 300. As a purist, that's what you'd like to see.
Yeah, you're quite right on that point, Orville, that both teams have been very, very competitive. I think the Jamaicans will be disappointed that none of their batters pushed on as per Kevin Wickham, because you had Carlos Brown getting a start, Campbell and McKenzie. McKenzie's a player who should be producing runs at a consistent level. He has that class, he has that quality. He's made it to the highest level of the game. And Bishop to continue. Dancing up the pitch is Odin Smith, smacks that to wide, long off, and there's no run. They don't take the run.
Yeah, I did predict he's not going to take any singles maybe until maybe ball number 4 or 5.
Yeah.
But he's going to go for it. And those massive shoulders can hit them a long way.
Oh, indeed. We know that. This one is high in the air. Gets it over that long off region. And the fielder does really, really well there at wide long off. But unfortunately, it just dribbles into the rope. And Odin Smith will pick himself up a boundary.
Yeah, that one was short. and he punched it over extra cover. Not the easiest of shots to play, but he's a very strong man, and his batting essentials, he's made a name for himself as a swiper, they say, but he's on his day can be fairly technically sound, so he can be quite dangerous in situations like this.
Drifting, and that one kept low, and he went for this slug sweep, and it kept low and it kept away from him. Bishop has bowled really, really well. He hasn't had much success, but 1 for 76 of 28 overs, fairly decent figures.
Yeah.
Doesn't have the wickets in the column as you would like. Dancing up the pitch again, thick inside edge. This will run very, very close to the fine leg boundary. They come back for 2 quite easily. And he's going all, as you mentioned, hell for leather here. Live and louder is Odin Smith.
Didn't connect where he wanted it. Had that been 1, I doubt he would have run, but there's sense that they would be coming back for 2 because there's nobody to the right of the square leg umpire. So there was always going to be a second run.
Yeah.
And he came back for it. If
Yeah,
he bats another half an hour, could be interesting. Now they'll take the run.
Yeah, they'll take the single now. And I think Barbados missed a trick here by not pulling in the field for that one. Because the only field inside the circle were actually the keeper and the slip for Smith on strike. And now they will come in very, very close for Marquino Mindley.
No, for O.J. Shields.
For O.J. Shields, my apologies.
He's a rabbit. So he's not going to be... He wouldn't want to be facing too many deliveries. I'm sure Odin Smith is imploring him, stay with me, stay with me.
He's a scholar of the Courtney Walsh School of Batting, maybe.
Maybe just a touch better than Cuddy used to be.
That doesn't say much, but a pleasant good day to Mr. Courtney Andrew Walsh. We spent some time at his home for the under 15 games, Melbourne Cricket Club. That was a lovely tournament as well, Jamaica versus Trinidad and Tobago in a round robin 5 games. 308 for 9 after 107 overs.
Well, he played that well enough. He's not tempted to go for it. Sometimes you have tailenders that once it's flighted, they can't resist going for the big shot. But O.J. Shields, like Minley, can block up and end for a bit. He played that relatively well. And now the excitement will continue with Odin Smith on strike. He's not going to be holding back. He doesn't hold back most times.
Right.
But in conditions like this, when he has the license to hit them a long way, we can expect some fireworks.
But Barbados also have to be intelligent about how they approach it. They can't just because a couple overs of Odin Smith and all of a sudden Jamaica Scorpions are very close to that 348 mark. So while Odin Smith might dictate the pace of the play, they really have to try and get as much deliveries to Shields as possible. And that is probably one of the best spots to watch cricket here at Chetwynd Park under these wonderful mango trees. And you get a spot of breakfast and lunch as well, Orville.
Yes, indeed. Indeed. One of my favorite places to watch cricket in Jamaica for sure.
Yep.
And those mango trees, cool. And when mango is in season as it is now.
It seems like mangoes are always in season in Jamaica. You can find a tree somewhere that has mangoes. Dancing up the pitch again, goes straight. He gets this one straight enough, and does he get it for 6? He does indeed. It's baseball stuff from Odin Smith, but boy, is it effective.
That was clobbered. It was wide. Didn't really get to the pitch. It was all shoulders and arms. Look how far he is. Warrican saw him coming, threw it wide, as most spinners will do. But look at that, muscling that one over long on. That's gone out of here. That would be 6 in most places.
Well, I think based on the width of Odin Smith's shoulders, once he gets 20% of it, it's gone.
Built like a boxer. You wouldn't want him to be fighting with you in a bar.
No.
He's a strong man.
And I think if you aim a punch at him and you glance it off your shoulder and break your hand. There's a fielder back straight now, dead straight, which is very, very interesting. So there's a conventional long off and long on, and then I guess you'd call him a straight fielder, absolutely just back on the boundary.
He will not run.
Well tucked in and well played. They considered the run, I think it might have been okay to take the run at that point. 3 deliveries. I think, yeah, Smith is probably annoyed with himself that they missed something there.
OJ Shields are clearly not on the same terms with Odin Smith. Odin will not run, I think, until maybe this one, maybe the fourth delivery.
The field is still open now. He dances up the pitch again, and he does pitch this one out. He gets this down to long off, and he still doesn't take the single. So clearly doesn't trust Shields against Warwickon.
They should be bringing the field now, as you suggested the last time.
They still haven't done that.
Now he punches a single. Now he takes it. I think this is bad captaincy from Barbados, missing a
it's
trick. That was always on the cards. OJ Shields will now only have one delivery to face. They should have done that. Brought the field in for ball 4 to prevent this. Maybe just missing a trick.
Especially when he didn't take the single on ball 3. So the Barbados think tank just missing some basic cricket here, and again they'll have to throw all their fish into this one delivery now.
It's interesting to see what kind of delivery this will be. Will it be fast and straight, or will he loop it up and hope that OJ Shields is tempted to go for some kind of drive? My feeling is that it will be fast, straight, and probably a spinning away from the right-hander as well.
I would say just a straight delivery on the stumps. Maybe the batter will play around, because if, like Mindley, he just sort of puts his foot down once you and misses it completely.
Yeah, so a quick arm ball.
A quick arm ball. We don't overthink it too much because it's a number 11 batter, of course.
Oh. Flighted, so we both got it a little wrong.
Flighted arm ball.
But OJ Shields did what he had to do. Doesn't have to look pretty doing it. Just block one and then allow Odin Smith, who will now be on strike, to do his thing.
315 for 9 after 108 overs. They trail by 33 runs. Kevin Wickham in that first innings making 153 for Barbados, alongside Mr. Kyle Mayers, 64. That man Marquino Mindley took 4 wickets. Pete Salmon 4 wickets as well.
In the good old days, it was a matter of first innings points. Whoever got first innings points will get some points if there's no result, or even if there's a result, you got points for first innings. Nowadays, it's a matter of batting and bowling points. But it always is a psychological boost when you make more than the other team in your first inning. So those 33, if you get ahead, even by a run, you feel better about yourself. So that could be a target that he'll aim at psychologically, if nothing else.
Yeah, it is purely psychological. So they're 315. If they get to 320, then it's a little landmarks here. And we get an update of the scores around the region for you as well. Dancing up the pitch, Odin Smith tugs this one to that cow corner region, and there is no run. Johan Lane, that young fast bowler, does the work on the field there. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force have progressed to 426 for 5. This is after bowling the Leeward Islands out for 138. Goes to the slug sweep again. This one, he makes connection. Boy, does he make connection. Where does that end up? And the umpire will signal sick. That was flat, that was hard, and that was long. I think it ended up somewhere by the ambulance.
Yeah, it could be also close to the car park. I'm hoping that some damage isn't done. But this is Odin Smith, vintage Odin Smith. He hits them a mighty long way. And the thing about it, there are some people who swing who can't hit them when they are short, but he's very good off the back foot as well. So if you bowl the short ball, he can pull you far over mid-wicket. He hits down the ground well, and he has a slug sweep in his locker. He can also hit you over extra cover. So he can be a dangerous customer, and Barbados has to be careful that they don't allow him to run away with the game here.
Dancing up the pitch again. It's this wide over long off. That's gone a mile as well. 2 sixes in a row for Odin Smith. And all of a sudden, Jamaica just a couple runs behind that 348.
And that is why I tell you, he's not just an indiscriminate swiper who swings the leg. Does have the dexterity to hit even through extra cover as he did then. So you don't want him to face 4 or 5 more overs, because the next thing you know, Jamaica may get, who knows, a few first innings lead, and that could be crucial.
If he bats for half an hour again, they could be up to 400. So taking a look at that Trinidad and Tobago Leeward Islands Hurricanes game, that man Amir Jangu has now progressed to 192. A shot of the school kids there watching, and I'm not sure why the teacher is giving a lesson. He's probably telling them, okay, just watch Odin Smith bat, don't watch OJ Shields bat. His lesson is right there. And the adjustments in the field here, it looks like they're trying to strengthen the leg side a little bit more. And they're actually bringing in the field now. Probably trying to prevent that single. What does Odin Smith do? Yeah, they run the single. Excellent cricket there. Push down just along on. McAllister has to come off the boundary. And they'll get that single there. And once again, OJ Shields just has to face the one delivery.
We both wanted the Barbados Pride team to bring in the field after over number 4, which they did. It was maybe 2 overs too late. But having done that, Odin Smith showing that he's not just a wild swiper, had the presence of mind and the skill to hit back past the bowler for one. And it's now over to OJ Shields just to block out this delivery and allow the entertainment to continue at the other end.
Entertainment indeed. Odin Smith, see red ball, hit it like white ball. Bishop. And Shields is forward, and Shields does allow the entertainment to continue. 328 for 9 after 109.
Shields is saying no problem at all. Looking fairly capable. He's doing what you expect a number 11 to do, just block it. But he's looking fairly technically and fairly sound in creating those defensive prods. Looking fairly sound at the moment, and Odin Smith.
I'm not impressed by the body language of the Barbados Pride. It almost seems like they're going through the motions, like they're thinking this should have folded already. But they really need to keep on top of their game and not let Jamaica Scorpions get any momentum out of this.
Yes, because if Jamaica get a lead, if the Scorpions get a lead, sometimes when you go back in with that momentum and that vibe behind you, it transfers itself when the Scorpions come out to bowl. And you don't want that. Cricket is a game that sometimes runs on momentum. Like most sports, you don't want Jamaicans to get a lead and get a high and get that vibes, the feeling coming back out to bowl. So I agree with you, Barbados need this wicket. And need it now.
Well, they have made an adjustment. It seems like Johan Lane is coming from the northern end, which I'm not really sure about. I think Bishop might have been the better person to take off. But we'll see what happens from the southern end. I like the look of Johan Lane, so I really want to see him develop as a young fast bowler. Obviously made his debut recently for the senior West Indies team. But I think he has quite a bit of capability about him. Just needs to understand his line and length and maintaining his line and length. But I like the fact that he's tall, he has long arms, he has a decent run up to the crease.
Yeah, I like him as a bowler as well. Rhythmical, hits good areas. I wish he had a touch more pace, but that will come.
Yeah,
Still
that will
early
come because I think
learning
he's quite
his
young.
craft.
He's 22, 20, right. 21, something like that. So, and a bit more muscle as well, obviously, will come with the
Could
pace.
help. But he does hit good areas, does have that kind of action that is repeatable, so you expect him not to bowl too many bad deliveries. But then look at this, everybody scattered far and wide.
Should be an interesting battle as well to see what Odin Smith does. Will he go after the young pacer from ball one? He does indeed. He just punches it down to long on, and he's comfortable with OJ Shields to face pace.
Yeah, he didn't want OJ Shields to be exposed to the wily left arm spin of Warwickon or indeed Bishop, but he's prepared to allow him against Lane. I'm not sure I necessarily agree with this. I'm sure OJ Shields may himself say I'm capable, but I would have batted 3 or 4 more deliveries before I expose OJ Shields to the young fast bowler.
In that Trinidad and Tobago match as well, Terence Hines is not out on 94, so these two are put on. They came together with the score on 209 for 4, and they've taken Trinidad and Tobago Red Force to 488. So that's brilliant stuff. Windward Islands Volcano was in all sorts of bother. They're 35 for 4. Well played. A bit straight there from Lane, but well played in the end by Shields.
Wouldn't take the single if I were Odin Smith. He's hitting them cleanly enough so that the scoring rate would still be up, and the Jamaica Scorpions would still be happy at the rate of scoring, because in 2 mighty blows he clears the boundary.
Yeah.
Not exposing OJ Shields for 5 deliveries. Maybe 3, maybe 2, but not 5.
Yeah, they trailed by just 19 runs, considering they started the day 275 for 6. Well played by Shields, just getting behind that one.
Yeah, a little stabbing defensive shot. You could see he was not 100% comfortable, but his temperament is sound. He's a school teacher, you know.
He is a PE teacher, yeah.
So he's one that you expect to be fairly unruffled, as teachers sometimes have to be.
And he also made his debut in New Zealand, so he did well. Unfortunately, got injured. The 2 New Zealand debutants facing up against each other. Well left by Shields.
Ball not quite carrying to the wicket keeper, which we saw some of that yesterday. And the pitch has been slower than the average Shedwin Park strip over the years. The ball not coming on. It's a little bit quicker today than it was yesterday, but not the fastest I've ever seen this pitch here at Shedwin Park.
Well, I mean, it's a general malaise, I think, that's happening in Cricket West Indies in terms of the pitches, because they're not producing pitches that are conducive to fast bowlers. So our fast bowlers are there sort of just to wear the lack off for the spinners to come on, which is not very good for our cricket. We saw Marquino Minley did take 4 wickets in the first innings. But other than that, really and truly, the bowling has been done mostly by the spinners. It's Gilon Tyson also took 4 for the Windwards against Guyana.
Lane from round the wicket now. Maybe the short ball coming. No.
A good Yorker length delivery, well dug out by Shields.
You'd have to say it was a gamble to expose Shields to 5 deliveries, but from the Scorpions' perspective, all's well, that ends well, and he survived those 5 deliveries. Let's see if
29 for 9 after 110. My apologies, Mr. Orville.
Yeah, let's see if Odin Smith will continue. Well, he has no choice, but will they make a change at this commentary box end as well, or will Bishop continue? They're thinking about it. The think tank of this Barbados Pride team, just having a word or two. Is Warwican going to come from this end?
It certainly seems so.
Yes.
Well called, Orville Higgins. Warwican says, I have 5 wickets, but I want 6. And let me give us an idea of the layout of cricket in Jamaica. What's it like in the? I know Kingston, it's very, very vibrant. And what about in the other parishes? Because I think that's where, most of the greats, the generational greats, sort of come from. It's from the country areas, the country boys.
Yeah, there are some of the rural parishes that cricket is still strong. The parish that I was, raised in Westmoreland, still strong. St. Elizabeth, but it's not as popular as it used to be back in the day. And there's a great fascination, or a greater fascination, for T20 cricket. There's a community cricket competition that takes place every year called the SDC Community Cricket. For the final, usually has great crowds, but 2-day cricket, white close cricket, red ball, doesn't really get the support of yesteryear. You may turn up at a ground where a 2-day game is going on, and it's 5-man and their dogs, as the saying goes. So not great support for red ball cricket, but people do turn out for the odd T20 game as well.
Yeah, I mean we're about the same generation, and Odin Smith goes big, goes straight back over the bowler's head, And that will be another towering 6 there. Thankfully, it's cleared my car. I didn't hear it clang. But about as clean as you could like. And Odin Smith has a big smile on his face because that really was a gorgeous shot.
I must tell you, there were people who questioned Odin Smith's place in this 4-day team. People saying he's a T20 basher. What's he doing in 4-day cricket? And I remember talking to one of the selectors, and they say he is a game changer, whatever kind of cricket he plays, because he can hit them a far way, and he's not just, as I keep saying, an indiscriminate swiper. He's on his day can be fairly technical when he wants to, and he's already demonstrating 42 from 42. He's already outscored some of his more technical teammates, and the selectors are, maybe justified in bringing him on.
Wide delivery. And white ball cricket, that would probably be called a wide. But I think what sells Odin Smith more than anything else is his attitude. He's always positive. He's always smiling. He's always willing to help the team. Big swing on that one. He almost threw himself off balance, Odin Smith. Didn't make any connection at all.
Warwick is saying, I'm not going to bowl straight at you because then you'll hit me down the ground. You want to get me? You have to come for them.
Yeah.
You have to fetch them from outside off.
They'll have to get a hackney carriage to get that ball.
That one is straight, and that one is a single.
Yeah. Are they pushing for 2 here? They are looking for 2, and they're going to come back. And it's a good throw coming in from Craig Baffert off the ropes. However, Shields is very fast between the wickets.
Yeah, fairly quick. So 4 deliveries now in this over. They did have the presence of mind. That's good cricket to come back for 2. Now Craig Brathwaite is calling people in. After 5 deliveries, that. So will Odin Smith go for another monster hit down the ground, or will he have the presence of mind and the technical nuance to try to pinch a single from somewhere? My bet is he will try to get 1.
Lofted over cover, maybe. Well, maybe. Warrican seems to be sparing it into the legs to not give him any chance to move his arms. Let's see what happens now. Straight back past him. That was flushed. Warrican was lucky he didn't get any fingers to that one because he'd have lost a couple there. That was a beast of a shot. He moves on to 48 in double quick time as the Jamaica Scorpions have progressed to 341 for 9, and they trail by just 11.
This almost literally took the head of Warrican off. I thought that he would have probably pinched a single, but that one was too inviting, too tempting. Floated up, and Odin Smith says, well, I can't resist. I'm going to bash this past the left-arm spinner. Warrican probably lucky not to attempt to catch it. That hand could well have been taken off. Odin Smith making batting look relatively easy.
Coming back to Odin Smith, we were discussing it. I mentioned his attitude, but the fact that he also put his hand up to say, I want to play red ball cricket is something that has to be considered. Because, I mean, I of course, in the modern era, as you mentioned, with T20, you might have to chase down some guys here, or I don't want to play this, or I don't want to play that, or whatever. But for him to put his hand up and say, I'm going to come out, I'm going to play the 4-day cricket. And whatever you get with Odin Smith, it's 120%.
Yes.
He's running in hard, he's batting hard. Bishop from the southern end now. They've actually switched ends. This is interesting now because Bishop has 6 deliveries at OJ Shields. Should be the last hour before last over before the first hour is completed for the drinks break.
Yeah, the thing with OJ Shields that he's done admirably so far. He has not yet lost his mind. He's kept his cool, hasn't had a rush of blood. He's just trying to block as best he can, but this will be quite a struggle for the next 4 deliveries. Too full. You want to flight them a little bit. Just tempt him. You don't want him to be able to just push forward and block. A little flight. Get them up over the island and then dropping. And then see how he copes. Clearly he's pushing forward. The defense is relatively sound. Just want to now try maybe just to float one to see how he will respond.
Now, interestingly, these two came together with the score 301 for 9. So they put on 40 runs, of which OJ Shields has contributed exactly 0. But he's there. Oh, beaten. Beautiful delivery by Joshua Bishop. That's a little bit shorter. Maybe just back of a good length. And that left arm coming in and then bouncing and moving away.
Quality delivery that. O.J. Shields had absolutely no idea
No
what happened.
idea.
Pushed that, hit the ball, pitched, spun, and it'll bounce as well because the keeper took it well over the bails.
Yeah.
That's as perfect a left arm orthodox as you can get. They have strengthened the offside field.
Last delivery of the 112.
O.J. Shields will probably tell you he did not play at that. Played forward, kept the bat within the line.
Yep, so that's the last delivery of the 112. Jamaica Scorpions have progressed to 341 for 9. We'll take a short break right now, but when we come back, it will be Marlon Pinnock alongside Orville Higgins, the Jamaica Scorpions, in the commentator box.
So welcome back to Sheridan Park in the beautiful parish of St. Catherine. And what a attractive batting display from Odin Smith so far. Has looked the part. Have looked in a no-nonsense mood so far. Hitting the ball to all parts of the ground. But Harville will know the type of player he is.
Yeah, he's been extremely dangerous. And all of that could continue. Now, Kyle Mears, we didn't see him for too long yesterday. Bowled 4 overs for only 2 runs. It was obvious that there may have been a niggle. And he's coming to try to see what he can do. That's wide. They will try to get a second. They will not be able to. So Odin Smith is pretty comfortable in exposing O.J. Shields to the Pacers for as many deliveries as possible. And O.J. Shields, who is growing in confidence, will now probably have to negotiate 5 deliveries.
Well, he has faced 15 deliveries so far. Unbothered, as we see. And the intention was clear. Full and wide outside the arm stump to Smith with deep backward point on the boundary. Extra cover on the boundary. So too was long on and long off. And this will be a test for the former Homewood Technical High School fast bowler O.J. Shields.
Yes, he's looked okay on the defensive. He's looking to, just block and hold up, and then he's not yet off the mark in a partnership that is well into the 40s now. So he's playing quite an interesting and vital role. And not too often you see a partnership that you consider valuable with one batsman isn't scoring at all.
10 wicket partnership of 41 runs. And O.J. Shields haven't contributed even a run. Quite unusual scenes.
Yeah,
but it is what it is. Cricket, glorious game of uncertainty.
Alright, so Kyle Mears now just taking time to set the field. There's a slip and a forward short leg as the two really attacking fieldsmen. Well, he's bowling leg spin. Was that a googly?
Surprising it is.
Was that Kyle Myers bowling not only a leg spin but a googly? We need to see that again. Never knew he had this in his locker at all. Look at. Oh, this is interesting.
Ooh, getting spin.
Well, that kept low, but I never knew he had that. That is a googly indeed.
Came back.
Came back, Kyle Myers. Oh, this is interesting. Now he's whacked that over mid-wicket. Could this be out caught? It is. Kyle Myers did the trick bowling leg spin, and OJ Shields couldn't contain himself.
And a dance as well. But credit to Barbados' pride. And Odin Smith unbeaten on 49 from 48 deliveries. And the Jamaica Scorpion trailed by 6 runs. Innings comes to an end. 342 all out.
And I tell you what, sometimes cricket can be such a mental game, because OJ Shields was blocking when he thought the bowlers were proper bowlers. He saw Kyle Myers bowling leg spin and probably thought, this should be easy. Had a go at one and lost the plot a little bit, because he knew that wasn't his role. Look at the dance.
That's young Lane.
Yeah.
Enjoying the cricket, enjoying the game.
So it's almost a dead heat on first innings. Kyle Myers ends with 2 for 17. And it should be interesting. Here's a look now at the wickets that would have fallen for the Scorpions.
I just said my penny, my magic show, right?
Tell her. Well, look at the man at Blackwood. Look at the man at Blackwood and just what the man.
Not this trio.
Between the three of you, who is the funniest?
Between you and Jaden. Yeah, funny at all.
Yeah. Between Andy and I for sure.
Yeah.
And who take the longest to get ready?
Me.
Always waiting on this man to go for dinner. Always.
Who is most likely to be late?
No one really.
Jaden got
Me,
the
me,
closer
me,
guy.
me.
Important things.
Important things,
Nobody late. But like if it's dinner,
Casual, I
whatever,
think me, for sure. For
Jaden
sure.
cut it
Yeah,
close.
who lifts the most in the gym?
Maybe between Andy and I.
It's
Oh no, you look strong too.
You see
But-
my legs? Where's your squat?
3.
You win.
Yeah, I think it's 3.
I was
285 or something.
I was 275. Who's the most competitive?
It varies.
It very depends on what we're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Table tennis. These two can't beat me, so I just always win. I just always win anyway. If it wasn't cricket, what other sport would you like to play professionally and why?
For me, I'll pick track and field because that is what I used to do before. So for me, if it's professionally, I would always go back to that. It would be easier.
Football.
You're not good at all.
Hey, I used to play football and
It wasn't good.
You mad?
Where mean on a game?
Nobody, all them mad.
Yes, fine.
Yeah, I have medals for football, eh?
They give out participation medals too.
No. Score a banger from outside the box.
Right.
Top corner too. You.
I would choose football because I actually played football at a decent level.
Okay.
I played the higher school
Next.
football level. What do you mean next?
Hey, I have an intercol game, eh?
I've played intercall final and like big sellout stadium. About 5,000 people watching.
Who do we think did the best at school?
Definitely not me. Not me at all.
Why that question?
Jaden.
I don't have a choice. Who is the toughest opponent or player that you have faced in your test career?
Probably say like Josh Hazelwood because of his skill. Yeah, I think he was one of the toughest bowlers I've had to face so far.
Can I say it's just about enjoying the battle this far for me.
Only one man I could call. Joe Root.
So what then, Duckett?
Nah. He only do it for one game. Joe Root do it for 6 games, you know. From the Caribbean to England. It have to be Joe Root. Joe Root.
Gives you nightmares?
Nah, he's not giving me nightmares, it's just...
He's making you think a little bit.
Yeah. He's make it hard work. Yeah.
Who's the teacher's pet?
The whole team. Alright.
Nobody.
Nah, if we go in batting coach, the teacher's pet for the batting coach is Kevin Hodge. Oh yeah. Full stop. Full stop. Yeah, my conversation done. Nobody else. It ain't nobody else. Conversation done. Kevin Hodge. For sure. For batting coach. Full stop.
This next one, real interesting. Who is the best dancer?
In the whole team.
Michael Louis.
Yeah, Louis has some moves.
Yeah,
Louis has some moves. Shema will say he has some moves too.
I never see it, so you can't say.
Shema will say he has some moves.
I see Louis put it down.
But I see Louis dance.
Yeah.
So Louis.
Yeah.
Louis.
Yeah.
Who has the best fashion sense?
Sinky.
No. Scott. Nah, you're doing that for spite. You're doing that for spite. Casey has the best of dress.
Casey fresh when
Casey always fresh, yeah.
Alright, this one I can probably say Sinky. Who is the loudest?
We don't need to answer Sinky.
That's the man, that's the man.
Kevin Sinclair. Kevin Sinclair.
Come on, man. I'm gonna tell you out, man.
This is an easy one. Who has the worst taste in music?
Don't say me, eh? If you only say me.
So who are we gonna call again?
I don't know, it's not me.
You are the worst taste. You listen to country music, bro.
What's wrong with country music?
Everything wrong with country music.
I listen to soca, I listen to dancehall, I listen to country, I listen to Afrobeats, reggae, you name it, I listen to everything.
When?
All the time.
Who would you call in an emergency? Anyone out of the two?
Yeah, anybody
Yeah,
there.
anyone out of these two?
Yeah,
Anybody there.
definitely.
Anyone. And who deals the best with pressure? I think one name that stands is just Craig.
Craig for sure.
Yeah, Craig does
Yeah.
be real calm. You
No
can
matter
never
the
tell if he's
situation,
taking
yeah.
on anything or not.
Yeah.
Can't tell what he's thinking, he's just...
Yeah. So yeah, Craig. Easily Craig.
What has been the most memorable moment in your test career so far?
You go first.
I would like to say my test 100, but I think beating Australia in Australia is probably most memorable. As a team, personally, it would obviously be test 100, but I think beating Australia, especially in Gabba, where it's their fortress.
For me, it had to be my first 5-wicket haul. And not even the 5-wicket haul, it's just the fact that we win the game. And how we win the game was close. That is the most memorable thing for me.
Yeah, I remember watching you jumping.
To become the youngest West Indian fast bowler to get 5 wickets, and he does so.
For me, it's my first test wicket. It came off my second ball of my first over. So that is something I cherish as well.
And we have a picture with that one. Yeah. Hands up.
who is the most naturally talented cricketer?
In the team, Alec boy.
Yeah.
Alec
Gifted.
just look the part all the time.
Discuss the friendship that we have with each other.
So we are set and we are ready for the reply of the Barbados Pride. And of course the Scorpions, they lost first innings by 6 runs. So Barbados Pride have a lead of 6 runs going into the second innings. And of course the two batters making their way in the middle is Craig Brathwaite, the captain, and of course Shane Mosley. Both was dismissed cheaply in the first innings. And will look to capitalize on this beautiful batting strip here at Trading Park. As we say, a special good morning again to Harvey Liggins.
Yeah, Marlon, both these, as you mentioned, got very low scores. Both may have visions of getting back into that West Indies team and therefore performing in not just this game but for the rest of the regional season. Will want to put up their hands with some scores, and they'll be doubly determined to do that after both fell cheaply in that first innings. Not going to be easy. It's not the greatest of wickets to score freely on. Well, if you're not Odin Smith and Kevin Wickham. But once you get set, there are no devils there. The odd one's still keeping low, but with the new ball, you expect with a pitch that is hardening that it should be coming on a little bit better. A little defensive. Only one slip and a wideish third slip, you could say, or a finish gully. So John Campbell hasn't started particularly aggressive. But let's see.
First delivery, first run. They're thinking about a second. Maybe not the best of effort coming in from Captain John Campbell on this occasion. But Craig Brathwaite seized the opportunity and picked up a second run. His first run in the game as well. He was dismissed by this man with ball in hand, Marquino Minley, in the first innings. Picked up some 4 wickets for 42 runs.
Yeah, was the pick of the Jamaican bowlers for sure. You could make the case that he's been the best bowler on display all game. And
the last time back in 2024 when Craig Brathwaite came here at Shredwin Park wasn't the best either. So not a ground where he favours Shredwin Park.
Marquino Minley has the ability to shift the ball both ways. That one came back a little bit off the seam. And one of the mistakes that the Jamaicans made when they bowled first, they were bowling wide on a pitch that is of variable bounce and variable pace. You want to be straight, and I didn't think they were straight enough. That was a brute of a delivery. Well played, though.
Well played. Got on top of the bounce, played it with soft hands. And a player who would have played over 100 tests, in fact 100 test games for West Indies, Craig Brathwaite, and has 12 test century. And you look at his regional career as well, 229 regional first class games.
Yeah, he lost his place in the West Indies team. Many people feel that if he gets runs in this tournament, you never know, there could be a way back for him. He himself clearly hasn't written off his chances of playing international, test cricket again. And the only way to do that is by weight of runs. And is someone that, when he gets set, can be very difficult to dislodge. He'll want to start.
Good delivery, hitting the outer portion of the bat this time. And Craig Brathwaite, just 33 years of age, still has some cricket in his armory. But I tell you what, he's a batter who loves to stay in the middle, and we have seen that at a test level.
Now you can sense the slowness of the wicket. There's only one slip and a gully, so the aim is bowl straight. Try to get him bowled down or LBW. That one tucked away down the leg side.
end of the first 3 came from it. It's 3 without loss. The Pride.
Yeah, not the best over you've ever seen from Markin O'Malley. Operates from close to the wicket. He likes to get the ball just nipping both ways. It was a decent over, but maybe still not quite getting his radar the way he would have liked. But clearly the chief bowler for the Scorpions, and they'll hope that he continues to bowl as well as he did in that first innings. There still could be a result here. The Scorpions are hoping for early wickets. O.J. Shields will, as expected, start proceedings from the football field then, I suppose you could call it.
Picked up some 2 wickets in the first innings for the Scorpions. It wasn't his best spell by no stretch of imagination. Top out to that long leg region by Craig Brathwaite. And he gets another on his 4th. And the total goes up to 4 without loss.
Yeah, so Mosley will face his first delivery. In that first innings, O.J. Shields bowled good deliveries. He has some pace. This isn't the wicket where he'll frighten anybody out of their wits. But what he didn't do was string enough good balls in the right areas. He can produce magic deliveries, but he can also provide scoring opportunities. That one, for example, in the pads of Brathwaite, isn't ideal where he would want to start. Now there's a left-hander on strike in Mosley, and that delivery that Brathwaite get, that exact line would be better here. Now Craig Brathwaite just reinforcing the slip cordon, so now there's 2 slips and a gully instead of the 1 slip he had for Markin O'Malley. So this is interesting.
Talking about fast bowling aspect, former West Indies and Barbados player Otis Gibson is now the fast bowling consultant for West Indies cricket.
Yeah, Otis is very well thought of. He was the West Indies coach at one point in time. Did some work with England. Now doing some work with did some work in South Africa. Now back in the West Indies as well. So well thought of as a fast bowling coach. And may he do well. Badly lined, and Odin Smith made a mess of it. They'll come back for 2.
Not the best of feeling from the big Berlin all-rounder Odin Smith on this occasion. Not what you expect at this level. And Shane Mosley is off the mark with that. Slap a bit of feeling from Smith.
Yeah, it wasn't the greatest of feeling, so O.J. Shields may feel a little disgruntled by that. But that wasn't his best delivery either. He has already gotten the chance to play Test cricket, and he should know that deliveries like those are freebies to international Test caliber batsmen. There is where he wants to be, especially when the pitch is keeping a tad low, as that one did. And that's a better bowled, the line much better. Fairly well played by Mosley as well.
Shields would have made his Test debut last year, December, against New Zealand. 2 Test matches, 5 wickets for Shields.
Yeah, when he just came on the scene, he was seen as an out-and-out fast bowler. Just learning the art of fast bowling here, trying to get a little bit more control. That is a brilliant delivery. That is probably the best one he's bowled so far. Bowling well within himself, so he's not the tear-away that we thought him 2 years ago. But then this pitch isn't kind of conducive to that. And when the pitch isn't, that's what you've got to do. Starve the batsman for runs, be just about off stump or just outside. At that length where the batsman can't come forward to drive, well bowled, but you'd also have to say well played.
Kyle Mayers demonstrate how to bowl on this wicket.
But there you go again. Down the leg side. Good take from Morris, tumbling away to his right. A mixed bag, you would say, in that opening over from Shields.
Well, the 2 opening bowlers, a mixed bag to start. But we know how promising these bowlers are. And we expect a better second over from Marquino Minley, currently in the top 10 wicket takers for the Scorpions in regional cricket. And his idol is a famous fast bowler that played Test cricket for West Indies, Jerome Taylor.
Yeah. And Marquino Minley, one of the fast bowlers in the West Indies that operate from closest to the stumps. He doesn't bowl wide of the stumps and dart in. Look how close he gets. And by bowling that close, he doesn't have to do a lot from that close to the stumps. He can get it to the shift a little bit from the right-hander, but he could also get them to the shape back in. And that is one of the reasons why he's as successful as he is.
I think that was the delivery that got Craig Brathwaite in the first innings. It's a delivery that came back, kept low, and disturbed the stumps.
He's always at you as well. Doesn't bowl too many bad balls. Like that. He's always in or around the stumps. Back in his day when he was a little bit younger, he could bowl a stiff bumper. Hardly does that as he's maturing. Still very, very useful at this level. Had one opportunity to play. Flew to Australia. And then as the cricketing gods would have it, got injured.
That's
Still,
when he made his test debut back in December 2022.
Still trying to catch the eyes of the West Indies selectors again. That was full. And Craig Brathwaite with a nice pleasant drive. No venom in it. Pushed it out towards mid-off. Looking quite easy. Looking quite settled at the moment.
Marquino Minley, he's a past student of St. Elizabeth Technical High School that has produced a lot of fast bowlers. Remember, Jason Dawes would have gone on to play West Indies under 19. Also the great Darren Powell gone on to play Test cricket for West Indies.
Yeah, and in previous vintage, well, people who didn't necessarily go on to play for West Indies, but there were some good ones. Kenneth MacLeod, Dwight Meikle, maybe these would be ahead of your time.
Absolutely.
There was a fellow called Folks who would have played youth cricket for Jamaica. So stats over the year. Trevor Samuels, that first West Indies youth team that went to Australia. I'll tell you a little bit more after this delivery though. 2 straight and well worked. That could go all the way. It does. Much too straight. And was tucked away by Craig Brathwaite for his first boundary.
Excellent timing as well from Craig Brathwaite. Straying on the line of the leg stumps, this time Marquino Minley. And well executed from Craig Brathwaite. His first boundary and the first of the innings for Barbados.
Yeah, on this pitch you've got to bowl straight. That was one of the mistakes that the Scorpion bowlers made. When a pitch is keeping a little bit low and is a little bit slow, you have to be straight. But that was maybe leg stump as opposed to off stump. That one darting in towards middle and leg. And Craig Brathwaite doing well. So just tuck it around the corner. He'd probably still want the ball to finish on mid stump as opposed to starting mid and heading towards leg. Not his best over. And Craig Brathwaite settling in, looking much better. 9 from 13. Barbados 11. Barbados Pride 11 without loss.
And 5 came from that. Second from Marquino Minley. We look at the outfield. It has been beautiful. And a lovely sunshine as well. Excellent day for cricket.
Best I've seen Shedwin Park in a long while. And yeah, the sun is out in all its glory. Shields will want to just tighten up on his line a little bit better. Yep.
This is good cricket. Excellent cricket from Craig Brathwaite. Came on the front foot. Played it with soft hands and away from the mid-off fielder. And immediately took off for the run. And good communication between both batters. Excellent cricket from the Pride.
Yeah, that was good cricket all around. The delivery pitching just about the right line, the right length. Craig Brathwaite coming forward and just getting a single. The field maybe a touch deep. They should be trying to stop that single. Just closing a little bit. Craig Brathwaite isn't going to beat the covers of the ball, but that's maybe just nitpicking a little bit. Shields to the left-hander now.
Ooh, where did that shot came from Shane Mosley on this occasion? And didn't got up either, dying on the way through to wicketkeeper Romain Morris.
Not sure what was that. The ball wasn't short enough for the pull shot. Maybe just completely misjudged the length. And it stayed down a touch. Look at this. Wasn't short enough for the pull shot. He expected it to bounce a lot more. It did stay down. But I thought the intention was wrong to begin with. He should be trying to punch that off the back foot as opposed to attempting a pull shot. Now they're sending him on all the way back. That's I think young Hines in the nets stroking on a few.
The son of Weevil Hines.
Son of Weevil Hines. Not a part of the squad, but clearly somebody that they think and they can work with. Tuck down the leg side. That's good work from John Campbell. So now instead of 2 slips, there's a slip. About a second slip, and now there's a leg slip as well. So they are telling Mosley, we are going to be bowling straight at you. They've sent back a man all the way to the square leg boundary, and John Campbell now at leg slip. So they are telling Mosley that there may be 1 or 2 coming at your body, sir. Let's see how you deal with it. Yeah, so the plan is clear, and Romain Morris makes an absolute meal of that. The plan is clear, Marlon Pinnock, to just target the body for a bit. And that one just trickled past Romain Morris. Should have done better. And 1 more run to the Barbados Pride, total 12 now without loss.
Well, the plan is clear from Captain John Campbell to Craig Brathwaite. Always a slip on a gully. While to Shane Mosley, always going to be 2 slip. Shields with some 41 first class wickets will be looking to add to his tally. A loud appeal this time, but maybe a stifled one. And a short delivery, handling down the leg side.
Yeah, so the short ball ploy wasn't just against Shane Mosley. They are doing it against Craig Brathwaite as well. This one was very, very short. Really had to bang that in. And Craig Brathwaite having a waft at that. Not normally the most convincing hooker of the ball. He was just trying to help that around towards long leg. That one tucked up towards short mid-on. So, and over there where they were trying to get OJ Shields to be the enforcer, a number of short balls aimed at the body. I can't say that it was successful, but you could see what John Campbell and the Jamaica Scorpions bowlers were attempting to do.
Talking about this West Indies Championship, in the last 3 years, it's all Guyana show. We won this title back in 2023, 4 and 5. They have been dominant for the last 3 years. But with these 2 teams, the last time Barbados Pride won this competition was back in the 2021-2022 season. And Scorpion was 10 years before, back in 2012.
Yeah, this one is an absorbing contest. Barbados now, what is that, 19 runs in the lead. So there's not anything in it after the first inning. So the game will come down to which team bat and bowl better in this second innings. Barbados effectively 19 without loss. So the game on a knife edge at the moment. And they have employed a leg gully, so we will see one or two short balls, one would think. That's length. Outside off, well played.
Thinks that's a perfect length from Marquino Minley. Should be looking to hit that top of off stump. And that's exactly what happened with that delivery. And a slip, a wideish first slip.
If they have somebody at leg gully, though, you'd expect the short ball to be coming at some point. Because otherwise you're wasting a fieldsman. That one was straight. And that's the thing you have to like with Minley. He's an honest practitioner. You can set a field for him because he's usually very accurate in what he wants to do. Having a word or two with his captain, John Campbell, now, just to fine-tune the plans, just to say, okay, Skip, I'll stay straight at the stumps, and maybe that short one on the hips will be coming this or the next delivery.
The man from Rosehall District in the parish of St. Elizabeth, Marquino Minley. This one clipped nicely off the legs. And well fielded by Carlos Brown at that square leg region.
Yeah, that's bowling to your field. That's staying straight, not bowling outside off, which is the traditional line that sometimes fast bowlers use when the possibility of going to the slips is greater. Now with a slow pitch, they are finding other ways to attack, straight or on the leg side. That's again straight. And Mosley looking good now, looking confident. He held the pose there for a bit to say, well, I've got it under control.
Coming out of the middle of the bat as well. And presenting the full face of the bat. And a wise idea with Marquino Minley getting the ball to shape around. Gotten a beautiful delivery from O.J. Shields in the first innings.
Oh, that's the one that he bowled short, but that was ill-directed, outside off. It had to come, but that was wide of the target, wide outside off. He's lucky that Shane Mosley didn't punish that, because that field is not set for that kind of delivery. There's nobody at point, nobody at backward point. You don't bowl short outside off with a field like that. If you're going to bowl short, it has to be at the batsman's body.
Not much space and conviction
And
either with that delivery.
There you go. There you go. Now it is the umpire who has switched. He maybe is the point that the Scorpions want. Straight again and well played.
A maiden from Marquino Minley. The score skipped on 13 without loss to pride.
Yeah, we could see the plans of the Jamaican fast bowlers and indeed the captain. They don't feel that there will be too many nicks. So they are doing their own little tampering of the field every now and again to find other ways to get people out. So John Campbell trying to be proactive as a captain. But so far the Barbados Pride openers have done well against everything that's thrown at them. O.J. Shields will continue. Did I say tampering with the field? I meant to say tinkering with the field. Talking about cricket and tampering, maybe two words that you don't want in the same sentence.
And Craig Brathwaite playing his 229th first-class game and has over 4,500 first-class runs. And not a bad average by no stretch of imagination, 37.8.
Yeah, he's looking fairly composed, and that time he had time, was just trying to work it through the onside between mid-on and mid-wicket for a single. Didn't quite time it, but looking good. Has to be careful. There's a leg slip placed there for that particular shot. If he miss-hit or it top edges, there is John Campbell himself at leg slip. There's also a man all the way back on the fine leg fence. So with a leg slip, that's a little bit square. In white ball cricket, they'd call him on the 45, but he has to be clear at hooking or pulling at those short deliveries, because clearly that's one of the plans to get him out, hooking down the leg side.
Now this one is pulled and pulled beautifully, bisecting the long leg fielder and mid wicket. A lovely shot by Craig Brathwaite. Stood tall, didn't try to overhit it, and picked the gap to perfection. His second boundary, and the Pride goes up to 17 without loss.
Well, that was telegraphed. He knew it was coming, and Craig, on this easy-paced pitch, had all the time he wanted to get on top of it and hit it down. So that's telegraphed. He saw it coming, played it well. And the umpire again moving from square leg to point. Maybe the sun is at an angle where he feels he can see it better from the other side. Let's see what Shields will do.
Clipped again out of that long leg region. That ball came back with the arm this time from O.J. Shields. We look at Craig Brathwaite. Back in 2014, he became the third youngest player to score a test double for West Indies.
Yeah, certainly still looking relatively easy at the moment. There were some oohs and ahs as the double bluff came on with O.J. Shields. Rather than going for the bumper, went right up into the block hole, but Craig was alert to it and just worked it behind square on the leg side. Now here's Mosley. And again, John Campbell is at leg slip, or a widest leg slip, leg gully up, maybe want to call it. And there's still the man all the way back on the fine leg fence. The short ball could still be coming. That one was pitched up and driven quite nicely, though.
And work for Javel Glenn. And he does well. Good commitment from Javel Glenn on this occasion, but over pitch delivery, strain on the line of the leg stump. And easy pickings for Shane Mosley on this occasion. And 3 valuable runs to the Pride.
Yeah, Barbados Pride going along pretty well. 24 runs from 5.4 overs. The current run rate 3.43, which is much quicker than the Scorpions would have managed from most of their innings. So runs coming relatively quickly at the moment.
Not much pace in the wicket.
No, not at all. The ball not really coming on. Not much pace, not much bounce. But the Pride, they have started quite well. And now a change of commentators. 21 without loss. The score, Barbados Pride lead by 27 after 6.
That was...
So my good friend Andrew will be the next voice that carries you to lunch with Marlon Pinner.
That was some good commitment shown by Javel Glenn on that occasion. Save a run. Marquino Minley. Last over was a maiden. And he continues to be very impressive in regional cricket. And another man who is very impressive in the commentary box in recent time is here in the commentary box. Good morning again, Andrew Chang.
Yeah, pleasant good morning to all our viewers. Flicked nicely by Mosley into the leg side, and long leg will come off the ropes and they'll just get a single. I don't think the Jamaica Scorpion Pacers have asked too many questions first up. They've asked questions but not regularly enough. Marquino Minley in particular has bowled sort of within himself. He hasn't... It's the figures you expect from Minley. It's a none for 8 off 3. But he still hasn't been consistent enough to keep the batters quiet. What I can say is the outfield is really, really good for batting here, Penny, because an easy little flick from Craig Brathwaite went all the way to the ropes and went to the ropes very, very quickly indeed.
Lightning fast outfield here at Children Park.
Usain Bolt fast, if I may say so.
In Jamaica, he's famous with a lot of sprinters.
And they train on grass, Penny.
Oh, kept low. Squeeze out to that third man region. And
it will be a fortuitous for again this outfield here. Squared up by that one was Craig Bradford. Excellent delivery by Mindley.
a third boundary as well for Craig Brathwaite.
Yeah.
Look at this delivery. Came back, kept low, and just got the bat down in time.
Just got the bat down in time. But I have to say, Craig Bradford looks like Craig Bradford. He doesn't look. I mean, of course, as a former West Indies captain, out of the side, and all of this. His performance levels are still there. He still comes to the game very early. He's here at the time we get here, 7:30, 8 o'clock, and is doing throwdowns with good old Vasper Drakes.
Former West Indies all-rounder Vasper Drakes.
All-rounder indeed, Penny.
Remember that crucial game he won for the West Indies and celebrating the most fashion.
Yeah, fantastic fielder as well. We can argue his son Dominic might be a slightly better bowler. He's taller, he's faster for sure. Well played by Craig Bradford. He's always had an issue with those deliveries that kind of tuck him up. He plays it into the leg very easily, and that's why your man O'Dean Smith is at that leg gully position. Brilliant little innings from him earlier today, Penny. It was unfortunate to not see him get to his 50. O.J. Shields, the first scoring shot, the first attempt at a score from O.J. Shields, and he gave away his hand.
49 from 48 deliveries.
It was a brilliant little knock there by O'Dean Smith.
And what was even brilliant was the partnership, was 40 partnership.
Nice drive by Mosley. And O.J. Shields does well running around from mid-off there. The big fast bowler getting down.
That partnership worth 40. And O.J. Shields didn't contribute a run, Andrew.
Did not run at all. Partnership was, I think, about 49 at the end, maybe. Maybe a little bit less, 44, 45. Lovely conditions for cricket here, Marlon Pinnock. Some cloud cover ahead, but it doesn't look like any threat of rain at all. But maybe not lovely conditions for a fast bowler because it's really, really warm out there. 7 overs bowled, 28 without loss. And just about, by my timing, about 10 minutes to lunch, Marlon Pinnock.
Your time. And of course, the bus is here as well with the lunch.
Did you smell it from so far, Marlon Pinnock?
Well, I don't smell it. I saw the bus.
Oh, you saw the bus. It's a whole bus bringing lunch just for you.
Voxy.
My goodness.
That black Voxy.
34 runs, Barbados Pride. And of course, you'd assume that they want to bat out the day, maybe a session tomorrow. Maybe give themselves two sessions to bowl at the Jamaicans. Is that what you would think? Maybe, depending on what their score is at the end of the day, of course.
Well, the intent is clear from Craig Brathwaite. His approach tells it all.
Yeah.
He's looking to score.
But I think anything over 150, 200 would be very, very, very defendable on this, if they want to push to 250 at the end of the day. That's a lovely shot by Mosley. Picked that gap beautifully. Very West Indian, up on one leg, and that was pulled and turned around the corner for a wonderful 4.
Shot of class from Shane Mosley. Short delivery, sat up, and full extension of the arm. Got it in a perfect gap. Look at this. Well in control.
Yeah.
His first boundary in a 32-run partnership from 43 deliveries.
O.J. Shields has to be careful with these short deliveries because if he doesn't get them up at least by the head, then the batters are in control. That one is basically picked off the hip. He has to be very, very careful and very wary about how he uses those short deliveries. And of course, it's a hard pitch to get a bounce on, so it doesn't make sense wasting it if you're not going to get it right. Coming around the wicket now over the wicket to Mosley. And that is a brilliant short delivery. That is how you bowl it. Aiming for the crest on the helmet.
Still not much pace and guile off the surface.
Yeah.
As you see that dying on the way through to wicketkeeper Morris. Let's look at it again. Short delivery. And as it's passed, the batter Mosley die on the way through to Morris.
Almost tennis ball bounce, as it were. And of course, the other thing is, O.J. Shields made his debut for the West Indies against New Zealand. Did well in his first test, but was injured. So almost squared up by that one. That was a beautiful delivery. Mosley's halfway down the pitch. The throw comes in, and oh my goodness, Mosley could have thrown his hand away there as the throw came in from mid-off. Yeah, really, really good piece of fielding there to get around there. It was all happening there.
I think the only thing was needed from the Scorpions was a hit. Shane Mosley was nowhere in the frame.
Yep. A really, really good effort by the fielder, number 18. I think that's Barnes.
I think that's Carlos Brown.
Carlos Brown. My apologies. Brown versus Barnes. They could have created an opening there at Jamaica. Down the leg side, they're appealing for a caught behind, well taken by Morris. Nothing doing there.
That was an excellent take on the off volley down the leg side, skipping across and got both hands to it. I think Morris Globerg in this.
Yeah, I was coming back to say it's good to see that O.J. Shields seems to be very, very fit. He's running in hard. He's getting that movement off the pitch. I remember even in the last season of the Regional 4, they were using him a little bit more sparingly. He'd only bowl a couple overs and then be off. So it's good to see if his continuity continues. Tucked up by this one. He appealing for the leg before. I think it was a bit high. Penny says he thinks so as well. I'll have to have a look at the replay on this one. But what he did well there was that he almost squared up the batsman and he got him misjudging the line.
And that's the aim, that's the plan of the Scorpions, to bowl on that midland leg stump. And with a leg gully in place, it could be a factor with Shane Mosley playing across the line of the delivery.
Yeah. I think that would have been LB, but it flicked the top of the pads. So it really has to hit along the rolls for it to be considered an LBW region. But if he gets that one up, if he gets that delivery maybe an inch up, just pitch it up a little bit more. Feeling for that one was Mosley. He stuck his hand out to that one. There is no run.
And it's good to see your good friend Kevin Hodge getting a century.
Excellent work. I love Kevin Hodge. He's a really, really hard worker. At the end of that over, it's 32 without loss after 8. And did your good friend Amir Django complete his double century?
I'm not sure as yet. One thing for sure,
I have
he
to
was
confirm that one for you.
He has demonstrated how batters should approach 4-day cricket.
And then Terence Hines as well was close to 100.
And it's time for the homeboy Pete Summon from this our commentary box end. He picked up some 4 wickets in the first innings. In fact, 4 for 104 in the first innings. Pete Summon.
Amir Django is still on he's on 199 now, so just a 1 run away from that double 100. And Terence Hines is not out on a 95 as well. So the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and they'll probably be looking to declare very soon, probably as soon as those batters complete their milestones, because they're well in front of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, having bowled them out for 138.
Not much time left here before lunch. Just about 4 minutes before 12 o'clock here in St. Catherine, Jamaica, and Shedrin Park to be exact. And it's time for Pete Summon.
Yeah, it's a good call here. We expected it sooner rather than later. But Pete Salmon, I think, is a player who's going to be very, very dangerous on this pitch. And of course, they have other spinning options in the form of Abhijit Mansingh and then Brad Barnes as well.
Barnes has been effective for the last couple of years for the Scorpions with ball in hand.
I do think he needs to set up his batting a little bit because I think he's played as an all-rounder. He hasn't come to the fore as an all-rounder as yet. Salmon had a good little knock yesterday with Romain Morris, but unfortunately threw away his hand today.
Only scored 7 runs this morning. Positive intent being shown by Craig Brathwaite. 20 from 26 deliveries. And of course 4 bounces in that 20.
404 in the first innings did Pete Salmon get. And you can see from these first couple of deliveries, he's immediately hitting his line and length. Immediately asking questions. And yeah, again, that tall fellow, he will get that little bit of bounce that... and it's a fairly new ball over as well, only 8 overs bowled.
Got a lot of churn out of the surface yesterday as well.
Craig Brathwaite, as we know, is very good at hunkering down. And he'll be a very, very important wicket to get. Because if he stays for any length of time, he's going to occupy time at the crease. Well flicked, no run.
Pete Salmon getting the ball to spin into the right-hander. So where he picked up some 2 wickets through the gates.
2 deliveries left in the 9th over. It should be the last two deliveries before lunch. A lunch well done for the players. And that actually is the end of the over. At the end of the over, it's 32 without loss. The Barbados Pride lead by 38 runs. 9 overs have been bowled. Some good exchanges in the opening, but not enough questions asked by the Jamaica Scorpions. We'll take a short break and be right back in about 40 minutes or so.
Well, I can speak from when I started, because I didn't know any of them.
Not this trio.
Between the three of you, who is the funniest?
Between you and Jaden.
Yeah.
Funny at all.
Yeah. Between Andy and I for sure.
Yeah.
And who take the longest to get ready?
Me.
Always waiting on this man to go for dinner. Always.
Who is most likely to be late?
No one really.
Jaden,
Me.
Important things.
Important things,
Nobody late. But like if it's dinner,
Casual, I
whatever,
think me, for sure.
Jaden cuts it
Yeah.
close.
who lifts the most in the gym?
Maybe between Andy and I. Oh no, you look strong too.
You see
But-
my legs? Where's your squat? You win.
Yeah, I think it's
I was
285 or something.
I was 275. Who's the most competitive?
It
It
varies.
very depends on what we're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Table tennis. These two can't beat me, so I just always win anyway. If it wasn't cricket, what other sport would you like to play professionally and why?
For me, I'll pick track and field because that is what I used to do before. So for me, if it's professionally, I would always go back to that. It would be easier.
Football.
You're not good at all.
Yeah, I used to play football and
It wasn't good.
you mad?
Wait, mean on a game?
No,
You had
but all them mad.
Yes, fine.
Yeah, I have medals for football, eh?
They give out participation medals too.
No. Squad banger from outside the box.
Right.
Top corner too. You.
I would choose football because I actually played football at a decent level.
Okay.
I played the highest school
Next.
football level. Wait a minute.
Next.
Hey, I have an intercol game, eh?
I've played intercall final and like big sellout stadium. About 5,000 people watching.
Who do we think did the best at school?
Definitely not me. Not me at all.
Why that question?
Jaden.
I don't have a choice. Who is the toughest opponent or player that you have faced in your test career?
Probably say like Josh Hazelwood because of his skill. Yeah, I think he was one of the toughest bowlers I've had to face so far.
Can I say it's just about enjoying the battle this far for me.
Only one man I could call. Drew.
So what Ben Duckett?
Nah. He only do it for one game. Drew do it for 6 games, you know. From the Caribbean to England. It have to be Drew.
Gives you nightmares?
Nah, he not give me nightmares. It's just,
He's making you think a little bit.
yeah. He's make it hard work. Yeah.
Who is the teacher's pet?
The whole team. All right.
Nobody.
Nah, if we go in batting coach, the teacher for the batting coach is Kevin Hodge. Oh yeah. Full stop.
Yeah,
Conversation done. Nobody else. It ain't nobody else. Conversation done. Kevin Hodge. For batting coach. Full stop.
This next one, real interesting. Who is the best dancer?
In the whole team.
Michael Louis.
Yeah, Louis has some moves.
Yeah,
Louis has some moves.
Louis
Louis
has
has some moves. Shema would say he has some moves too.
I never see it, so you can't see.
Shema would say he has some moves.
I see Louis put it down.
But I see Louis dance.
Yeah.
So Louis. Louis.
Yeah.
Who has the best fashion sense?
Sinky.
No. Next. Cut. Nah, you're doing that for spite. You're doing that for spite.
Casey has the best
Yeah,
from
Casey fresh when you
Casey
ready.
always fresh, yeah.
Alright, this one I can probably say Sinky. Who is the loudest?
We don't need to answer.
Nice man, nice man.
Kevin Sinclair. Kevin Sinclair.
Come on, man. I'm gonna tell you out, man.
This is an easy one. Who has the worst taste in music?
Don't say me, eh? If you only say me.
So who I was gonna call again?
I don't know, it's not me.
You are the worst taste in the country music, bro.
What's wrong with country music?
Everything wrong with country music.
I listen to soca, I listen to dancehall, I listen to country, I listen to Afrobeats, reggae, you name it, I listen to everything.
When?
All the time.
Who would you call in an emergency? Anyone out of you two?
Yeah, anybody
Yeah,
there.
anyone out of these two?
Yeah,
Anybody there.
definitely.
Anyone. And who deals the best with pressure? I
Craig-
think one name that
Craig
stands
is-
is Craig.
Craig for sure.
Yeah, Craig does
Yeah.
be real calm. You
No
can
matter
never
the
tell if he's
situation,
taking
yeah.
on anything or not.
Yeah.
Can't tell what he's thinking. He's just.
Yeah. So yeah, Craig. Easily Craig.
What has been the most memorable moment in your test career so far?
You go first.
I would like to say my Test 100, but I think beating Australia in Australia is probably most memorable. As a team, personally, it would obviously be Test 100, but I think beating Australia, especially in the Gabba, where it's their fortress.
For me, it had to be my first 5-wicket haul. And not even the 5-wicket haul, it's just the fact that we win the game. And how we win the game was close. That is the most memorable thing for me.
Yeah, I remember watching you jumping.
To become the youngest West Indian fast bowler to get 5 wickets, and he does so.
For me, it's my first test wicket. It came off my second ball of my first over. So that is something I cherish
Yeah.
as well.
And we have a picture with that one.
Yeah.
Hands up.
Who is the most naturally talented cricketer?
In the team, Alec boy.
Yeah.
Alec
Gifted.
just look the part all the time.
Discuss the friendship that we have with each other on and off the field.
Well, I can speak from when I started, because I didn't know any of them personally when I now started. I started playing cricket with Josh at probably 19, 20 years old, and we just created that bond when we played together for Trinidad in the first class setup, and then we all came together with West Indies, and the friendship just grew and grew, and we went on tours together, and every time we had to go for lunch, breakfast or dinner, we moved together, and we sit near each other on the bus as well.
Yeah, I agree.
It was something just natural. It was just natural from the beginning. You know, we fight, how we could say it, we go to war together, so we always just lean on each other when it's that time. But it's something that's come natural.
We know each other, so like on the field, I would know Jaden bowl a bad over or something. I'd try and cheer him up a little bit. I'd know Andy's emotions when they're not going his way. Yeah, it's a nice feeling to have two of your best friends on the team at the same time. So.
Off the field, you can't beat me in FIFA though.
What?
Next question.
That's not like.
Next question.
We have to do a video of us playing FIFA and see how much. The other night we played, I scored 20 goals. I scored 19 with Haaland.
Next question.
What is your favorite thing about playing for West Indies?
I get goosebumps, yes? Everything. For me, is everything. The first thing was I wanted to play cricket. I wanted to play for West Indies. And then obviously playing, you get to experience Test cricket. You get to experience singing the national anthem. And doing it home. Doing it in the Queen's Park Oval was something big. So I guess singing the national anthem anywhere in the world is a big thing.
I think for me it's about representing the region. Not everybody gets to do it. There's a lot of people who aspire to do it, but not everyone gets to do it. So I think for me is that weight on your shoulders. It's obviously a big weight, but it's something that you cherish forever. And to get that test cap, nobody could ever take that away from you.
Yeah, it's a great feeling, you know, to represent the region, as just said. And you know how it started for me, it was funny because I had friends who used to play cricket, who I would go down on a weekend and watch play cricket and, you know, get the opportunity when they are short. And I know those are the ones who actually wanted to play for West Indies at the time, because I used to do track and field. So it's not only for me now, but it's for them as well. So I'm actually living their dream for them as well.
What moment has made you the proudest of each other?
I think we were all there when we beat England, right? Yeah. We were all there when we beat England in Grenada. Jaden and I played. Andy didn't debut as yet, but Yeah, I think just all of us being on the team and then being there to do something historic like that was a special moment for sure.
Goes down the ground. He thinks he's got there. He certainly has. What an innings from Josh De Silva. The ecstasy written all over his face, and boy, he's deserved that.
The way we celebrate and enjoy each other's success, that's something I cherish. That's something definitely enjoy.
For me, when Andy made his debut, I was very happy for him. And then obviously getting the first test wicket. I know how much that would mean to anybody. So far more getting your first test wicket on debut in your first over is obviously a big thing. So I was very proud of him in that moment. And for me, with Josh, it's scoring the first test 100. And not because I was batting, just because he get it. Because he was batting well throughout the series. He had, I think, 150 before that. And he was looking like he could push on at some stage. And he did it in that last game, in the most vital game of the series. And he got to that triple figure mark, and we won the series in the end. So I was very proud of both of them in those different moments. What are we expecting from this test against Bangladesh?
Win.
I would say definitely a series win. Definitely a series win.
Yeah. Not much, not too complicated, just
to win. Just to win the series.
Yeah, do the basics well and make Craig and coach proud.
Yeah,
that's all.
When we hear the words Antigua and cricket in the same sentence, we're often thinking about names like Sir Vivian Richards, Andy Roberts, even maybe a Sir Richie Richardson. Maybe one day we could be thinking about Joel Andrew. Great to have you. Congrats again on all that's happening this year. We are in Antigua, where it's all started for you. Tell me, first of all, how does it feel to be in a West Indies camp?
It feels great, to be honest. You know, playing around the old guys makes me feel even better about myself, and just the support I've been getting so far is something that I want forever.
It's well documented that families played a big part in your journey. If you had to describe the role that they play, how would you put that into words?
If I try, I'll be here a long time. My mom very neat, you know. She's just my backbone, I should say. She's more confident than me. You know, just seeing her in the stands, you know, gives me that extra push. And you know, she's just joyful and a good person to be around, and someone that you should have in your corner.
Joel started to play at a young age with big men, so he doesn't play name cricket. You bowl to him, and once you bowl to him in whatever loose ball, he just put it away. So he's fearless. Joel and I have a connection. We talk about everything, every single thing, and if he knows that I'm here, he's going to do his best to make me happy. What he normally says is that, Mom, I'll give you something to watch, because I watch all of his videos over and over again. Once it's on YouTube, I don't watch anything else. So, you know, that's how it goes with us.
If you had to put into words, who is Joel Andrew, what would you tell them?
So a confident young man, you know, fearless, as Viv would say, never die sort of guy. So it's just someone I want to be forever.
Let's talk about the Under-19 World Cup, where this unbelievable year began, where you scored the most runs for the West Indies and you were well talked about. Did you feel any pressure now that there are eyes on you and there's a certain expectation tagged with your name?
At that time, I was feeling extra pressured because everyone expects me to, you know, score every game, and that's not realistic, but that's what I try to do. I just try not to think about it as much, because at this level, expectations will be high. So just for me to just stick out what I'm doing and just learn as much as I can at this level.
I think a month after that World Cup, you made your first-class debut for Leewards. How have the guys in the Leeward Islands shaped your journey and helped you along this process?
I mean, they push me more than I push myself. especially fitness tests and those things, you know. Aiden is the one that really pushed me to, you know, do an extra one, even when I'm not feeling it, because it will benefit me in the long run, and it did.
I really, you know, see him as a little brother, and I really try to encourage him in, you know, doing the right things to stay at the highest level. So, you know, the only thing I can do is just give him my knowledge and, you know, encourage him a little harder. He just reminds me of myself when I was a kid, you know, just always laughing. Sometimes you'll see him sleeping on a chair. So, you know, he's just, at the end of the day, he's just a kid, and, you know, I really, you know, love having him around.
And what about Casey?
He's more, you know, my idol off the field more than on the field, because I like the way he carries himself off the field.
So what about on the field? What's wrong with that?
Nothing is wrong with that, but I just...
You think you could bat better than him?
Yeah.
So much has happened for you in this year. So you get that first-class experience, went to Ireland with the West Indies Academy. Whilst all these things are happening, what is keeping you grounded to remembering sort of where you've come from?
I actually look at old Snapchat videos that my sister sent me when I just started playing. I'm like, look at this to now, you know. It feels like a big achievement, but I just feel it's just the beginning for me.
June 2024, CPL draft is around, and Joel Andrew gets picked. Not only does he get picked, he's going to play for the Antigua Falcons.
Playing for your home is always something you love to do. And I know it's a franchise team, but it feels more like home to me. Receiving, you know, that call was something that I always wanted, to just be in a part of the CPL, because, you know, this is the biggest part in sport, so I always wanted to experience it for myself.
After the CPL, West Indies call up. Where were you exactly when you got that call that you were going to be part of the West Indies setup? What was your emotion?
I was actually on my way back home from the CPL, and I cried instantly. Because, you know, just receiving that from the coach, that I would be a part of the team, it made me feel good about myself, and it's something I always wanted.
That squad was captained by Shea Hope, who you've always said is your biggest idol. Why Shea Hope?
I mean, he's just cut above the rest in my eyes. Averaging 50 in ODIs is never an easy task. So that's something that I want for myself. So if I see it in someone else, you know, I could just always emulate it, try to bring it into my game.
So third ODI comes around, getting your cap from Alzari, who is obviously working his way to be one of the great Antiguan cricketers. What did that moment feel like?
I mean, he's more of a brother to me than a teammate. We go way back in terms of Antigua and club cricket. So receiving my cap from him was a special moment that, you know, I would cherish forever.
If you are to play in Antigua, to hear the rally around the West Indies, to be part of cricket with Antiguans all around you, what would that mean to you?
I mean, every time I hear that anthem, I get emotional, because, you know, that's something that stands out, and it's something that means a lot to everyone in the region. If I get the opportunity, I want to score my first 50 in front of the home crowd. That will make me feel good. And just still learn as much as I can, because I'm still here to learn.
17 years old, we could be hearing Joel Andrew for the next 10 to 15 years. The guy makes me feel old, but brother, I hope you enjoy this. This is an invaluable experience that you will get on this series, and we can't wait to see what the limit will be for you. So all the best.
Thanks.
two West Indian great fast bowlers. Two men that sit in the top 5 West Indian leading test match wicket takers. Courtney Walsh, we sit in his end here at Sabina Park. Kemar Roach, a man that's working his way up and closing in on 300 test wickets. Gentlemen, it is a great privilege to sit here alongside the two of you guys. 17 years in test match cricket, 15 years in test match cricket and counting. I want to know, first of all, what trait is needed to be able to perform and sustain excellence for such a long period of time? We'll start with the superiority.
The big strong words. No, obviously for me I think the key is being able to be fit, have good health, work out what you want to do and be prepared to put some hard yards in before so that can help you to sustain what's going on after. So once you look after your body and do the right requirements and also knowing your body after a certain period of time to know when you're match fit and what you need to do to get match fit was one of my motto, and I think Kemar has done that extremely well.
What worked for you?
Yeah, same thing you said. Just being match ready. Put the work in at the beginning, train hard, take care of your body, eat well, get some rest, and then on the field, you just express yourself, you exploit your skills, and that has worked for me from my whole career. And obviously watching the great man before me, he laid a foundation, and he was a very hard worker. You can see that he bowled long spells, and he was very consistent, and that's what I emulate my game off.
Roach has the last laugh. Roach has the last wicket.
Both of yours journeys in fast bowling, your skill sets actually changed over time. How did your, Courtney, starting with you, how did your skill set evolve over your 17 years of test match bowling?
With experience, I mean, any young fast bowler when you started, you want to bowl fast because that was the name of the game. So you always try to hit the deck as hard as you can and try to bowl as quick as you can. And for me, I could only get the ball to knife back in or swing in a good pace, consistent pace. But over the years, as the game started to evolve and my own career started to develop, you realize that you need certain skill sets. So practicing the nets was what I went to do, and then you try it out in matches. Obviously, being able to play a couple of seasons in England did help, and then playing our regular 4-day cricket here and club cricket, where you can experiment in those. And then I would call myself an all-round fast bowler afterwards when I was able to swing the ball away from the bat. And those skill sets is something that you have to work on. There's something that I've admired with Kemar. His skill set, when he started, he was raw pace. But then when he sort of lost a little bit of that pace, his skill sets got better in terms of how he swung the ball and using different angles, going around the wicket and creating what I call, I think, to me, and I say it in front of him or behind him, one of the best around the wicket bowler to left arm spin batters, using up that angle, getting the ball to come in and then leave the bat. It's not something that happens overnight. It's something you have to practice. And that's how you get your game to evolve in terms of trying to be a complete fast bowler, which at the end of my career, I think I was closer to that than when I started.
Second hit, magnificent from Kemar Roach. Third time lucky.
When do you remember that time where it all sort of came together for you?
Obviously, injuries help. Injuries help. Obviously, I lost some pace, so obviously I had to work on my skills more to become still an impact bowler in Test cricket. So I did a lot of work leading into 2015, 2016 after my injury on my shoulder, and some deep discussions and some reinvention of myself and my action helped me to do a lot more of the ball, and then I think I became a better bowler after that, instead of working up batsmen, challenging batsmen, front foot, back foot, whatever, but getting the ball to go both ways. I think I enjoy bowling like that more than bowling quick. It might sound funny, but pace put fear in batsmen's heart, but I like the fact of exploiting skills and exploiting weaknesses in batsmen, and I just think that's where I enjoy most.
Edged and taken. Make that 51 before Kemar Roach is probed, and he finally gets the reward.
What role did Courtney Walsh play in Kemar Roach's development and role in the West Indies?
Yeah, obviously watching on TV, obviously we all know of him and the Curtly Ambrose partnership. I think those guys, they set such a high barrier for fast bowling in the Caribbean that you just wanted to emulate them. Watching it in Barbados on CBC, I think seeing him and Curtly Ambrose run together, it was just heartwarming, and you just go outside right after the game is finished and you try to bowl like them, and it was really good times, and it just is a good foundation for my cricket going forward, and that's why I'm here, playing as long as I can.
And Legend, there's a picture of you around 2011 having a chat with the 3 West Indian fast bowlers. I think it was Kemar, it was Fidel, Darren Sammy was in it as well. What do you remember about Kemar Roach when he first burst on the scene that you really liked?
Some of the questions he had asked, I liked his action from day one, but his attitude, being down to earth, some of the questions he asked. And then after that meeting, we kept in touch. I mean, we were always in touch, but we kept in touch more. And just to watch, you start to watch and follow the career. And I remember the one that stands out to me most distinct was a conversation I had with him in India when I was down there doing commentary and he wasn't playing. And I was a little bit disappointed because I wanted to see him play, but they were just remodeling his action and stuff. And I said to him, it's only a pity you have to be doing the modeling of the action on tour. This should have been done before and it should have enabled you to be playing. And he agreed. And we had good discussions about it to make sure that he didn't get downhearted, because when you expect to play, you're not playing. And he took it well. We kept in touch, we did a little bit of chatting after, and I just started to follow his career because of what I saw, his humbleness, but he wanted to succeed to be at the top level. And after that tour, he came back playing and he hit the ground running. And whenever he see me, he would say, "Legend, what you think about this?" and what we think. And if I see something, I'd say to him. And the way how he accepts it, and he would try, and we would have a chat after the game. This didn't work or that worked. That sort of helped us. And it helped me to be able to know that he's not afraid of asking for advice. And I was always happy to pass on whatever I saw to him, and he would take it on board.
You remember that conversation?
Yeah, I do remember that conversation. Speaking to him is always it's just an upliftment. And I was down. Wasn't playing as much, but he uplifted me, and I just wanted to push on, man. I just wanted to be among those great fast bowlers of before, and he was one of them. So it's just a good feeling to have him around sometimes.
Another question in terms of looking back on y'all's careers, you've obviously played against so many formidable oppositions, but which opposition, if you had to pick one team, always brings the best out of Kemar Roach, always brings the best out of Courtney Walsh? Starting with you.
I was playing against England. I think obviously that is our biggest series, and the hype around it just brings a life into you. Like, you want to do well against England.
Could be close, could be close. Finger goes up. Joel Wilson says you're on your way.
I'm watching, as I said, Curtly Ambrose and Courtney Walsh, they go there and they dominated England for years, away and at home. So it's like, I want to emulate that. I want to emulate as much of my career as possible. And I think the England side brings out the best in me.
Australia, because of the competitiveness for me, and then you play the moment away and stuff, and it was always with the band back in those days as well. They never used to sell the fast bowlers, but they always, you feel like you have a point to prove when they were taking on Gus Logie. So that used to bring the best out of me back in the days against Australia.
That's pretty close, he's down. Walsh's 100th wicket against Australia.
With England now, because I played county cricket, it was always a very close rivalry, because when you're in there playing county cricket, you can sort of stand on your own feet as well.
He keeps mentioning Ambrose Walsh. I want to know that having that strike partner for you, first of all, in Sir Curtly Ambrose, what did that do for your bowling and your quest of that 519 Test wickets?
Well, Curtly and I, we didn't compete against each other. We complemented each other, and I think that to me was the friendship that we have, and just the respect for the game and for each other. That helped me because we knew what we wanted to do. We would discuss batsmen, the length we want to bowl, the type of surface, the opposition, and we'll have our own game plan. On his day, I played a supporting role. On my day, he plays a supporting role. And I think that helps in terms of partnership. If he picked up something that was not working, he would come and we'd have a discussion. And I just remember a test match at Lords as well, when he was struggling, rhythm was off. And I went up to him and I said, "Listen, big man, you're struggling today. Don't fight it, try to relax, because sometimes when you lose your rhythm and you're rushing in, it just doesn't come back." And he said, "So what to do?" I said, "Just relax. I will take up the thing," because I was in a good rhythm. Whatever short spells you have to bowl, just try to find by that rhythm. And these are the conversations you need to have and the understanding. And to me, was one of the hallmarks of our career and our partnership, because we understood each other.
Take on, that's it. Courtney Andrew Walsh is now Test cricket's leading wicket taker. The West Indians surround him on the field. One of the most respected and admired cricketers on the international scene. And there's Curtly Ambrose. Wonderful scenes here, emotional scenes at Sabina Park.
And who is it for you? If you had to look back on your career, it could be current team, it could be former team. Who always pushed Kemar Roach from the other end and brought the best out of you?
I think the partnership with me, Jason, and Shannon for a period of time, I think that three of us, we were very close-knit, and we communicated really well, and we were kind of solidified in the team, so we got a chance to really express ourselves and communicate and become better. I think that period in my career is really what like pushed me to like, I want to be one of the great fast bowlers of West Indies cricket very highly. So it's like, that period is like, I really, really enjoyed the communication, the friendship I had with Shannon, obviously the friendship I had with Jason, obviously he's my countryman. But on tours, the communication, the conversations, the fun we had, they really, really, really propelled my career through those periods.
Oh, well done. Very well done by Kemar Roach and Jason Holder. A familiar combination and just holding that channel and that length.
Obviously, we celebrate the high moments in both of your careers, right? One thing that many people don't see is the time off the field where it's not necessarily going to plan, there's adversity. What pushed you and allowed you to come out on the other side of those moments? Both of you guys started with your career.
The challenges. You see it as a challenge, you see the adversities, you know what you've been through, you know the work you've put in, and today just wasn't your day, or things, this might not be your series. It's how you bounce back. And I've always tell people that you're not going to have great or good days all the time. You have to treat the good days with the bad days. And then one of the things that I always remember is that on your good days, everybody doesn't have to tell you it's a good day, because people know it's on your bad day you need that support. And you know, sometimes you go into your corner, but then if you have people around you with that understanding, on your bad day, they will help you to get through it as well. But I always tell myself that I don't want to experience too many bad days, so you try to do the best you can to have more good days than bad days.
Yeah, I just like the fact that people doubting on me. I like that. That pushes me to prove people wrong. I've had that most of my career. When I lost my pace, everyone said, will he be the same bowler? Can he still be challenging at Test cricket? I just wanted to prove people wrong. And it's worked. That's a big motivation for me. And obviously, leading a young group of fast bowlers now, that also pushes me as well. Like, they have good respect, they have good work ethic, and we get along very well as well in the dressing room. We have fun, we also work hard. And that also keeps me motivated to obviously know what, I can help these guys to become also legendary fast bowlers for West Indies. So there's a lot of motivation around my career, and that's the two major parts for me.
We're going to transition now to a bit more of a fun segment. I'm going to quiz you all on your careers, right? So it'll start easy and then it'll get hard. There's only 3, so don't worry. First of all, who has Courtney Walsh dismissed the most in Test cricket?
Mike Atherton.
Easy.
That's a good question. I don't think... Is it a Bangladeshi batsman?
No, it's not.
It's got to be an England batsman.
Yeah.
Is it... Ben Stokes?
Yeah.
Figured that much.
Shakib is 6 times.
Yeah, I think I know this morning.
Off spinner, basically an off spinner from Rhodes. It goes high in the sky. And Shamar Brooks makes the catch look very easy indeed.
Everybody remembers your first Test wicket, but can you remember your second Test wicket?
Yeah.
Who is it?
Graham Yallop from Australia.
1984.
Caught Desmond Haynes at bad pad. I don't forget those. I remember my first part, I remember quite a lot of it better than at the back end.
Who was your second Test wicket?
I know the first was Shakib. I'm thinking the second must be Mushfiqur.
No, Mamadullah.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the order. Yeah, it was Mushfiqur, yeah.
And lastly, who has hit more Test match sixes between Courtney Walsh and Kemar Roach?
That I don't know, but I'm going to back myself. I don't know, but I hit a few. I'm going to back myself. He's not a big six hitter.
Me.
I think it was a close race, guys. But the winner with 19 sixes is Courtney Walsh.
Got you, man. But you still play. You can
he has 16. And he's right up and down.
Right up
so
there.
he has much more time to play.
There's Walsh. That's a huge six. That's gone. That's a gigantic six. So Courtney Walsh is going down with all guns firing, as they say.
On those 4 fast bowlers, that 4, almost 5-prong pace attack we see now in the West Indies, do you almost feel like it's a rebirth of that cricketing legacy that we've seen for so many years in your time and the times before with the 4 horsemen? What do you see now on the field?
I like what I saw, especially in the last Test match. 4 fast bowlers, not just going at it, but being sensible, being very competitive, making adjustments as they read the pitch and stuff. That's what you want to see. And that was what impressed me the most. They were well looked after on the field of play in terms of not being overboard because they were back-to-back test matches. So the planning just looks very good. The execution by all four. Alzari, I think on one day wasn't in his rhythm and stuff. Everybody compensated for him. The next year he came back and it just
Action resumes here on the second session of day 3 of this regional 4-day match between Jamaica Scorpions and the Barbados Pride. Here's some highlights of what happened in the morning session.
To the viewers and start of play after lunch.
Kept a little bit low. Romaine Morris is up to the stumps here for O'Dean Smith. It's a good move. I thought the Jamaicans' fielding wasn't very attacking. As we see now, even now with Brad Barnes, there's just one slip in place, and for most of the opening bowlers, there's one slip on a gully. I just think they need to be a little bit more attacking and be a little bit more forceful. I'd try to get one of these Bajan wickets out.
Yeah, I completely agree with you.
That one peels off the thick outside edge and it will run very, very close to the third man ropes. The fielder will pull it in just inside and they run easy too. So Barbados are off and running after the lunch break. How was your lunch?
Not bad at all. Yesterday was great. Today was good. Let me put it like that.
I heard Mr. Marlon Pinnock escorted you to the VIP section.
He's the man that is the big man around here.
Yes,
so wherever he goes, you're safe.
Mm.
Yeah, but part of what you said about the defensive nature of the Jamaicans continues even now. O'Dean Smith, on his day, can bowl pretty close to 90 miles an hour. This is not the kind of pitch, but the fact he's just bowling military medium with the keeper up.
That's a pleasant drive to the extra cover region. That should run very, very close to the ropes. Not much foot movement there, but it came down loopy enough there for Mosley to just open the face and carve it through the cover region.
Lovely shot. It was full. It was asking for it, but you still have got to execute. Great shot that from Mosley. Growing in confidence all the time. Here it is. Just over pitching. And look at the foot to the pitch. And stroking it through with the covers for 4.
Yeah, the only thing I can think of is that they brought on O'Dean Smith to do a little bit of containment. Maybe if you can bowl wicket to wicket with Morris again up to the stumps.
Yeah, but that is not O'Dean Smith. That's not his game. He's an enforcer. He may go for a few runs, but he's always on the hunt for wickets. So O'Dean Smith, I never think should be used defensively. Should always be an attacking bowler. But
well, you have to. One can argue that in red ball cricket, containment is enforcing because you build up that pressure, and that's how you get wickets. And it's not that. That's a thick outside edge, and that runs down to that gully region where Brad Barnes is, and there is no run. Yeah, so I'm not sure if you're not going to get much out of the pitch as a pacer. I don't think really. It's a fairly flat pitch. Even OJ Shields had to work very, very hard with a couple of bounces that he sent down.
Yes, and it's clear it's not the kind of pitch that you will scare batsmen out. So they have asked him to come in and hold a line, but it doesn't come natural. That's another good shot.
Driven nicely, and it's a bit of a misfield there at mid-off, and it's bounced through the mid-off fielder. That's Carlos Brown, and that's run all the way to the ropes for 4. Just a classic example of how good this outfield is for batting, actually.
Yeah, that was careless on the part of Brown at mid-off. Nice shot, probably deserved 4, but look at that. Moser driving well, and Smith has gone for some runs, but careless fielding. Barbados continue to build its lead. All of these, in the end, Andrew, could prove valuable between now and tomorrow.
There's nothing quite like scoreboard pressure.
Maybe we're a little bit too harsh on Carlos Brown. Can we see that again? He definitely got a bad bounce. All right, so here we go. He went down. Yeah, you would say he got a bad
bit of an
bounce.
awkward bounce. Yeah. But I mean, I still think he could have been a little bit more mobile at that stage because it wasn't. He sort of committed to the long barrier, which maybe wasn't overly necessary. But unfortunate for Carlos Brown. Pete Salmon will resume action from the southern end of the ground. .42 without loss after 10. Good delivery. Well. That one turned a mile and a half.
Yeah, genuine spin on that.
A good partnership building. 42 without loss, these two. Of course, Craig Bradford, a man with international experience. He's seen it all. Shane Mosley on the other end. Good yeoman service to first-class cricket. Never really made the leap up as much as he would have liked. Bradford is solid behind this one and played back nicely to Salmon.
Barbados started this morning with 2 spinners. And we're seeing where Pete Salmon is being used, but no sign of Brad Barnes yet.
And then, of course, RBJ Mansing. But I think RBJ Mansing may need a little bit of an older ball to bowl with. As you can see, with the state of first-class cricket, 10 overs bowled and a spinner is already on.
Pete Salmon, who got 4 wickets in the first innings, got some runs as well. So he'd be very confident here in the second innings with ball in hand.
Trinidad have declared with 507 for 5 on the board, and in the Leeward Islands second innings, Anderson Phillip has already taken a wicket, so the Leeward Islands are 6 for 1. Turned around the corner by Bradford. The fielder is well coming around from backward square leg, and they get no run. A good over from Salmon. I think it's a maiden, 42 without loss.
Lots of chirping and cheering during that over with Pete Salmon. You can tell that the Jamaican Scorpions fielders, they feel that something could be in this. Salmon is bowling well, and they feel that he's on top of his game and something could happen. 42 without loss. The lead continues to grow. From the Scorpions' perspective, they do need wickets. And if you're a Barbados Pride fan, you'd want these two to continue for another hour or so. Get the lead building all the time. So Smith will continue.
Yeah, back to that Red Force game. Amir Django did complete his double century, 203 not out. Terence Hines also with 100. So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in control of that game. Odin Smith here from the northern end. That's well tucked up. I think that's a better line to be bowling to Shane Mosley. Just back up a length. Keep him in on the crease. Don't give him anything to drive. Don't give him any width at all. Like all good left-handers. He's very, very good at the cover drive. Got good hands and good wrists. Tucked up again. Brilliant stuff here from Udine Smith. So have you ever played at this ground, Orville Higgins?
Yes, I did. Yeah, I got some. I think I may have gotten a 30-yard in a media game at some point here. Can't remember what happened in the other game, which probably meant I didn't do all that well.
Yeah, well, probably well.
It's a nice batting track on its day. It
Yeah.
comes onto the bat nicely.
Yeah, it certainly is. It certainly is a lovely setting here at Chetburn Park. I mean, all cricket grounds have their own little character. But when I first laid eyes on Chetburn Park, I immediately thought of like a sort of English ground. You know, the expansive fields and then the trees all around and everything. It's a sort of lovely county community cricket ground.
Well, you did say that Udine Smith was here to perform a kind of containing role, and I wasn't sure that was his role, but the truth is he's settled in that nicely.
Yeah.
Hasn't bowled anything too short, hasn't tried to overpitch, except for maybe once or twice in that first over. He's settled in, bowling just back of a length, not drivable lengths, and he's not gone for the short ball, which is something that he tends to do when he plays local cricket. So doing well at this point in time.
Driven nicely by Mosley, but it's just to that short extra cover region where John Campbell does the fielding. Yeah, the reason, I mean, if you look at the early exchanges, Marquino Mindley, we know he's not fast, and he should have done a better job of containment. O.J. Shields was sort of given license to attack. He did well, O.J. Shields, but I don't think he bowled as consistently well as he would have liked. So I think what Campbell is gone now is gone back to the safe bowl of Udine Smith. Maybe a little variation in line and length and pace and stuff like that, but really and truly just keeping it on that fourth stump line. And he settled in again, as you said nicely. It's a maiden, so 2 maidens in a row now, which is again is building that pressure. 42 without loss after 12.
One of the things that the Barbados Pride bowlers did when the Jamaicans batted in their first innings was a lot of this. Kyle Myers, for example, was immaculate, not quick, line and length, and bowling straight and just back of length on a pitch which was a bit slow, which still is not the quickest we have seen. Bowling straight, just back of a length, is the way to go. I think the Scorpions, when they bowled in the first innings, allowed arms by bowling a little too wide. This time around, they've realized that error. Bowling straight, both the spinners and the fast bowlers, that should be the way to go.
Salmon swimming up from the southern end. Forward is Craig Braffett, and there is no run. Yes, it's an interesting passage of play right now, I would think. Whoever wins this session, you'd have to say, will be in the ascendancy. I think Barbados are already in the front seat. But if they get any further on, if they put on 80, 90 odd in this session and they've only lost 1 or 2 wickets, maybe 3 at the most, you'd have to say they were in the driving seat.
It's a 6-3 leg-sided field here, Andrew, which means that Pete Salmon cannot be short outside off because there's nobody protecting point. So he's bowling to his field. He's pitching just about off, spinning in towards the pads with 6 people on the inside like that. So bowling to what his captain wants him to do. But Brathwaite at the moment proving quite obdurate in defense.
Craig Braffett isn't, not saying he's incapable of it, but he's not a big cut of the ball. Going all the way back to that one, that was a dangerous one. I think that would have been, I think it pitched on middle, so it may be going outside leg. We'll have to have a look at the replay on that one.
Yeah, my guess is that it's going down as well. Here we go, pitching on. Yeah, I think that would have just slid past leg.
But yeah, they're trying to cramp him for room and maybe getting him in a tangle, flicking to leg. Again, he goes to the leg side. This time he gets it past, and they contemplate the run. Braffett is sent back quite wisely by Mosley, and there is no run in that over. So that's 3 consecutive maidens on the trot here for the Jamaica Scorpion, and that is building pressure all the time here.
Yeah, that's Pete Salmon bowling exactly to his field. There's a 6-3 onside field, and he's pitching on just angling towards the leg stump. Brathwaite is going with a turn towards backward square, forward short leg, and even towards short fine. And the field is well set for that. So this is good cricket. You could see what the fielding team is trying to do. But Brathwaite has been equal to the task, you would say. And it's good cricket all around.
Well, I mean, of course, the other thing that the Jamaicans can bank on is that neither of these two batters are big hitters. They're touch players. They look to nudge and noodle and pick the gap. So they don't have to be too defensive in their field. And Odin Smith to continue. Back of a length and just coming back into Mosley. Played it calmly.
Yeah, so the captain is saying, okay, we won't try anything from Odin Smith. We are going to stay just back of a length. We're going to bowl that nagging length where you can't drive, you can't cut. And if you want to make some running, Mr. Mosley, then you have got to play the foul shot. We'll just lock shop for a while.
Solid behind this one. And I think that's all you can do on a pitch. I mean, it seems very easy. It's very easy to see. Oh, just pitch it on that fourth stump or third stump line. But you have to do it ball in, ball out every single time. And what Odin Smith is very, very capable of, obviously with his skills in the white ball game, is varying his line and length. So you can get it full, he can get it a little bit wide. He can get it back of a length as it was with that one. You just have to make sure not to stray too straight, because I think Mosley has a lot of space on the leg side to just turn it into the leg side, which I'm not sure why RBJ Mansing is all the way there down a deep backward square leg. I would say bring that fielder in, but Mosley trying to create something with that one and driving it firmly to mid-on.
Yeah, why there's a backward square all the way back to the boundaries is a mystery to me as well.
Yeah.
Unless there is a thought that you want the batsman to think that at some point the short one will be coming, but otherwise he's wasted. But Odin Smith continues to do exactly what his captain wants to do. Dry up the runs. They're saying, Barbados, you want to score, you make the running. That's good bowling.
Flicked into the leg side. That's down to mid-wicket, and that could run away for 4. It does indeed. Mansing is down there deep backward square leg, but that was enough on the leg side that Mosley was able to flick it in front of square, as it were.
Too full and too straight. Yeah. He was just outside shading in, but this one was a little bit more towards midland leg and a little bit fuller than the rest of them. And Mosley just whipped it over mid-wicket to get a good 4.
The length was not bad length. I think the line was just a little low.
Too straight.
But he's released the shackles here. After some 17 deliveries, finally a run for Barbados. And he's back into defensive mode, is Shane Mosley. 46 without loss, 14 overs have been bowled.
Yeah, Odin Smith made the adjustment, came off that line from just midland leg towards that 4th, 5th stump line. Doing that, you're asking the batsman to make the running. Mosley was very content in just pushing forward. If you look at the bigger picture too as well, Andrew, with Barbados now in the 50s in terms of the overall lead, they will want to win this one outright. So at some point, you know, they may not be thinking about that at the moment, but they want to give the Scorpions a bat at some point tomorrow. Maybe midway between the first session, which means that they'll have to get some runs going. So if they hope to get a positive result at some point, they've got to think about, you know, scoring a little bit quicker. At this point, though, it's survival. But it will be interesting to see what the tactic is from Barbados Pride as the game unfolds.
Well, I can see that they're certainly trying something here with Craig Bradford. There's a silly mid-wicket in place. Well, a forward short leg, I should say, and a silly mid-wicket. So they're trying to get him to cramp up on that leg side, that little nudge and noodle he does around the corner. And it's good to see, because I don't want to see Jamaica Scorpions going through the motions. They have to try and take wickets. They can't just let Bradford and Mosley dictate terms.
Now, it was a 6-3 leg side field before. It's now a 7-2 leg side field. So the only two people on the offside is a slip and the man at extra cover. So every delivery, because Pete Salmon does have the ability to stay consistent with his line and length, they've got to be on the stump, spinning in. That is the plan. That is telegraphed to Brathwaite. It's only now, how does he deal with that?
Sort of a body line of spin.
You could call it that. Not the line.
Not the line. But even that was played very, very awkwardly by Craig Brathwaite. You can see that at least they have a plan in place for Brathwaite. We'll see how what adjustments they make here for Salmon. For Mosley, the left-hander, I suspect will be a slightly more conventional field.
Let's see what they finish up at. Well, it is still a heavily biased offside field, obviously, as the
still offside.
Right-arm spinner will be spinning away from the left-hander. Well, there's a third fielder coming into the leg side. Odin Smith will be heading towards mid-wicket. But there's a forward short leg and a mid-on. There's three people close to the bat on the offside. There's a point covered and a mid-off. So the line is pitching on, spinning away. And Pete Salmon will be operating this time from around the wicket.
The other thing to consider is that there's some good footmarks for Salmon to work with. A really, really good footmarks for Salmon to work with outside the line and out off stumps. So if anything happens, it could be very, very awkward. That delivery was pretty much what he wants, except it was a little too straight.
Yeah, heading past the leg stump.
But one going on with the arm towards that left-hander, he's going to have him in all sorts of tangles.
That one spun, but it was short. Allowed the batsman enough time to get on the back foot to see the ball off the pitch. He's bowling well, but you'd have to agree that the Pride batsman batting well. This one, just a little bit short. Allowed the batsman on the back foot. No, that was the LBW shot.
Yeah.
That one was going down. Tight, absorbing contest as it is now. Two evenly matched teams, if we see where the initiative has shifted between both teams on a regular basis. You would say the Pride are just ahead. If this were if this was a boxing match, maybe they'd just be shading it by points. But it's still a tight, even contest for much of this game.
Another brilliant over by Salmon, 47 without loss after 15. Barbados actually lead by 53 runs, so they're technically 53 without loss. A good little partnership here between Craig Brathwaite and Shane Mosley. Now this could be interesting as well, because I think this is the first time that Craig Brathwaite will be facing Odin Smith, at least in this innings. It'll be interesting to see. I think Odin Smith might be a little bit more comfortable actually bowling to the right-hander. And of course, with those shoulders, I think Odin Smith more than anybody has the surprise bouncer. And we all know Craig Brathwaite isn't very good with the short ball. Let's see what happens first up. It's an attempt at a short ball. It's pulled away nicely. Long legged as well, with some awkward bounce to him. Well done. I think that was that's Minley down there.
Marquina Minley.
So normal services resume. Shane Mosley versus Odin Smith.
Both these batsmen will feel that if they can just bat the next 15-20 minutes, force Jamaica or the Jamaica Scorpions to come up with another course of action, they should feel pretty comfortable about going on to get big scores, because there isn't a lot happening, and you feel that if they don't make some mistake, there could be big runs on offer for one or maybe both of them.
Well, that's actually a point I was thinking about, because the think tank for the Jamaica Scorpions is a fairly young one. I mean, there's Kirk McKenzie, there's John Campbell, and Brad Barnes, and that's pretty much it. That would be the core of the think tank. That's flicked in the air. That's flicked over mid-wicket, and that will run away for 4. A pleasant shot by Mosley. Drifting on the leg again there was Odin Smith, and it was picked up nicely by Mosley.
Yeah, couldn't hold that off-stump line. Every now and again gets one darting into the pads. And Mosley is showing that while he may not be driving through the covers because the balls are not full, but when they are pitched relatively well up and on the middle and leg stumps. He's very good at just whipping them away through forward of square, and that was an excellent shot.
Yeah, he did try to keep that one down at all. There's a feel that mid-wicket and mid-on, and after it cleared them, that was pretty much plain sailing for Moseley. Width on the offside, and he cuts that nicely off the back foot. That will run close to the ropes indeed. The fielder does just about enough to stop it, and they'll come back for 2.
Case of bowler overcompensating was in the middle and leg. Decide, okay, I'm not going to be anywhere close to the pads. And what happened? He was wide, too wide of the off stump, and one that was back of a length as well. Well played by Moseley. He's beginning to really look the part. And this is now maybe getting a little worrying for the Scorpions.
50 up as well for the Pride. That's off the back foot, and that's turned nicely into the backward of square region on the offside, and they'll get a run there.
Again, a losing of the plot from Odin Smith. He can't be bowling wide of the stumps. He wants to be straight. And that time around was maybe 6 inches wider than he needed to be. Moseley opening the face, get himself a run, get off strike, and the lead continues to build here for the Barbados Pride.
Craig Baffert drives straight, but it doesn't go anywhere far. That's the end of the over. 16 overs bowled, 55 without loss. You made a point about Odin Smith overcompensating, but I think it also shows that the margin for error on this pitch is slim to none. There really isn't. There weren't horrible deliveries by Odin Smith by any means necessary.
No, they were not horrible. Just maybe 6 inches further back in length than he needed to be, and maybe 6 inches wider in line than he needed to be as well. So, yeah, it's an easy-paced pitch now. Not much happening for either the seamers or the spinners. Every now and again one turn, but the turn is slow. It's not vicious turn. And if you're on the back foot, you can see it off fairly well. They continue with the leg trap. Well, no, it's Moseley on strike, so they still have people catching in and around the bat on the offside. Let's see what happens.
Salmon, that's nicely flicked by Moseley, but it's just into the mid-wicket region, and there's no run.
You want to bring the batsman forward, though. If you have a slip and 2 people close in catching, you want the batsman to be pushing forward to get the outside half. Once he's on the back foot, you've lost the plot.
And he's almost punched that one up to mid-on. He's trying to get down on his knees there. Bit ungainly there from Moseley, sort of a slug sweep.
Yeah, bowler would think moral victory for him because he did force Moseley into a shot that he may not have been proud of. This time he's driving.
Beating all ends up on there. I think he got a thick outside edge on that one. That will run close to the ropes. It does it get into the ropes. Well, a fortuitous 4 for Shane Moseley. I think he was beating all ends up by that one.
That is.
And it's just a thick outside edge that raced away to the ropes to 4.
Well, that is a moral victory to the bowler again. This is where you want to be. Pitching up, getting the batsman on the front foot, driving, peeling off the outside half. Were I the bowler, I wouldn't be overly upset with that because that is a moral victory. The batsman will tell you that I got 4, but that is following the plot.
Interestingly, with that delivery, Orville, we saw that Jamal Warrican in Jamaica first innings was very successful bowling slowly. I think with that one, Salmon was actually a little bit slower. I think maybe he's bowling just a little bit too fast to get that purchase and maybe that spin and bounce that he would want. Let's have a look how he follows up with this one. Yeah, just a little bit more flight. There's a little bit more flight.
Yeah, so it's an enthralling contest here. The batsmen, they are digging in, trying hard. The bowlers are trying to get them out. This is a contest worth the hype. Oh no, what's that about? That was never going to hit. Even if you put 2 stumps outside the leg stump, that was never going to hit.
And you have to say they've done the hard work now because they've been here about 25 minutes since the start of lunch. Since after lunch, I should say. And of course, those first 10-15 minutes are where it's the hardest, getting accustomed to the pace of things. 17 overs bowled, 59 without loss. Barbados Pride in a very commanding, well, not commanding position, but they're moving into a very commanding position. As you can see by the state of the game, Jamaica Scorpions falling just short of the Barbados Pride total of 348. But since then, it's actually not been a bad pitch for batting. You have to be careful. I mean, you have to watch what's going on. There might be the odd ball that's misbehaved, but it still remained fairly true. The groundsman suggested that it might be a little bit two-faced today.
Yeah, but when two teams are on first innings, both score over 300 runs in the context of West Indies regional cricket, it can't be a minefield out there. So yeah, the odd one has kept low. It has not been a free scoring wicket where you can hit through the line because it is slow as well. But that, I wouldn't call it an experiment. That little spell where Odin Smith was asked to contain, the captain has said, well, I've seen enough of that. I'm going to Brad Barnes, who didn't get any wickets in the first innings, bowling his off spinners. But you could say he was unlucky that one or two LBW decisions didn't quite go his way. He's a smart bowler. He's more effective than he looks. Looks innocuous, but he's a thinker. Knows when to bowl the quicker one. Knows when to operate from wider as opposed to straighter, and he's always at the batsman. So let us see how this spell will work out.
But he's not a great spinner of the ball, is he?
No, he doesn't spin it a mile.
Yeah, but
he's
he adjusts really well.
Adjusts pace and adjusts angles from where he operates.
Craig Bradford turns this one nicely into the leg side, and he will get a single. Score moves on to 60 without loss. Brad Barnes. But as Mr. Marlon Pinnock and I were discussing earlier, Barnes needs to come to the fore as a batter a little bit more. He's played in the Jamaica squad as an all-rounder. He's seen as a leader to a certain extent.
Yes, he's as a youngster. He did both batting and bowling in high school. I'll tell you a little bit more about that. But he was seen as a batsman then who could bowl. His off spin was like an addition to his art. He's still batting in the top six, which means that they still see him as a frontline batsman who bowls.
Deep into his creases, Mosey pulls this one nicely into mid-wicket, and there's acres of space there. That is a gorgeous shot from Mosey. That's all wrist and timing.
You have to like that shot because it was short, and though they were in defensive mode, coming on the front foot for most of the deliveries, the minute that was short, he came back on the back foot and just walked it through mid-wicket. There we go, seeing it early on the back foot, and bam, all over. Good batting. Mosey now beginning to look a little ominous here, Andrew.
Yeah, he adjusted quite well actually, because that ball kept a little bit low and it was still moving away from him. See what Barnes can come up with now. And he tucked into that one. That will run very, very close to the ropes as well. We'll have to wait for the signal from the umpire. I feel that might be a leg by, as Mosley looked to get up on one leg.
Yeah. Brad Barnes was interested. He didn't think the bat would come down in time. Maybe again keeping a little bit low as Mosley was going in for the pull shot. Hit the bottom edge. We're not seeing any signal. So yeah, that was all bad.
Yeah, so it runs off the bat there.
But Brad was interested.
But again, he has all that acreage behind square on the leg side. There's no fielder there on the leg side. So once it passed, and they're making that adjustment now, it looks like that leg gully is sort of coming into position there.
Yeah, they're sending Javel Glenn back.
Yeah, a little bit of protection coming into the spot now. And goes straight to that fielder, Javel Glenn. Glenn is also a spinning option, isn't he, as well?
He doesn't bowl as much these days. Was a good leg spinner as a youngster. In fact, they used to call him the googly king as a youngster. Did bowl the googly, but as his batting has progressed, his bowling has suffered. And not the greatest of starts that from Brad Barnes, but the Barbadian batsman doing well. Minley's none for 15. And we'll look at the bowling figures there of Salmon.
End of the 18th as well, 66 without loss. Solid 3.67 run rate there. And some final words by Mr. Orville Higgins, I think, before Mr. Marlon Pinnock comes in to commentary.
All right, so at 66 without loss, an overall lead of 73. It's not at that stage where the Scorpions should be panicking, but they should be a little concerned at least that they have been unable to prize apart this opening combination. The lead continuing to grow all the time, and with all of tomorrow to come, this game could see a result for either team. The Barbados Pride team has the advantage at the moment and are continuing to press on it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Orville Higgins. Pete Salmon will resume from the southern end of the ground, and he'll be bowling to former West Indies captain Craig Braffett, 23-48. Craig Braffett lofts this one, pulls that down to cow corner, and that will go for 4. Well, when Craig Braffett is hitting you down the ground, that's when you know Marlon Pinnock is coming into commentary, because the listeners, they want to hear what Penny has to say about that shot.
Good afternoon, Chang. Good afternoon to our viewers. First shot of anger from Craig Brathwaite. Whipped towards the onside, acres of space, and picked the gap to perfection is Craig Brathwaite. His 5th boundary.
Getting himself in a tangle there. Appealing for the catch down the leg side. Might have been an LBW as well. A shout for LBW. I don't think any bat was involved. The fielders have settled down quite calmly since then.
Clearly, Pete, someone getting the ball to spin. Hence why there's a leg slip in place. And a forward short leg.
Yeah, we know Craig Braffett likes to just bend it around the corner into the leg side. So it's a really good ploy in terms of keeping him, keeping the fielders interested as well. Let's want to bounce a little bit more and bubble up. He plays that one really nicely.
This has been a beautiful opening partnership so far for the Pride.
Yeah, the Jamaicans have to be very, very careful now. The 70-run partnership, not too many chances at all I can think of. They batted within themselves. Shane Mosley has started to open up a little bit after lunch. And he's done well. He's on to 42 as well. Craig Braffett is Craig Braffett. 70 without loss after 19.
Very, very good start. Steady start for the Barbados Pride. You look at Shane Mosley. He's been very attacking as well. Not afraid to play his stroke. And a calculated inning so far from Craig Brathwaite. He will be Craig Brathwaite, as I mentioned. But such a bright and sunny afternoon here at Shedrin Park.
Yeah, there are some dark clouds to the northeastern side of the ground, but I think it's just offering a little cooling for the players out there. Still very, very warm. Barnes to continue. Mosley plays this one into the leg side. There is no run.
Barnes, the man from cool Manchester in Jamaica.
Well, you know I'm a Liverpool fan, so I don't like seeing that Parrish. Up in the air, he sweeps! And he sweeps high and he sweeps hard! And that's down to the ropes for 4. Maybe didn't get quite the connection that he wanted on it in terms of distance, but he certainly got enough on it, did Shane Mosley.
Positive intent being shown here by Shane Mosley. Swept with some vengeance as well. And he's dealing in boundaries. Goes up to 46 from 62 deliveries. And somehow the lead goes up to 80.
Yeah. And I think that's the major problem here for the Jamaica Scorpions. They haven't controlled and contained the Bajans well enough. A bit tall ends up by that one. Oh my goodness. I think Romain Morris is wearing that on his helmet. Well. Deceived by that one was Shane Mosley and almost yoked himself.
I think a flighted delivery, enticing the drive. And Shane Mosley played all around it. Bounced, unspun. And kept going away. Hit the wicketkeeper Romain Morris in the helmet. But good signs for Brad Barnes and for the Scorpions.
As usual with any strikes on the helmet, I think there will be a short concussion check. But it's funny, Romain Morris was rubbing his helmet as tenderly as if it was his head.
Well, he's laughing. Yeah, that seems like thinks it's okay for the young wicketkeeper batter for the Scorpions. Had a useful contribution with the bat, but gave it away this morning. But look at what transpired, the final delivery. Pitch, spun, and woo, on the peak of the helmet of Romain Morris. You look at the current run rate, over 3.5, healthy, based on the concept of the game.
I'd like to look at that delivery from Barnes again, because I think as we were discussing, Warrican has slowed down the ball so nicely. Salmon, I think, was too fast. This delivery from Barnes, let's look at the flight on this. It's really, really flight. It really slow through the air, and that's what deceives Mosley. I think based on that, Salmon for sure has definitely been bowling a little too fast for this pitch.
And Mosley was looking to hit the ball on the onside, instead of presenting the full face of the bat and maybe risky hitting across the line of the delivery.
Yep. Let's see what Barnes can respond with now. The other thing is, I'd like to see the replay again, but I think Mosley had stayed in his crease essentially. But if Morris had gotten that cleanly, there might have been a chance for stumping, because he's a little bit off balance, Mosley. Flick nicely into the leg side, and there is no run.
That is what caused Barnes to have his hands on his head. I think it was an opportunity missed.
I think just seeing the stumps not rattled at all after a delivery like that. Deep into his crease again, and flicks this one down to backward square. That will run all the way into the ropes of 4. They're giving him space on the leg side, and whenever he gets it, he's taking it, Shane Mosley. That will actually take him up to 50 as well. So at the end of 20 overs, the Barbados Pride have progressed nicely to 78 without loss. Shane Mosley with 50.
2 bunches from that Brad Barnes over. This one shot on the line of the leg stump. And easy pickings for Shane Mosley. It's like bread and butter for the left-hander. Easy as I like. And a brilliant half-century as well. It's good to see the kids out supporting the cricket as well. Edenswood was scored just across from the play field.
So both the openers failed in their first innings, Craig Braffett and Shane Mosley. Craig Braffett with a duck actually, and Shane Mosley just making 6. So they've really made proper amends in this second innings. Uppish Lee by Craig Braffett, flicked into the leg side again.
Your good friend scored at his second double century in regional cricket. Samir Jangu.
Yeah, and your good friend Qadir Mohammed is basically neighbors with Amir Jangu. You'd think Qadir runs Amir's social media. But as soon as Amir made that double 100, he was up on Q's social media profiles. Nice punch by Braffett down the ground. That's O.J. Shields does the fielding, and it's just a single.
First over pitch delivery of the over. Came on the front foot quite easily and elegantly stroked that ball down to long on. And that is what you get from Craig Brathwaite. He's a batter that loves to occupy the crease. Faced those 56 deliveries so far. And Shane Mosley maybe on the counter attack, 50 from 66 deliveries.
Nice backward cut there by Mosley. That will run close to the third man rope. It does indeed. It goes into the ropes. A little bit of space here. Manufactured a little bit by Mosley, but brilliant batting by the left-handed Bajan.
Short with an offered. And the steady left-hander get his third boundary in 2 overs. Just using the pace and just guide it to the left of the slip fielder. And a lightning fast outfield here at Chedron Park.
I don't think it was a bad delivery as well. It actually kept quite low, so Mosley had to sort of crouch to make sure that he got purchase on it. And that was just pure risk to me. But of course, Marlon, at this stage, it's very early to post-mortem the game from a Jamaican perspective. But really and truly, they have a little bit of work to do. Their batting is very, very good on paper. It didn't come to the fore as they would have liked. He tries the shot again, and the fielder does well coming around. I think that's that man Carlos Brown, or it could be Javel Glenn.
In fact, it's a substitute fielder, Javoy Royal.
Royal, he's royal indeed.
On that occasion, diving away to his weaker side, the right side, and save any possible chance of a run.
Down the leg side, they know it's down the leg side. It's a good delivery, but always going down leg. 83 without loss after 21. Yeah, but the Jamaica Scorpions will have to make some adjustments. I don't think their bowling might be as strong as they would like. I don't want to say Marquino Mindley is the weak link, because he did take wickets in the first inning. But they have to do some adjustments. Will have to be made.
No signs of the leg spinner
Mansing.
Abhijit Mansing, the champion boy. Barnes will continue. Desperate to break this partnership is the Jamaica Scorpions. 83 run opening partnership so far.
Campbell putting himself in as slip here. As Craig Bradford is solid in defence, 28 or 56. Shane Mosley has gone on quite well to 54. The partnership 83. The lead 87. Thick inside edge, and Craig Bradford will get one away to the mid-wicket region.
I think with that single, the lead should be 90. Barbados spread has maintained a healthy run rate throughout. Over 3 runs and over throughout the inning so far.
It's actually closing in on 4. They've been really, really good here. That's a good one there. Good delivery from Barnes. Well adjusted by Mosley. Almost looked like he wanted to step out a little bit. There's some coverage deep back at square leg now, so there's not acres of space behind square, but there still is. And Mosley this time he goes straight. That's a towering 6. That is a beautiful shot over long on. And that has gone all the way. And that will take the Barbados Pride up to 90. Shane Mosley will mosey on to 60 with that. And that was a clean as a 6 as you would like.
Shot of brilliance from the left-handed Shane Mosley. Flighted delivery in the arc. Hit me delivery. And did Shane Mosley capitalize his first maximum. And with that, the total goes up to 90 without loss. The Pride. And that's out on the football field. Really poor delivery from Barnes. Hoping for a result, but it was clearly in the arc. Right under his eyes. And he's hit through the line of the delivery. And this is a positive reply by Barbados Pride. 90 without loss. Inside 22 overs.
The body language of the Jamaicans already seems a little bit a little bit despondent here, Marlon Pinnock. And this was something that I didn't want to see happen. I wanted to see them keep trying things. Okay, yes, the pitch maybe isn't offering as much as you would like. Maybe the spinners aren't hitting their straps as well as they would. Flicked into the leg side, and they will run an easy single here. And I've liked this approach from the Bajans as well. Yes, when their balls were there to be hit for the boundaries, they got the boundaries. But they've tried their best to keep the scoreboard ticking over. It seemed like only a couple overs ago they bowled 3 overs on the trot where it's 42 without loss. Now they've gone to 90 without loss. And it's another good turn here from Craig Brafford into the leg side, and they'll get another easy single. Because now the batters are sort of setting the field, with the score at 92 without loss after 22.
This is fantastic cricket being displayed by Barbados Pride, looking to rotate the strike, and when the bad ball presents itself, and they have quick to capitalize. And this is good cricket all round, and a decent opening partnership, and excellent run rate.
And it seems we will be seeing the leg spin of Mr. Abhijay Mansingh, a very, very good performer for Jamaica Scorpions over the years. His team probably hasn't enjoyed the success as an overall unit as they would have liked, because of course the Barbados Pride were runners-up from last year. I mean, they only lost on mere points to Guyana. So this will be a very, very strong opening and a very, very strong start for them, playing away from home and doing very, very, very well against the Jamaicans so far. A lead of 98 runs, Marlon Pinnock.
Pride lost by 4 points to Guyana last season.
Not a bad first up from Mansingh.
You missed the carnival a few days ago in New Kingston.
So I heard Marlon Pinnock. Nice drive again by Craig Brafford, half stop by Mansingh. Mid-off, there's the balance, and they'll still get a run. The lead up to 99 now.
Two short deliveries to start from Abhijay Mansingh. He was pumped by Kevin Wickham in that first innings. We struck him for 4 maximum. And he was bowling from the opposite end where he's bowling from now, the football end. But he was on a mission, Kevin Wickham. Seemed to love this Shedwin Park strip.
Yeah, he certainly does. Really enjoyed his time here, Kevin Wickham.
Remember back in 2024 when he made a blistering century against Combined College and Campus right here in Shedwin Park.
Yeah, that was a brilliant knock as well. Cometh the hour, cometh the man, Marlon Pinnock.
And then 2 years after, against the Scorpions.
Yeah, he's in a fine run of form, is Kevin Wickham. He's a very, very good player as well. This one, get again with the late cut from Shane Mosley. He's looking for 2, and they do well coming around as that delivery goes down to backward point. Deep backward point. And the fielder having some ground to cover to come around there. I think it looks like that man G4 Royal again.
Good positive intent being shown by Barbados Pride. The running between the wickets have been marvelous.
And that lead is over 100. It's 101 now. Almost squared up by that one, but getting his bat down just in time was Shane Mosley.
It was a deep point, 3/4 in from the boundary in the substitute fielder Javoy Royal.
End of a decent first over from Abhijay Mansingh, 95 without loss after 23. And yeah, again, looking forward, because the format this round, Marlon Pinnock, is certainly one of almost a 3-match test series. So Jamaica, they can't let this status go on for the second game. They'll have to go home, they'll have to rethink. They're playing at Sabina Park, and they will have to develop new plans for the Barbados Pride. Because they'll really have to think about how they're going to do that. I mean, the other thing is, I think Brandon King was injured for this first round. I'm not sure if he'll be back for the second round. So that would certainly bolster their batting to a certain extent. But then who misses out? Because Carlos Brown with his 60 did well. Cook McKenzie would be the obvious drop to number 3 with King opening.
Very, very sticky. If you're the selector of the Scorpions. Barnes is an off spinner. Pete Summon is an off spinner. Peak, someone got 4 wickets in the first innings and got to some.
And a score as well.
High 30s.
Yeah.
Switch of ends for Pete Summon.
And it is actually Pete Salmon. He's coming from the northern end now, so he's replaced Barnes. The Brad Barnes experiment did not work. So you're going to see, probably going to see a diet of Salmon and Mansing.
And as easy as I like from Craig Brathwaite. Nothing for nothing. He's been very watchful, very patient. 95 run opening partnership thus far. While Shane Mosley, the more attacking of the two batters. Easy as I like.
Yeah, nice push down to long on. And this is the Craig Brathwaite I like to see more. We all know Craig Brathwaite. Craig Brathwaite will bat until the end of time. But he wouldn't necessarily look to make runs. And what I want to see from Craig Brathwaite is the talent that he has. The experience that he has to be working the ball a little bit more. 32 of 65, that's still basically his pace at Test cricket. In this regional game, in this 4-day cricket, his strike rate I think should be closer to 70, 80.
Talking about experience, he's the most experienced player in the game, as this was a squeeze.
Nice cut by Mosley. It's punched into the cover region, easily onto the back foot. The fielder as well, that's Mr. O'Dean Smith, always with a smile on his face.
End of the 24th. 3 came from it. It is 98 without loss to pride.
Yeah, so no wickets at all for the Jamaica Scorpions. Salmon, you have to say, has bowled the best. 8 overs, none for 17. He has the best economy rate. Everyone else has been there or thereabouts. So, again, it almost seems like Jamaica just going through the motions. They're sort of expecting or waiting for a wicket to fall, when it certainly is not the case with these Bajan Pride batters. And they, as we mentioned, they neither of them made runs in their first innings. Craig Brathwaite for 0 and then Mosley for just 6. So now they've turned it around and they've stretched their team lead to 104. Now I was thinking 250 is a very formidable total on that, and they're already basically halfway there. So by the end of the day, Barbados is still batting.
And with the Scorpions batting on the 4th day, there could be some problems as well with the wicket keeping a bit low.
Yeah. And then of course your good friend Jamel Warrican will be bowling.
Would have picked up 5 wickets in the first innings.
Would you count on it? Would you count against him getting 10, Marlon Petak?
Not at all. Very experienced player. Has over 100 first-class games under his belt. Good delivery. Good delivery this time from Abhijit Mansingh, bringing Craig Brathwaite on the front foot. And with a slip in place and a forward short leg, could be a wise idea. Still hunting wickets, the Scorpions, desperate for a breakthrough.
Yeah, he's settling in quite nicely now, Mansingh. Looking forward to seeing those variations from him.
It's a jolt in the second innings for Wickets for the Scorpions. It's like nothing happened.
Easy as you like for Craig Rafford. Trying to punch that one through the covers, manufacture a run. No luck there. A maiden for Mansing. It's 25 overs bowled, 98 without loss.
And a strong second innings.
Probably an over or two just before the drinks break.
Strong returns for Barbados pride. Shane Mosley, very positive up top. Looks the part, looks very attractive. On 65 from 79 deliveries. And the ever-present and Craig Brathwaite, his usual fashion, 32 from 71 deliveries. And really in command for Barbados pride. 104 lead for the pride.
Yeah, the Jamaicans need to adjust their mindset now. They need to. I mean, even if as you see, you're not really taking wickets, you have to look at how we can contain and build some pressure here.
Oh, loud appeal.
All the way back.
Well, he's bowled.
Oh, he's actually bowled. Yeah, that snuck through. Well. Pete Salmon strikes. As we were saying, the Jamaicans need to stay positive. That one snuck through, and I think it clipped the leg bail. We'll have a look on the replay on that. But either way, Shane Mosley is walking, and they've lost their first wicket with the score of 98 for 1.
Unlucky for Shane Mosley. He was looking the part. Well, not the ideal way to want to get out. But look at this. Short delivery went back, but onto pad, onto boot roll, on the stump. Wow, unlucky. And the Scorpions picked up their first. The Pride lost their first. It is 98 for 1.
I'm really surprised actually the umpire did not give that out LBW immediately. He probably looking at the decision a little bit. But yeah.
And
they're going to have a drinks break now, so we'll take a short break, and when we come back, Mr. Orville Higgins will be with Mr. Marlon Pinnock.
Welcome back to Shedwin Park. And welcome back to the commentary box of Higgins.
Yes, indeed. Here's the delivery that got rid of Shane Mosley. Came on very quickly. That event, they were appealing for LBW. I didn't think Pete realized that he was out bowled. He was that straight. And the backup Shane Mosley with Pete Salmon continuing to do well for the Scorpions. The score now 98 for 1, an overall lead of 104. And that was a timely breakthrough. New batsman is Drakes. Started well, easy on the front foot.
5 wickets in the game so far for Pete Salmon. To 4 for 104 in the first innings, and now 1 for 17 in the second. driven beautifully through cover. Shot of authority from the impressive Jonathan Jakes. And what a way to get his account open. 100 comes up as well with that stroke.
Yeah, for only his second delivery, he played that with a lot of confidence, while others are pushing and prodding. Well, he says, I'm not going to be mucking around. That was a pleasant shot.
And extends the lead up to 108. Still two feelers on the onside in a catching position under the helmet. Young Jonathan Jakes got a beauty of a delivery in the first innings from Marquino Minley.
He started quite positive. And when I mean positive, sometimes people misunderstand positivity to mean strokes. But even under the fence, he's sure of what he's doing, not tentative. He's right out when he has to be. Has started well. Early days, but he started quite sound. And when he did bring out the drive, it was quite pleasant to see as well. So the Scorpions now leading by 108. Well, the Barbados Pride leading by 108.
Abhijay Mansingh, his last over was a maiden, getting into his own, and didn't have the best of first innings with ball in hand, with a drastical improvement in the second innings.
Bowling a little bit quicker than I saw him last year, though. You would have watched a little bit more local cricket than myself here, Marlon. He's bowling a tad quicker, seeming to not be flighting as much. I know he was never the kind that looped it big, but is he bowling a tad quicker than normal?
It looks that way to me, Arville.
Going through his
he needs
action.
to just slow it down with more flight and spin. He could be very effective.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Whoa. What was that? They're appealing for a ball that hit the batsman somewhere in the shoulder, but that did spin.
I guess we'd have to see
And
this on the
bounced.
replay.
This one was interesting. Look at that. Was on the short side. Or hit the batsman on the arm, or probably in the midriff. Not sure why they would be appealing for Craig against that.
This one
Over
driven
the top. Yeah.
over the top. Work for O.J. Shields. And he can't get a run. Another boundary, the fifth for Craig Brathwaite. Free flowing on this occasion. Flighted delivery, enticing the drive. And did Craig Brathwaite take full advantage.
And there we go. Craig Brathwaite, not the classic high elbow drive through the offside. He almost swatted that over the long off region, but effective enough. Gets himself 4. And then play defensively. He'd want to fill his boots here, Marlon Pinnock. Having not gotten any at all in the first innings. He's 36. And we know that on his day he can bat for hours.
And even days, if you want to say.
If you want to, yes.
Already faced 74 deliveries. And accustomed to facing over 200 plus deliveries in games. And he goes again. Carbon copy of the first. This one just dropping short.
Yeah, that one was played, you would say, a little bit more orthodox. This one was played with a little more vertical bat. So it really wasn't a swat. That ball seems to have done its way until you're hitting the wall. And yeah, they are applying the arm to it. So he's taking a liking here to Mansingh. This one, just outside off, and he lofted that over the infield. A little bit more in the approved manner. But he's taking a liking for the young Jamaican leg spinner. That could be tight. No. Are they saying that pitched outside leg? Because that would have gone on, I would think, to be very close to the stumps. The only question here was whether that pitched on or just outside. That is the question. Here we have a look. You judge for yourself at home, folks. That, I would say, pitch maybe just outside.
Pitch outside. A very good decision. from umpire Patrick Gustard on this occasion.
That was excellent umpiring. Sometimes we give umpires a hard time when they get it wrong. But that one would have gone on, I would think, to hit. The fact that we think it was just marginally outside leg meant that that would have saved Craig Brathwaite. Maybe kept down a touch as well.
27 completed. It's 110 for 1. 8 came from that. Abijay Mansing's over.
Yeah, well, Pete Samuel will continue. 21 from his 9. And he will continue from the football field end. He's bowled very, very well. But the Barbadians continue to increase the lead at all times. It's 116 now to the good.
And relatively at a rapid pace. Over 4 runs and over been scored throughout this innings by the Pride.
So the Barbadians are setting up themselves to make Jamaica bat at some point tomorrow. This is easily driven up towards long on by Brathwaite.
Drakes on this occasion.
It's Drakes. Brathwaite will now come on strike. Brathwaite with the big number 11 on his back. The striker's number. Did you ever play football at any point?
I played schoolboy football and Division 1 football in St. Anne.
At what level? Schoolboy, not Da Costa Cup though.
Da Costa Cup for Butnut Gallimore High School in the parish
Were
of
you any
St.
good?
Anne.
Were you any good?
Top striker.
Top striker for your team or top striker generally?
General. Overall, Lionel Messi, they called me at schoolboy level.
Well, guess what? We weren't there. We just have to take your word for it. And Craig gets that through the onside, just a gentle little, and just eased it past the man at between the two fielders there. Gets himself a single.
This has been a positive approach by the Barbadian batters in the second innings. Very flat surface as there you go again. That's Biggs on screen. Statistician Bass, proud St. Catherine Cricket Club supporter, and continues to support cricket all over the world.
There he is, yeah. Can tell you the stats, not only of international cricket. If you ask him who scored 100 in a Senior Cup game in 1977, he's likely to tell you as well.
Very good. As the 28 comes to an end, it's 1-1-2 for 1, the Pride.
And the Barbadian batsmen going on with little or no alarms. That one against Craig Brathwaite in the last Mansing over did pose a threat, but it was excellent umpiring that saved him. Mansing, whenever he's over pitched, Brathwaite has shown the tendency to loft him down the ground. So he will want to err, if anything, on the shorter side. Wouldn't want to be over pitching again.
Well, he has protection at long off. Big Berlin O'Dean Smith is at that long off area where those 2 bounces came the last over from Craig Brathwaite.
Yeah, that's good delivery. And well respected by Brathwaite. He's bowling a little slower than he did in his previous overs. Still not getting prodigious spin. But at the moment at least keeping a correct line and length. Yeah. Not bad.
.30 runs away from 14,600 runs for Craig Brathwaite in regional cricket. Guided nicely through that backward point region. And good athletic work coming in from Carlos Brown. Limits the batters to a run.
Yeah, fairly quick in getting onto it. They could have probably thought of a second, but he picked up, turned around ominously. And the two Barbados Pride batsmen decided that they'll just settle for one. Mosley. Well, I keep saying Mosley. It's Drakes who gets back on strike.
I guess based on the time they spent in the middle and the partnership, maybe that's a confusion for you, Arville.
Yeah, Mosley was there for a while, but Mosley's left-handed. So not sure why I would be. That one was short and guided.
And by the way, this Barbados Pride team is coached by Vasper Jiggs, not related to this man on strike, Jonathan Jiggs. He has one son, and it's Dominic Jiggs, the left-hand swing bowler. Driven beautifully. That's lovely cricket from the Pride. Easy as I like. Just came on the front foot and driven it all along the ground, out to long off. And an easy run. 2 came from the 29th. It's 1-1, 4 for 1, the Pride.
Yeah, a lot more respectful of the leg spin offerings of Mansingh this over. Mansingh was a little slower through the air, but not prepared to go all the way up in terms of flight. And the Barbadian batsmen, for the most part, were respectful in their approach, a little cautious. But Pete Salmon will come back, and it's obvious that he's the man that his captain will rely on the most as things are. He's bowled 10 overs now, 23 for 1. And he's the man on his home patch here at Chedwin Park. The captain is depending on to continue to get wickets.
And just across from his home school, Innswood High School. And continues to be very disciplined, wicket to wicket. And the only successful bowler so far in this second innings for the Scorpions.
In the air, that's over the man at cover.
Not the most convincing shot by no stretch of imagination. This time coming in from Jonathan Jiggs. Looking to hit the ball on the up over that extra cover region. With the ball spinning into him could be very risky.
Yeah, playing against the spin. It was fairly well to the pitch. Again played between those two fielders close in on the leg side. Another single.
Oh, good delivery pitch. Appealing for
Morris
stumping.
took the bails off and they're appealing. Difficult to tell what's happening from our angle. It's difficult. Can we get a shot of the square cameras? But Morris was fairly confident as he whipped the bails off. Yeah, this angle will not tell us much. But he came out. That back leg did lift and
might have been
down.
close.
Well, your eyes are better than mine, Marlon. What say you?
Maybe naked eye. Maybe too quick for the umpire. It was very quick. The bails was whipped off in a flash from Romain Morris. By the way, 30 comes to an end. 1-1-6 for 1, the Pride.
Mansingh has bowled 4 overs for 13, so he's not really going for a lot. Just over 3. And for a leg spinner, you'll accept that, but he'll want to have a W in the column.
As easy as I like from Craig Brathwaite on this occasion. Another run. This has been very, very good to watch from Barbados Pride. The ability to rotate the strike. And of course, the ability to capitalize on the bad deliveries. 122 the lead.
Was hoping to aim towards extra cover. Ball didn't spin the way he thought. Came on straight with the arm and in the end finding itself at mid-wicket.
It's a deep square leg on the fence. Young Jonathan Jiggs has shown promising signs last season. He got in 2 centuries last season in the West Indies 4-day championship, and at one point was in the midst, in the top 5 with runs last season. But no doubt about his ability.
Looks fairly organized. Plays easily off both front and back foot. And as you see from that, a reasonably good defense as well.
And Brad Barnes trying to get the ball up to standard. And of course Javal Glenn, a very influential player. This delivery on the shorter side of things, looking to pierce that offside field was Jonathan Jiggs on this occasion, only to find Carlos Brown in that backward point region.
Yeah. That one was dragged down by Mansing, as the leg spinner tend to do, but Carlos Brown was in the way after that cut shot.
End of the 31st, a run came from it. It's 117 for 1, the Pride.
Yeah, steady over there from Mansing. Really not causing any undue alarms to the batsman, but he's kept a good line, kept a good length. And he continues to just give a decent effort bowling his leg spinners from the stick commentary box end.
And for the last 3 overs, the run rate have dropped under 4. In fact, 3.77 now as we speak. It was up over 4 runs and over throughout. And things have been kept quiet since dismissal of Shane Mosley. Oh, a loud appeal and give on. Pete's, someone struck his second, the second for the Pride. But he's very, very effective. And we have to take a look on the replay.
Yeah, Pete Salmon striking for the second time. And like I said, he was the man that his captain is relying on to get the wickets here on his home patch. The end of a sterling effort from the Barbados captain. He'd be happy with his contribution, but the Scorpions would be even happier at sending him back. And here's the dismissal. Well, he was coming forward, trying to turn a ball that probably didn't spin as much as he wanted to. That one was straight. And no complaints here from Brathwaite. He trudges off knowing that he may have just played around a straight one. Second wicket for Pete Salmon, second wicket for the Scorpions. And effectively 123 for 2. You would still say that the Pride had or has the advantage.
And a 6th wicket in the game for Pete Salmon.
Yeah.
And this sees the informed Kevin Wickham to the wicket.
Now he was the man that made 153 in the first innings. If they get him close, then it is a rank contest now. The Pride will still feel that they are in the driver's seat. 130 out. Here's the dismissal again. So Craig on the front foot, trying, you could see that twirling of the bat, trying to just work with what he thought was a spin towards mid-wicket, as he's done umpteenth time in this innings. That one didn't spin. That one was straight. Hurried on. And it meant that he had to make that long, slow walk back. Good bowling from Salmon. Craig will be disappointed that he didn't go on. But at 117 for 2, it's an interesting game.
Pete Salmon was the bowler that got Kevin Wickham in the first innings leg before. And he was bowling from this the commentary box end. Fully committed first delivery. Shows the confidence of Kevin Wickham.
Yeah, this is a man who scored 153 in the first innings, but you have to start again. The next innings begins on 0. Well, he's now off that. And just working it up towards long on for an easy single gets him off and running.
Player who would have played all ranks cricket coming up to this level. A really poor delivery. Pitch on the line of the leg stump, spun further away down the leg side, and well kept by wicketkeeper Romain Morris.
That was an excellent take down the leg side. He came across, didn't get up. One of the mistakes that wicketkeepers make is to not stay low. And there's always a loss of vision for a split second when it goes down the leg side. Took it well. And Pete Salmon again forcing the batsman to show him respect.
I think for this one driven through the cover region. And will it get to the boundary? Just stop at the edge of the boundary rope. The cross for a third. And good. We're coming in from, seem to be, well, he's holding his shoulder on this occasion.
Nice drive that though.
Seem to be O.J. Shields on this occasion.
Yeah, O.J. Shields not looking the happiest of campers. Just nursing the shoulders after that return. And the Barbadian team now, the Barbados Pride team 121 for 2. That's the state of the game after 32 overs. Look at Pete Salmon's figures. 2 for 29 after 12. So he's been both economical but still managing to be a wicket taker. And Mansing will continue to twirl away.
What was good with the last shot there coming in. He was right to the pitch of the delivery. Maybe on this occasion playing away from his body, and Abhijay Mansing won't mind that. With a slip in place and looking to extract, bounce and turn out of the surface, not been able to do so far. Oh, getting into his own, Abhijay Mansing into his 6-1 maiden, none for 14 so far.
Must have been some drift on that because the batsman initially was looking to play towards Medan. And that the ball may have just drifted with the wind and then force him to make a late adjustment.
That's a perfect line. That's a perfect length for the leg spinner Abhijay Mansing. Not much wickets leading up to this tournament. It was more so with batting hand, scoring a blistering 175 in the child game.
Oh, that is gone.
Top delivery.
That looks like the googly, you know.
It is. A surprise Jakes on this occasion. But that was a gorgeous delivery from Abhijay Mansing.
That is probably the first time he attempted to get the googly ripping back. And I tell you what, if he had that in his arm all along, you're wondering where was it? Drakes was completely beaten, playing completely at the wrong line, playing for the leg spinner. But that appeared to just spin back. And Mansing gets his first wicket of the game. Would love to see that. It definitely seemed to have come back.
I think he was being in flight.
Yeah, so there he is at the top of the mark, maybe deciding at this moment that I'm going to get the wrong one. Here it is. Yeah, definitely spun back.
played the wrong line and was late.
Yeah, he was playing for the leg spin as well, which is why there was a gate, and the ball ripping back came through. That's an excellent delivery.
Came from the top jaw from Amjad Mansingh.
Didn't spin back a yard, but it doesn't have to. I keep telling people the cricket bat is less than 5 inches wide. You don't have to spin the ball 12 inches. If you can spin it 3 or 4 inches of what the batsman is expecting, you're in absolute business. That is one of the balls, not just of the Jamaican innings, but you think of the match as well. It's a ripping googly, and Drake's was completely done by a good ball.
And this brings Kyle Rico Mears to the wicket. A very attractive left-hand batter. Got in a half century in the first innings.
Yeah, he got 6 in the first innings. What surprised us all by bowling leg spin googlies, Kyle Mears, when he bowled. And I asked him at lunch, didn't know you bowl leg spin and googlies, man. He said, yeah, I could do it, man, but the coach don't believe in me. He said it jokingly, though. But now he's facing up to a leg spinner, which is why I mentioned that. His wicket is important. Let's look at this again. Worth a 5th and a 6th. Look at how Drake's was playing with the bat away from pad, expecting the ball to spin. And by the time he realized that the ball was coming back and trying to close the gap of the bat, much too late. Excellent delivery.
An easy decision as well
for
the umpire.
The batsman could have walked.
Well, he did. Deep backward square and deep mid wicket on the boundary. So too is longer off. This was earlier when the wicket fell.
And this is weird. Now the umpire is calling over his counterpart. What could this be about?
Wow. Calling over the captain of the Scorpions as well, John Campbell.
I have absolutely no idea what this could be about.
Same do I.
Could there have been a word that was uttered that the umpires weren't happy about? Maybe some chirping going on by a Jamaican fieldsman that the umpire is not happy with.
Well, Javel Glenn is in the action as well.
Yeah. And the umpires are just having a word with both the captain and looks to be Javel Glenn. My guess is that maybe something was said that the umpires were not happy with.
Yeah.
Not sure what that is or what that is could be. Javel Glenn now being called over by his captain. I'm not sure what that could be. He's probably saying, whatever that word is, keep it cool, Javel, keep it cool. I'm just assuming it was a word because I can't assume what else it could be.
And also a word was issued by Andrew Chung in the commentary box as well. He's ready to go.
All right, well, let's hope that whatever that was said is forgotten and forgiven by all concerned. So he's showing that he can produce the Google, but he can also produce the conventional leg breaks that are spinning back. Maybe just getting on top of his art now here, Mr. Mansingh, as Mars was backing away for the cut shot, finding the ball spinning in. Now coming into his own.
Steered nicely out to that point region. And Kyle Myers is off the mark. 33 comes to an end. A wicket, a run. And it's 1-2-2 for 3. And it's time for Marlon Pinnock to take a break.
Well, viewers, as when you begin to dance, you can refer to yourself in the third person, as Marlon Pinnock did there.
Yeah.
Also doing some announcing duties. So the spinners doing a job here for the Jamaicans, getting them back in the game. Still a lead of 127 by Barbados Pride. But they've got rid of the set batters, and this of course is the pair that wreaked havoc in the first innings.
Remember, they were 29 for 3 in that first innings, and then largely due to Wickham and Kyle Myers facing, that lead was stretched out. So this wicket may just determine whether the Scorpions can restrict them to a lead of, say, less than 250. Very, very crucial passage of play for the next half an hour.
Yeah, it should be a very, very interesting half an hour. I think if these two remain here for the half an hour and they get Barbados past 150, 160 lead, then I don't think the Jamaicans would be comfortable chasing more than 250, to be honest.
I agree with you, but Kalmar seemed to have come out pretty aggressive.
Well, he is Kyle Mayers, after all. A very, very clean batter.
Oh, they're cheering.
Beautiful strike of the ball.
There's some mustering going on. The Jamaicans sense an opportunity, and you can hear it in the chirping and cheering. They sense an opportunity here.
Going for the sweep this time. That one maybe drifting down the leg. They'll run the quick single, but it's a shutter ball here from Kyle Mayers.
And we know that Kyle Myers can really put back the ball, but in the first innings he was a little bit more circumspect at the start. This time around, he's deciding that, well, I'm going to start playing some shots from very early. And Wickham now on strike.
Forward nicely to that one. The Jamaicans are excited for every ball. But this man, the man at the crease now, Kevin Wickham, he's the man that I want to see. What can he put up in the second inning? Because of course a brilliant 150 in the first. I want to see him. He's a good young talent. He has the potential to get to the top level. So I want to see that he can put his head down and put another score after his big score.
What impressed me about that 153 that he made in that first innings, it was 153 with I think 12 sixes. He was showing composure when he had to, knock it around when he had to, but he also demonstrated that the minute you miss your length, he can put it in the stands. Yeah. So he was combining great technical ability, great soundness with rare but effective aggression, and you have to admire that.
123 for 3 after 34 overs. RBJ Mansing started off a little flat, I think, Mansing, but he's really, really grown into his role here, as has Pete Salmon, to be fair. I thought they were just a little bit too defensive, maybe a little bit too fast through the air. Maybe as the ball has gotten a little bit older, it has helped them as well. Lovely flick by Mayers as Mansing drifts down the leg side.
Yes, I did make the observation that he started off this spell bowling a tad too quickly, but seems to have found the right pace to get the ball to spin. We come back on strike after that little nudge around the leg side by Myers.
But it must be easy and difficult for somebody like Wickham to have Myers at the other end, because at one point he can take the pressure off you, but at the other end you're going to be like, hey, why is he making 20 runs when I only make 2? But clearly they work very well in a partnership together.
Yeah, they took the game away from Jamaica Scorpions in that first innings, and it's a crucial partnership, this.
Nice push by Wickham. A hesitant single, but it's safe in the end, nevertheless. Campbell is furious with himself.
Yeah, he wanted to see if the ball would elude the Jamaican captain before he called Kyle Myers through. In the end, they went through for what turned out to be an easy single.
Easy single in the end. Goes to the big heave down the leg side. I think that one was there for the taking. Just missed out on it. I want to see the Kyle Mayers cover. You know, the lofted cover drive. I really want to see one.
Yeah. He has one famous shot where he could hit you over 6 off a front foot over point as well.
Signature shot from Kyle Mayers. Thick outside edge. But there was a push nevertheless to the cover region. Are they going to come back with 2? Wickham wants a second. Campbell picks up the ball. Mayers sends him back. There's no real need to take any risk here at the Barbados Pride. They just have to knock the ball around. They have to accumulate the score. They're in a healthy position. It's not by any means safe or secure. Solid by Wickham.
Wickets work wonders for the psyche of fielders. Half an hour ago, the Jamaicans were flat and apparently just going through the motions. But with 2 quick wickets, all of a sudden, you can hear, even from where you are in our microphones, the chirping and the encouraging of each other.
Yeah, they certainly got a bit of luck with the Shane Mosley, because before Shane Mosley they were completely dead, and then the quick fall of Braffett and Drakes has really perked them up a little bit. 127 for 3 after 35 overs.
Interesting game here. I still think the Bajans would be the happier of the two teams with a lead in the 130s. But a couple of wickets here, Andrew, and it's say 140 for 5 or 150 for 5 even. The Scorpions would feel that they are right in the contest, though they will have to bat last on a pitch that has shown the tendency to keep low and could get lower in the last day. But they'd fancy their chances, as we said, for anything, let's say anything below 230.
Below 230, and Orville Higgins is comfortable.
Except that I'm not playing.
Well, he's certainly more comfortable in the commentary box than outside there in that sun. Pete Salmon settling into his groove really, really nicely. He originally started from the southern end. Nice cover drive, nice square drive, I should say, by Wickham. They'll come back for 2 quite easily. Yeah, but I think since he's come from the northern end, Pete Salmon, I don't know if he's just gotten a little bit more to the pitch. And there are those footmarks outside the right-hander's bat, which I think would assist him as best as he can.
Yeah, because a lot of the Barbadian fast bowlers, when they were operating from the end where the keeper is now, were bowling round the wicket. I was commenting on that on the first day, which means that there's 1 or 2 more footholds than normal on the side, just outside the batsman's eye line on the offside.
That's a good delivery. Bit too straight, but tucked around nicely by Wickham. And they'll run down to fine leg for 2. The other thing is, which is of course a very interesting look at this pitch, because if you can see to the right of the batter, Kevin Wickham, there's a bit of grass. And to the left, it's almost completely bald. So it's a very, very interesting little facet of this pitch. It actually makes it, when you're on ground level, it actually makes it look very, very narrow. Because of the grass overlay on that right side.
A quick word from skipper to his bowler here. How good are you at mind reading, Andrew?
Well, boy, we need to get a wicket here. And John Campbell says, well, go take that wicket, Mr. Salmon. I haven't had a close look at Salmon from this end, but I want to have a look at something here. Now, you see that on that delivery, he's very, very close to the stumps. I think if he comes a little bit wider, he might get those footholds into play, and then out of that rough, stranger things would happen.
Yes,
which is what you want from a spinner. A little bit too straight, if you understand what I'm saying. Change the angle a little bit. You're already a really, really tall fellow. With your angle.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Use the crease a little bit more.
Mayer's come back, has been itching to get at the Jamaican spinners.
Goes back, punches nicely through the cover region. Sort of the cover drive I was looking for, but it's not lofted and it's not 6 and it's not sailing into the sky. But a lovely run there to end the over for Mr. Kyle Rico Mayers.
He's refusing.
Yeah, 133 for 3 after 36.
Refusing to be bogged down, and the figures of Pete Salmon is a standout there, going at less than 3, 2.57, 2 for 36 from his 14. So he's the standout Jamaican bowler without question. But it's interesting the approach of Mars. He's only on 5 from 10 deliveries, but even scoring at just a 50 strike rate of 50, his body language tells you that he's not going to be mucking around. And that aggression could well pay off in increasing the lead rapidly, but it could also backfire. The next 20 minutes or so could tell.
Appeal for a caught behind. Umpire says nothing doing it. Probably just off the pad. Brad Barnes did well coming up at slip to come up with that catch. We'll have a look at the replay on this one.
Without even seeing the replay, that was all drama. That's great acting on the part of the Jamaican Scorpions. The appeal for the LBW, fair enough, for one that was pitching and leaving, heading past the leg stump.
Back into this one, but that one was going down the leg as well.
Yeah. They are excitable at the moment. They feel that they are in the game. They feel a wicket. Here is the replay. He went for it. That was heading down leg.
Yeah.
And then Brad Barnes says, why not hold on to it and appeal? Very little conviction. Good decision again by the umpire.
But the umpire had to be very, very clear on that one, because that would have to be a good decision. Because even if it missed the bat, it could have bubbled up on the glove, anywhere on the glove there. Yeah. So a very good decision by the standing umpire.
Yeah, that was a good one. Didn't spin back. If anything, just went on. But you've been asking about my cricket. What about yours?
Oh, well, that's an interesting story. I played up to university level in England. So that was about the highest I got. I never made any Trinidad or West Indies under 15, under 17. Yeah, but yeah, left arm medium pace, fast medium, a little bit of swing. I survive in the batting capacity. I will survive for you. I'll get you to 100 and then I'll out, you know. Yeah. Interestingly, I never liked batting in the nets. I always felt very constrained in a field.
Right.
When you're in a field setting, it's completely different. You can sort of see where the gaps are and know where you're working to.
Right.
So actually batting in a game, I've always batted better, simply because I could see the field all around.
Right.
133 for 3 after 37.
So you're born in Trinidad?
Born in Trinidad.
And grew up in England?
No, I just went to university in England. So
Oh.
I just made it up to university, and I played for the university first 11 team there.
Okay. And Jamaica, because Marlon and the guys seem to know you fairly well. I'm working with you for the first time, obviously. What has been your connections to Jamaica?
I love Jamaica. I mean, I think from a Caribbean perspective and a West Indian perspective, we need to realize that we genuinely live in paradise on earth, because Jamaica, just like all the other Caribbean islands, it has really good food, really good vibe, really good atmosphere, really good things to see, you know, really good people to chill out and hang out with, you know. And I mean Jamaica, I have a lot of respect for Jamaica. Pete Salmon to continue. For many reasons. I mean, I think whenever Jamaicans do something, they do it to the absolute best. You look at absolute legends like Bob Marley, or you look at Usain Bolt, or along cricket lines, you look at Michael Holden and Chris Gayle and Courtney Walsh. Really, they were just the best of the absolute best. Beautiful delivery there from Salmon.
Didn't spin back. That one went on with the arm as well. The
went on
previous
with the arm.
LBW shot, he was struck outside off.
Yeah.
So one of the things that Kevin Wickham is ensuring that he does is get that left foot well outside off, offering a shot. And once you're doing that, you know that the umpire can't give you out. That one is driven up towards mid-on.
Fluid batting. Really fluid batting here from Wickham.
I like his temperament. Doesn't seem to be ruffled easily, no matter what's
all.
happening around him.
The class, one of the symbols of a good batter is always that they seem to have that little extra minute or little extra millisecond of time, and Wickham is one of those that definitely has that.
And look at Mars. Even when he's leaving alone, there was
intense.
The wind-up
intensity.
He was about to go for it, and then he says no. But his whole mannerism is that his body language tells you that he doesn't want to be constrained this afternoon.
But I think that's one of the nice punch there, well fielded, brilliant stuff there. I think that's Mansing, yeah, doing really well at that extra cover region. But yeah, overall, I think one of the things about this game that edged, I think, maybe soft hands, Brad Barnes at slip doing the fielding there.
Yeah, it's a contest, isn't it?
Yes,
Pete
it
Salmon
certainly
is on top of his game.
And
They realize the importance of this partnership. The tea break is in 11, 12 minutes.
Yeah.
They want a wicket before tea. The Barbadian batsmen want to be there at tea. It is making for an absorbing, intriguing contest at the moment. Here's this one.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
look
it
at
just
that,
died.
scooting along the ground.
It's completely and utterly died there. I think that might have been the delivery before because there was one at the end. But yeah, what I was saying is that this game that we know and love very much, it's an interesting game because you have to. It really is a team sport, and with every team you see the different and awkward personalities that come out of everything. You have the bold guy, you have the quiet guy, you have the funny guy, you have the always dependable guy, you have the You have the quiet but funny guy. He's really, really quiet, but then when he opens his mouth, everybody's laughing. And all these different personalities have to clash and have to mesh and have to be together because, yeah, you can make 100 every inning, but you can't make 100 without a partner on the other end.
There you go. We saw the partnership earlier between Odin Smith and O.J. Shields.
Yeah,
where
exactly.
O.J. Shields contributed. I didn't think he scored
45
at the time.
or something like that.
Yeah.
And O.J. Shields contributed nothing.
Yeah, at that point in time.
Yeah.
So yeah, I get what you mean.
Oh, if you think about it, I mean, this game goes on for 90 overs by 4 days. That's 320 overs.
No,
Really and truly,
360. My maths is a little.
Oh yes,
is a little 360. Yes.
9 was a 36. Yeah, but really and truly, this game could be done in 20 deliveries. 19 batsmen could fall for none, and then one batsman, the very last batsman, makes a single, and that's the end of a game. There's the odd and strange things about the game. Big sweep there by Carl Mayers. You'll get that down to long leg, and there'll just be a single. 136 for 3. And again, we talk about the personalities. Look at Carl Mayers, always positive, always ready to swipe, ready to do that. And then you have to bat with Craig Bradford, who's Door, who is, nudge noodle. And then you have to bat with Kevin Wickham, who is a little bit more flamboyant, a little more extravagant. Really, really good cut shot there from the young man.
Looks the part. You can tell he has the
position.
He has the aura of a proper batsman.
Yeah.
It doesn't look too bothered. Has all the shots. Good technique in both attack and defense. He definitely looks the part. Certainly the part in this game.
Yorker length delivery. Well, Myers almost yorked himself. Good delivery by Mansing. 137 for 3 after 39. But I mean, this new format, it does give the chance for continuity. Because I'll give you an example. Kevlin Anderson last season was brilliant. Got called up for West Indies. Unfortunately, played in that one test where we got bowled out for 27 right here in your backyard in Sabina Park. And since then, he hasn't been afforded another chance in West Indies colours, which I think is really, really unfair. You brought him in for that test match, which is a really, really unfortunate test match to be a part of. And then he hasn't been around the side since. So there has to be this continuity of players showing what they're capable of. And Kevin Wickham is one of those who has an opportunity in this series.
What is interesting with the format, I'll talk about it after this Pete Salmon delivery. For the first time since, I don't think it has ever happened, where one team will play the other team 3 consecutive times in 3 first-class games. Now, what that does is allow you to completely study your opposition as Wickham plays forward. So after this game, they shift to Sabina Park, where everybody now knows what everybody else is doing. So we can study your weaknesses and your strength, which can be an advantage and a disadvantage based on how you go about it. But it is interesting as we come down the track.
Dancing up the pitch, and he deposits that over long on beautifully. Absolutely clean by Kevin Wickham. And a brilliant shot there. He says, well, Carl Mayers, you could deposit 6s. I'm going to hit one for myself.
I did say that in his first innings. There were 12 of those. In between calculated, effective, technical strokes. And when you have that kind of combination where you can dart to the pitch and hit the bowler out of the ground, but you can also score nice technical shots, then you can get 150s and ominously on 17 not out in the second innings. Very well played. The Jamaican Scorpions will feel that his dismissal and the dismissal of Karl Mars, the quicker, the better.
Yeah. Well, it was as I mentioned, John Campbell, the Jamaica captain earlier. I mean, it's nice. I mean, we work behind the scenes with the cricket, so it's nice when these guys come up and they actually recognize it and say, "Hey, how are you doing?" And it's nice to chat with them. And I was telling them, John, I want you to work your singles. I need you to work your singles and learn to work your singles. And I think Kevin Wickham has shown that, of course, in that first match, and that he can work the singles, and that's something that I want to see involved in every part of the cricket. I make the point of Craig Bradford. Craig Bradford batted today as he normally bats, which is nothing is wrong with that in Test cricket. But I think at the regional level, your strike rate should be closer to 70 or 80 as opposed to the 50 that it is. Because at this level of cricket, considering the international cricket you have under your belt, this is the opportunity for you to expand your game, not just stick with the status quo.
Yeah. I agree.
And it all comes down to the basics of cricket. It is the basics.
You were telling us that you talked to John Campbell at some point, telling him that you want to work his singles. I don't know if sometimes it can be a blessing or a curse to be so gifted and to feel that batting can be this ridiculously easy thing. John Campbell in regional cricket, after 5 or 6 deliveries, feels that these bowlers can't bowl to him. Now, there can be one of two things that happen. Either I'm going to belt these guys out the park, or I'm going to milk them for an easy 100. 9 out of 10 times that John Campbell bats in regional cricket, you feel he gets the bowlers to get, he gives the bowlers his wickets.
Yeah.
In Test cricket, he tries a little harder.
Kirk McKenzie is the same thing. A brilliant 24, 25, 30, and then it just doesn't go on.
Sometimes you think they shouldn't be given that talent that early, because when John was playing schoolboy cricket, too good above his opposition. Yeah. So the art of grinding out an innings he never had to learn, which he will need in Test cricket, but didn't learn it as a youngster.
And he would have learned it when he made that 100 in India as well.
There you go.
Because it's not about that. I always remember the story of Rohan Kanai, the great Rohan Kanai. He was almost OCD about keeping the scoreboard moving. And that's what it's about. It's not about soca pressure, hit a 4. It's keeping the scoreboard moving. It's driving these bowlers into oblivion. The same guy that just bowled 8 overs, you're sending them running another quarter mile to get a couple runs. That's what they're doing. At the end of the day, you grinding them out. And
the old timers down at the Lucas Cricket Ground tells a story about George Headley batting in amongst his peers as a youngster, way back, could have been in the 30s or maybe 20s, the 1920s. And they tell the story of Mass George, as they used to call him, batting with his, as the end of another beat someone over, batting with his peers.
144 for 3 after 40.
And the story goes that on a Monday evening, for example, there would be 40 little boys bowling to George Headley. Can't get him out. The next day, there'd be 25 of them. Can't get him out. The next day, 15. George Headley turned up one afternoon and he was there alone.
Yeah.
And he made the decision, I have to keep these guys interested. So he'll bat for an hour when everybody's there and then use the rest of the time before he got himself out, because they couldn't get him out, to practice different shots, to learn the art of wrist rotation, opening up the body to get ones. Because he knew he wasn't just practicing for these youngsters, but for what he will do when he got to the top. Because he knew at 16 that he was going to play Test cricket and the skills that would be required. So belting everybody out the park wouldn't suit him.
I think Romain Morris has won that one very uncomfortably. Extravagant bounce there. I'm not sure where. Yeah, he's feeling that one on his chest there. I'm not sure if Wickham got an edge or if it was just bounced really, really awkwardly there for Morris.
He would have been hit on the helmet before, so there are some balls that are just bouncing from a length. And that one was one of them. Not sure that there was an edge on it. The body language of the players didn't seem as if that was a miss, but who knows?
Yeah, but it's a fine line. Coming back to our discussion, it's a fine line between confidence and arrogance. Because look at somebody like, let's say somebody like the great Brian Lara would have still been kept down by somebody like Glenn McGrath, who you wouldn't say is special in the sense that he's a magnificent bowler and would have licked out your wickets. But that line, that length. Let's have a look at the replay on this one. Yeah, no bat on that one. Extravagant bounce.
Did it come out to the rough? It may have just hit the rough part of the pitch and
Let's
taken
have
out.
another look at the replay on that one and see if we can slow it down a little bit. I'll ask our producer, Mr. Keshav Bahadur Singh. That one is definitely causing some discomfort, Morris, because he's
looks like they've taken an early tee as well.
Walking, yeah. I think they might be taking the tea break early based on this. Yeah, a little bit of a rough spot there. You're quite right. That little dark spot on the pitch there. And I think they are taking the tea break a little bit early here. Just a couple minutes early. So we'll take the tea break with Barbados at 1:44 for 3. And when we resume, unfortunately, Mr. Orville Higgins, you'll have to wait for his thoughts as Marlon Pinnock will be coming to give you his quite loudly.
Deep expressions. He's got it. Dirty. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
This is the only cricket club I've ever represented. I started here 13, so I was in second year high school. As a young teenager, I was made to feel very welcome by some of the old stalwarts of my time. We're here, Alan Ray, Jackie Hendricks, so Jeffrey Dujon, Maurice Foster, just to name a couple. So it's a club that had a rich sort of history of producing cricketers, but they really made a young teenager feel really welcome, and that was it really. Well, the first thing that you became very much aware of were the two boards that were in the bar, and one had the batting and bowling averages for the club going back to the 1930s. There were three boards. One had the international representatives, and one had the international representatives who were captains. After, 25 years, 30 years at the club, to have ticked all those boxes, I think, and the memories that came with it, mean a lot. There was a rich mix of sort of generations here, and all of them really made me feel welcome and were very helpful over different periods in my career. And then just what the facility represented, it was the international ground, and over time I just became very familiar with it. Every blade of grass, I knew the wicket inside out. The atmosphere here, even before these stands were built, was something that I was very much aware of, and it became part of the whole experience. A full house was just very loud, as any Caribbean full house can be. And I grew up experiencing the big crowds, even at regional level, to be honest. And the occasional club game, when Kingston played Michael Holding's Melbourne or Lawrence Rose, Kensington, you would see more people than you get for Test cricket now. And international games, it was fantastic. The noise, it was a little bit intimidating for those who didn't know it. But it was home for us, or for me anyway, and I thrived on it. I loved, you knew who the people were, what sort of instruments they were bringing on the day, and just the whole atmosphere. Having the Jamaican crowd come to support cricket was great as a youngster. I guess the first Test match here would have been, that I played, would have been against England.
Jimmy Adams, of course, is the local boy. He's a Jamaican. He looks pretty solid, though, doesn't he? Once again, it's another West Indian batsman who set out his stall to get onto the front foot wherever possible.
It was a really good occasion for me. You got performances in. I only got in because Hooper was injured, which was sort of like the story behind my first 9 or 10 Test matches. So thanks, Carl, I appreciate it. It was very late the night before the game that Hooper said he wasn't going to make it. So maybe that helped to control some of the nerves.
Well, that's a glorious stroke as well. All timing from Jimmy Adams, so he gets into the act as well. And this crowd at Sabina Park is alive.
It was a good wicket, good batting wicket. We had a really good informed batting lineup. All left-handers, Arthurton, Lara, myself.
And he's got it.
He's got it this time. Murray's out of the blocks, and an excellent and invaluable 50 for Jimmy Adams and the West Indies.
You do it in front of your home crowd, to lift your bat for a test 50 here, it was really, really special. I managed to get a 90-something. Disappointed I didn't get 100, but really happy to have gotten a score.
Well, this is the time when if you're Jimmy Adams at the non-striker's end, your heart's in your mouth for a couple of balls, while Courtney Walsh has all the pressure. If you get out, you really have let your partner down.
Oh, that's close too. And out, yes! Steve Buckner confirms that Courtney Walsh has gone. It's the last West Indies wicket to fall. Jimmy Adams will have to trudge his way off this field. Satisfied he's done a fantastic job for the West Indies.
I hadn't played a test for 2 years. So, you know, in those days, the competition for places was really, really tough. So whenever you got the opportunity, you wanted to just keep reminding the selectors, you know, if there's a slot available, give it to me and don't pass it on to other guys who were, to be fair to them, Roland Hall, Shave, all of them were scoring runs. So it was important from that point of view to get runs as well. Would have been better if I got 100, but yeah, I'll take the 90. It could have been worse, you know.
You hadn't scored a test century up until then, but you went straight from Jamaica and you did get that first test 100.
Yeah, I got it in the second test in Guyana. Batted with Shiv for a good while in that. I think that was Shiv's first test match. And for me, it was good to finally get that load off my shoulders. You know, I knew what it felt like to wait a lot of years for the first class 100. And yeah, you'd been knocking around. You still weren't too sure about your spot in the team. So to get that 100, I was thinking, oh, well, even if Hooper came back, maybe there might be a place for both of us, which was significant for me.
He's never made a test 100, that's the key. He'll learn to relax. If he makes one, his second one will come easier.
That's it this time. Full toss from Salisbury. Adams puts it away. The first thing he acknowledges are his teammates in the dressing room. And a brilliant moment for Jimmy Adams. His first test match 100. And it couldn't be more well-deserved.
Let's fast forward some years now. You came back to Sabina in 1999 against a powerful Australia team. That turned out to be an historic victory. Talk to us about that match.
Well, first of all, context. We got skittled for 50 in Trinidad. Lara's neck is on the chopping block with the selectors on the board, and yeah, things weren't as great as they could have been. And I remember walking to the wicket, and the usual chit-chat with me and Brian. We've been batted together for years, and so Pedro Collins had just got hit in his nuts and he retired hurt, and it was in the morning, so we probably had maybe 80 overs left. And we literally just started counting down overs. So at the end of the over, Brian would say, right, Jim, we've got 79 left. And I would say, okay, we've got 62 left. I guess the underlying theme for both of us, you know, we're going into lunch, we've got 2 of us to lunch, and we just kept going. And I think both of us by then were old enough to realize when momentum was shifting. And yeah, pretty much between lunch and tea, we knew, we kept saying, you know, if we are here in 8 overs time, we'd have really taken this game away. And we kept going and we kept going.
No ball, smacked down to the long on boundary for 4 runs.
Lovely shot. Found the gap between mid-mid and mid-on. Nice placement. And they'll come back 4-3. Good 15 for Jimmy Adams. A claim for him now on his home ground here at Sabina Park.
Lovely shot. Beautifully played by Lara.
He's hoisted up, down towards long on, into the mound stand. That'll go for another 4. Brian Lara in full flow, moves into the 90s.
What Brian did was special, to be honest. I don't think anybody can understand or appreciate the kind of pressure he was under, just generally going into that series, first of all, and then that game. Selfishly, to have gotten the bird's eye view of the innings at the other end was just the best seat in the house. I mean, I've seen Brian play some magnificent innings, right? But some of them, I didn't spend as much time with him in the middle as I did on that one. So to have been 22 yards or 20 yards away and sort of been a part of it.
150 not out. Well played by the West Indian captain.
It was a huge day for West Indies cricket. We desperately needed something coming off the South Africa series and then that first test loss in Trinidad. So, yeah, I mean, the greatness of Brian, what can I say? And yeah, to be there and then to get that view of the innings was superb.
There it is. He has whipped it past mid-on, and Matthew Elliott's got to beat a lot of people helping him field the ball. So the umpire will give him 4 runs.
The 200 for where we and he was at that point in time, that week, he had momentum going to Barbados. He had nothing coming into Jamaica. And for anybody under that kind of strain to produce what he produced in the way in which he did it, like, he just dominated and from the whole day. And yeah, you're at the next end, I'll take the crumbs off the table, I'll be fine, you know what I mean? But it was great. It was great week for us here, and yeah, the crowd here was unbelievable as well. We always talk about the crowd at Sabina Park, but it was a full Sabina Park, and it just, you couldn't get away from the atmosphere that the crowd created here. It's fantastic. Coming back to Sabina Park a year after that as captain was very special for many reasons. One, to captain the West Indies obviously was a great honor for me, but to get the chance to do it here at home, where I'd played, I'd learned the game at Sabina Park, which was my own club, and you literally could pick out hundreds of faces in the crowd that you knew personally going back many years. And I remember batting, friends of mine saying, Jimmy, you must have set some world record to bat 3 days for 100.
He's got it. Barely. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
Yeah, it was just getting a test 100 as captain at home at your club ground. Yeah, I had some champagne after the game. To me, it doesn't get much better than that. Courtney Walsh breaking a world record in the same game.
Message being sent to Courtney Walsh there. Patience does it, Cuddy. Of course, he can't afford to be too patient. Only 2 wickets left.
It was getting to a point where I needed to take him off. And I was like, Courtney, and he kept saying, 1 more skip, 1 more. And it was starting to drag on. I was like, listen, I might have to make a call here. I was the most relieved person when he got it, because I was thinking people were going to say, Jimmy, you're captaining this thing just for your friend and all the rest of it.
You can tell how keen he is just to finish off this innings, to get this wicket. Take on, that's it. Courtney Andrew Walsh is now Test cricket's leading wicket taker. The West Indians surround him on the field.
There's this picture of Wavell Hines like hugging Courtney or almost lifting Courtney off the ground. And Wavell is a generation behind me, but yet Courtney had literally raised all of us, right? His mum had looked after us. If there were nights when we didn't have food or we were struggling, if we needed kit, he would bring kit back for the lads. And there was so much love for him.
There is no more admired cricketer in the game today than Courtney Walsh.
You can see what Courtney meant even to that young generation. Some of them from Jamaica, some of them weren't, but he's always had that effect on people because he's a giver. And he gives of himself, and he loves people, and yeah, it was just it was great feeling, and great to be involved in it as well. So much happened in that game. But that's why we play sport, isn't it? You carry those memories for life. I mean, if I was young enough, I'd be playing now, but it's why we play sport.
West Indies captain Jimmy Adams, who himself will remember this day for a long time for his personal achievement early in the day in scoring his 6th Test 100.
That week would, yeah, it would still be one of the highlights of my career with all that happened while we were here that week against Zimbabwe.
End of it, all over. West Indies have won by 35 runs. Zimbabwe are all out for 63. And Jimmy Adams, in his first Test match as West Indies captain, has led his team, which has pulled off a quite astonishing victory.
The funniest moments here at Sabina Park, Franklin Rose getting upset in a first-class game, kicking a chair and breaking his toe, couldn't bowl for the rest of the game. It was like really rosy. Like, you know, in a Jamaica team where stuff like that, you don't get away with it. Lashed out this great kick, the chair went flying, and then in 2-2s we see the foot in a cast. And at Test level, I can't go into detail, but let's just say, funny, Curtly Ambrose, enough said.
And Kevin Wickham are at the crease. Looking at the replays here, well, Shane Mosley and Craig Bradford put on a wonderful 98-run partnership to start before Mosley got out by Brad Barnes, bowled unconventionally.
I think it was Pete Salmon.
It may have been Pete Salmon, I'm not correct. And then RBJ Mansing also contributing with a wicket as well. So Pete Salmon with 2 wickets, and then and they got rid of Craig Bradford, who had a well-played 40 as well, and then Jonathan Drakes. Lovely little flick there by Mosley. It was a really well-played 65 or so from Mosley. And we're live here now, RBJ Mansing, to resume bowling to Kevin Wickham, the Centurion from the first innings. And it's actually the resumption of an over because Romain Morris, the keeper, was injured. It looks like that's him behind the stumps. So a delivery from Mansing sort of reared up and hit him in the chest. So they took an early tee. So it's actually just a continuation of this over. Almost getting between the bat and pad there. Asking questions is RBJ Mansing. The lead of exactly 150. Orville Higgins had suggested Marlon Pinnock that they don't want to chase more than 250. So they have 7 wickets to take. Deep into his creases, Wickham, and he hoiks that through the cow corner region. How far is it going? The umpire says 4. So the first run's after tee in the third and final session for Barbados, and it's a lovely shot by that man Kevin Wickham.
Short delivery, sat up and quickly onto the back foot and time it to perfection. Very short delivery, poor delivery from the wrist spinner, and a first boundary after the tea break for Barbados Pride.
A good delivery to follow up from Mansing.
Well, Kevin Wickham so far following up a brilliant 153, 22 not out from 27 deliveries.
But I mean, time is of the essence here in this game, of course. Nice delivery, full delivery, flighted delivery, driven straight back up to the bowler. 148 for 3 after 41. Time is of the essence, of course, because so let's say Barbados Pride bat throughout the rest of the day. They want to give them chance. They would want to give themselves a chance to bowl out the Scorpions. Do they think they can do that in 2 sessions?
As we mentioned, cricket, glorious uncertainty, and with the 4th day, final day, wicket keeping low, it could be possible.
And man Jamal Warwick on 5 wickets in the first innings.
Kyle Mears with ball in hand in the first innings as well, wicket to wicket, and he was effective.
And right now they need Kyle Mears with the bat. And it looks like they're going to try, the Jamaicans are going back to some seam. We saw Marquino Minley warming up, coming into the tea break, and it looks like he's going to get a chance from the southern end. From the northern end, I should say. He was bowled from the southern end this morning. Wasn't as tight as he would like to be. But the great statistician there, Marlon Pinnock, he knows everything, apparently.
Knows every stats wherever you are in the world. Just ask him for stats. He will deliver. Not a slim built body by no stretch of imagination.
Well, he certainly looks very, very comfortable wherever he is right now.
Just in front of the bar over St. Catherine Cricket Club. Favors that area as well. Well, Marquino Minley picked up some 4 wickets in the first innings. Nothing in the second so far. And he's the primary bowler for the Scorpions.
Yeah, his first spell, 4 overs for 15 runs. Quite expensive by his standards.
He didn't ask as much questions as he's used to in his opening spell.
I get a feeling as if they're almost tempting Kyle Mears, who's on strike. Good delivery, drifting on the leg, and Myers will turn that away for a single. But yeah, we've seen that since in his short stay at the crease so far. Myers is he's shown a desire to get after the bowling, and it almost seems like giving him Marquino Minley is dangling some bait in front of him.
Well, his approach in the first innings was very, very cautious. Picked his deliveries and got in an half century, a key one for Barbados Pride.
Pleasant drive by Wickham. That's a lovely shot to the cover region. The outfield is lightning fast and the ball will always win the race. Beautiful shot by Kevin Wickham.
Shot of class coming in from the classy right-hander. Kevin Wickham, over pitch delivery from Marquino Minley. Linton on the front foot. And pleasant to watch. Look at this. Gorgeous from the right-hander. And a 32-run partnership from 52 deliveries between these two.
Down the leg side, and he gets a fine tickle on this one. How much will he get for it? It'll just be 1 as Shields comes off the fine leg boundary.
In fact, it's a bias spotted.
Yeah. So it's off the pad there, that one. But it's off the keeper's gloves. Oh my, mistake from Romain Morris.
And spearing this delivery down the leg side, maybe looking for pace. Marquino Minley, not much in the wicket.
Down the leg side again. Marquino Minley needs to get back to what he's good at. He's not a fast bowler by any means anymore. I think O.J. Shields and Odin Smith would be the enforcers of this side. But Marquino Minley's job is to hit that off stump, that third and fourth stump on every delivery. He has to hit that 95% of the time. And that was the problem from his bowling in his first session. Which is why Craig Braffett and Shane Mosley had a lot of joy against him early up. Punched on the ground. Wickham is looking for a single. It's not on.
What we saw in the first innings from Marquino Minley, he's looked to be full. He looks to swing the ball both ways. And in this, the second innings, not so accurate when it comes on to the swing aspect. And you look at the lead, just over 150. And if the Scorpions could get a couple more wickets before close of play, it could be game on.
Well played by Wickham, but there is no run. And that will be the end of the 42nd over, with the score on a 155 for 3, 2 for 44 for Pete Salmon, 1 for 26 for RBJ Mansing, the pick of the bowlers. All the others have been treated with a fair amount of disdain, you'd have to say. Brad Barnes, 2 overs, just 15 runs. 2 overs for 15 runs. Mansing will continue.
This was the 2 players in the first innings that stood out for Barbados pride, getting a partnership over 100 runs. And I think the Scorpions should have their notepad out, knowing that these players are very, very critical. And it's a critical stage of the game, as we mentioned. Wickets is the order of the day for the Scorpions.
Yeah. I mean, really and truly, if these two bat through the session, you'll be looking at 60, 70, 80 runs to be added. At least.
This session is the longest session of the day.
Nice batting by Kyle Mayer, drifting down the leg side, and he just turns that into the leg side for an easy single.
This is where there was excellent in the first innings, the rotation of the strike. That ball was short, but deep backward square was on the fence, and he just came back, used the depth of the crease, played it with soft hands, and an easy run in the end. Excellent from the senior player.
Lovely delivery, lovely drive. I think it was there for the smack through cover. Unfortunately, Wickham just managed to pick out the fielder. We have a slight adjustment in our crew at the moment. Our good cameraman, Kadir Mohammed, is taking a little hand at production. Welcome, Kadir. He's probably tired baking in the sun there, like a Sunday chicken. There's a lovely brown color now, doesn't he, Marlon Pinnock?
Very, very good all-rounder, Kadir Mohammed. Fancy himself as a leg spinner. And
I keep telling him stick to batting, but he doesn't listen to me. That's a nice cut by Wickham. It's down behind square on the offside. They're coming back for the second. There was a bit of a tangle up in the run-up, but eventually they got through quite easily. They almost collided, the two batters, in the middle of the pitch. But Wickham daintily fleeted enough to avoid the big hulking figure of Kyle Mayers. That's certainly somebody you won't want to run into, Marlon Pinnock.
As well as Odin Smith, as well, of the Scorpions.
Oh my, no, Odin Smith, you just breaking through.
And this one swept,
leg side, yeah.
And swept fine. And a boundary to Kevin Wickham, straight on the line of the leg stump, and swept very fine. And another boundary to the impressive Kevin Wickham.
Yeah, Kevin Wickham is making batting look absolutely easy here. It's just the thickest of bottom edges onto that. He didn't get full purchase on that shot at all, which is why it went as fine as it did. But he's raced on to 32 of 36, outscoring Kyle Mayers by a good way, which is not no easy feat. Oh, goes for the big shot this time. Almost enticed by it. He's lucky he played it back along himself. And that will be the end of the over. 162 for 3. 43 overs have been bowled.
7 came from that Abhijay Mansing. It's the last, but that last delivery. Kevin Wickham looking to create the opportunity to hit the ball through the offside. No movement off the feet, just the hands going through the ball. Lead is 168. Kyle Myers would have scored a double century on debut in Test cricket for West Indies.
Yeah, brilliant knock. 250 against Bangladesh.
Unbeaten as well.
Yep. Makino Mindley to Kyle Mayers. Solid in defense is Mr. Mayers. He's a wonderful cricketer, is Kyle Mayers. I think the Barbados Pride are very, very lucky to have him, as the Jamaica Scorpions are very, very lucky to have O'Dean Smith. They're both game changers with either bat or ball.
In any format.
Yeah, they're experienced players. They're both excellent fielders as well. You have to give it to O'Dean Smith and Kyle Mayers. They're both very, for big fellas, they move really, really well.
Talking about move, there's a slight adjustment to the field. And mid-on now going to a long on position. That's Carlos Brown.
Nice punch by Mayers into the cover region. Sweeper comes off the ropes and it's just a single. And look who it is. It's that man, O'Dean Smith.
Easy as a like. From Kyle Myers on this occasion. Came on the front foot, opened the face. Get it to the left of that backward point fielder. An easy run in the end. This young man, Kevin Wickham, looks very, very easy. It's like nothing doing, Andrew.
Yes, certainly. I mean, I think the pitch is a placid one. The groundsman may have fibbed to me, as he said it might be a little bit two-faced, but it certainly is a flat one. There have been the odd bad delivery or the odd delivery that kept low or bounced a little high, but there are no demons as it is. But you have to admire Kevin Wickham for hunkering down. He's the one man that has done it and continues to do it. As they say, you have to make hay when the sun shines. The sun is certainly shining so far in Kevin Wickham's season.
And shining down on this Sheridan Park strip.
Indeed.
President is Robert Bacchus, the president of the St. Catherine Cricket Association. Well, Cricket Club, my bad. And his father was the president a long time ago.
Nice turn into the leg side by Wickham, and he will keep the scoreboard ticking over. And I mean, that's what it's all about, Penny. That's what the 4-day cricket is about. It's about renewing those rivalries and then seeing who can stake their claim to get back into West Indies cricket. Because there are spaces available. There are gaps in the team that can be filled. And it's up to one of these young fellows to put their hand up and say, well, hey, I need to be back into consideration, or maybe you should have a longer look at me. Someone like Amir Jangu can feel a little bit aggrieved that he hasn't been picked for more games.
Another weird delivery, this time down the leg side. And nothing much Morris could have done. And spotted by umpire Christopher Wright. The 3 came from that. The 44th, it's 164 for 3.
Maybe 165 with that by. And then of course there's the stories like Kyle Mayers, who has made his name in West Indies cricket, has been out of the team for whatever reason. Is this his comeback? Or Evan Lewis, which is a very, very outside chance, who has a very, very outside chance of again making the West Indies team as an opener.
It's good to see Evan Lewis playing in this West Indies Championship. Such a very destructive player. And so too is this man and strike Kyle Mayers.
Yeah, and of course it'd be interesting to look at the the perspective of the selectors.
Ooh, kept low on this occasion. But what is good, he present the full face of the bat. This second innings, Abby Mansing has looked the part, has looked attractive, and has 1 wicket so far to his credit.
A good example would be Craig Braffett from that perspective, as Mansing comes in again. Kept low again, well dug out by Mayers, and he pushes it nicely through mid-on for a single. But Craig Braffett, let's look at Craig Braffett, the former West Indies captain. He's played quite a number of tests for the West Indies. He was removed as captain, and then he was given a chance as a regular player against Australia. Didn't perform, was dropped for the series of New Zealand. If it's a situation where Craig Braffett makes 3 centuries in the next 2 matches, will he be back in consideration?
I think he should be. But you look at his fellow countryman, Ruston Chase, haven't been at his best since he has been the captain of West Indies Test team.
It's a good point as well, yeah.
Question mark.
Yeah, it's a really, really good point as well.
Well,
hold him.
Kept
all
low.
Through. Yep, that's the end of Carl Mayers. RBJ Mansing strikes, and that's a big wicket. One of those balls that are going to misbehave on a third, going into 4th day. And unfortunately, Carl Mayers got the worst of that one.
Well, I saw it coming 2 deliveries before. Kept low. We mentioned it. It's keeping low. This delivery, it's a creeper. And disappointment for Kyle Mayers, but jubilation for Abby Mansing, his second. And Barbados pride in a spot of bother at 167 now for 4.
Yeah, that was a rotter, as we say in Trinidad. You see a creeper in Jamaica, we say a rotter. Ball rot. And rats keep very, very close to the ground. Absolutely disgusting delivery to face, you have to say.
This is the wicket the Scorpions needed. And you look at the lead, 173. Still a session left in the day. And 3 more tomorrow. Game is open.
Game is certainly open indeed. Having seen that, though, I don't think the Jamaicans will want to face more than 200.
Based on how the wicket is playing. And this brings the wicketkeeper batter, young Boucher. He was disturbed in the first innings without getting a run. And he'll want to make amends in the second innings for the pride. And he'll want to play his game, want to be positive. And of course, let's take another look at the dismissal. Flat delivery. And since he just kept low. And in fact, in the root of the stump, it didn't got up any at all. And you could see the disappointment of Kyle Mayers, but the jubilation of the Scorpions. Much needed wicket, very important wicket, and maybe a huge wicket based on the context of the game.
Yeah, well, you can't blame the batter for that one. I don't know. It's a difficult one to defend at the least of times. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they are in a spot of bother after being bowled out for 138 and Trinidad and Tobago posting 507 for 5 declared. The Leeward Islands have now slipped to 59 for 5. Jaden Seals, Anderson Phillip with 2, with Jaden Seals with 1 wicket, Carey Pear, Hines and Jaden Seals with 1 wicket apiece. So the Leeward Islands Hurricanes in the spot of bother there.
A low appeal, first delivery, and maybe pitch outside the line of the leg stump. And Boucher Hart, maybe in his mouth on this occasion, with questions being asked by Abby Mansing.
The other game in Antigua is also heading for an interesting conclusion, as 100 by Sunil Ambrose has dragged the Windward Island Volcanoes to 209. They posted 286 and then Guyana 264. It's a bit of a tricky total there for Guyana to chase down. At the end of the over here, it's 167 for 4 after 45 overs. Gudakesh Moti with 4 wickets in the second innings, so that means he has 10 overall for the match. Marlon Pinnock. Veerasamy Permaul can't keep him out of the game for long. He got 2 wickets. Niall Smith and Kimo Paul picking up 2 apiece as well. So it's interestingly poised in North Sound between the Windward Islands Volcanoes and the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Interestingly poised here between the Jamaica Scorpions and Barbados Pride, while the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are blowing the Hurricanes away in Coolidge, also in Antigua. That's some summarized scores for you in the regional 4-day championships here. Live and louder, a Cricket West Indies production. Marquino Mindley, and he'll be bowling to Kevin Wickham. Solid as usual.
Sunil Ambrish, the veteran, with another first-class century.
Come at the hour, come at the man, Marlon Pinnock.
That's your good friend, Slang.
Well, he started it and you used it, so I'm just following you, Marlon Pinnock.
We are at the beautiful parish of St. Catherine in Jamaica. This is good from Marquino Minley. Just top off.
But I mean, of course, at this stage, the Scorpions still have to believe that they can get a foothold in this game. By no way is this series over. The 3 back-to-back games makes things very, very interesting. Solid is Wickham, and you push this one. Actually, no, you will take the single. It's a little push past the bowler.
Slap a bit of work coming in from Marquino Minley on this occasion. Gave up an easy run and brings the lead up to 174. Every run from here on is vital for Barbados.
And of course, this game is streaming live on YouTube, and we'd like to say a pleasant good afternoon to all our commentators outside there. And 1,800 people watching our stream, Marlon, and hearing your dulcet tones.
A load of peel!
And he's given! Yes, yes, yes. Boucher was trying to get out of the line of that one, but the umpires raised the finger. Marquino Mindley strikes, and all of a sudden the Barbados Pride have just lost a little bit of foothold. They're slipping to 168 for 5.
And a poor game continues for Boucher. His second innings. And both innings, he has went without scoring. Disappointment for the young man. But a beautiful delivery coming in from Marquino Mindley. His first of the second innings and the 5th of the game. And we'll get a shot of this replay. But playing across the line of the delivery. And with Marquino Mindley bowling wicket to wicket. Maybe risky. But
Which is what I don't think we've seen enough of Mindley in there. Boucher's coming forward. So you thought that maybe that movement would have assisted him, but he was still struck fairly plumb in front, even though he had strode forward. But he had strode forward and to the right a little bit, Penny. The delivery is coming back into him, so it's straight into a certain extent. And a bit of unfortunate, I would say, maybe, but we have to trust the umpire's decision, as it looks like Shamar Springer is the new batter coming out.
Would have gotten some 40 runs in the first innings. But he was also dismissed in the first innings by Marquino Mindley, playing away from his body. And based on what we have seen in this over so far, Marquino Mindley has been bowling wicket to wicket. A run from the over so far, and the most important thing, a wicket.
Well, I think we've seen in international cricket when you have those bowlers that bowl stump to stump, the batters normally do try to dance up the crease and get and throw them off their line a little bit. It didn't work on this stage for Lenico Boucher.
So based on the game now, clearly it's 174 now for 5. With a 6 runs lead. Wide open game, Andrew.
Yeah, not a lot of butting to come actually. After Springer, there's Joshua Bishop, who actually had 37 in the first inning. Jamal Warrican, we know he can bat a little bit. Johan Lane. And then, of course, the true tail ender in Mr. Jair McAllister. Oh, I love watching Jair bowl. It'll be good to see him in the second innings when he comes out. Is that dismissal of Boucher again? The only question was it heading down leg side a little bit, as we see Boucher playing to the leg side. Live again here. Appeal for a leg before that one was definitely going down leg. And Marquino Minley asking some questions here in his 7th over. At the end of 46, it's 168 for 5. The Barbados Pride have a lead of 174. Pennies doesn't think the Jamaicans can chase over 220 comfortably. But they have 5 wickets to take before the Jamaica Scorpions will feel any level of comfort here.
A successful last over from Marquino Minley, a wicket, a run, and a precious wicket as well. As Abhijay Mansingh getting ready to bowl his 13th, 2 for 35. And he has been very disciplined. He has a variety of deliveries, Mansingh, and has a lot of control. We have seen a lot of control in this inning so far, prior to the first innings.
Yeah. I think the major question for the Barbados Pride is who's going to stick around with Kevin Wickham. Because Kevin Wickham has set up camp and built a mansion on his end. He's comfortable. Will Shamar Springer be that man?
Well, both Kevin Wickham and Shamar Springer shared in a 100-run partnership in the first innings. So the Scorpions need to realize that still not over, still classical batters at the wicket. So it was that stroke
Beautiful
through the
drive
covers.
from Wickham. That will race to the covers. Odean Smith has tried to get a foot in the way, but unfortunately it dribbles into the rope. A wonderful shot by Kevin Wickham.
Lovely to watch. Great dexterity this time around from Kevin Wickham. And the diving Kirk McKenzie Jr. stood no chance. Only to retrieve. But look at this. Lovely to watch all along the carpet, through the covers. Elegantly played from Kevin Wickham.
It's a lovely drive. He played it underneath his eyes. He wasn't too extravagant. It was a little bit away of his body, as is the nature of the shot. But really well played underneath the eyes. Nice push again. This time McKenzie will do the fielding comfortably enough.
Well, Kevin Wickham took Abhijay Mansingh to the cleaners in the first innings for maximum. And he was bowling from the football end.
And it's been a marathon spell by Mansingh here as well, which is the other consideration. He must be getting a little bit tired.
Been a decent approach so far from Kevin Wickham. Looking to bat long, looking to bat deep, looking to consolidate for the Pride.
Nice drive. That's half stopped by McKenzie. He does really well there.
I could have certainly saved 3 runs in this occasion. Was driven firmly and got in the right hand out.
Some interesting news coming out. Some former West Indies players, Ramnaresh Saran, Dinesh Ramdin, and Lendl Simmons headline a 29-man provisional West Indies squad named to take part in the IMC Over 40 Masters Cricket World Cup scheduled for Guyana later this year. Devendra Bishu, Dale Richards, and Narsingh Dhanarine are also in the provisional squad.
A dot to close out the 47th. 5 came from it. It's 173 for 5, the Pride.
And I will take my leave now for Mr. Orville Higgins to come and sit down and chat with his fellow Jamaican, or Marlon Pinnock, because the two of them will be quite delighted right now. It'll be difficult to keep them in their seats. They're so happy with the state of the game.
Couple of wickets for the Scorpions after T. Arville. Your takes on the overall complexion of the game?
Well, it's a great contest. I keep saying that, but it's becoming more and more true. And Kevin Wickham batting like a man who made 153 in the first innings. It's almost as if it's a continuation. He seems to be so unbothered, has picked up the pace of the wicket and playing like he's batting on a different track altogether. Very, very impressive.
Very elegant player to watch as well. Through the offside and even aerial, and seem to love this Shedrin Park wicket as well. Have executed beautifully so far in this contest.
What I like about him is he can be technically sound, but he's brutal on bad balls as well. Shamar Springer will need to stay there and support him. Not a bad batsman in his own right. Did get 40 in the first inning, so he can make himself useful as a scorer, but clearly his aim at the moment is to stay with the man who made 150 and now on 41 not out.
We got in some useful knocks as well. He was narrowly left out of the World Cup squad. As this one is clipped out to that deep backward square region for his first run, as the total goes up to 175 for 5.
I call him the chest roll man. He made the chest roll famous as a youth player that World Cup that the West Indies under 19 team won. That famous dance. I don't see him doing that nowadays, but he's a useful cricketer. Nice little medium fast bowler, and is a very capable batsman in his own right. Here's the man who's batted best in the game so far.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
Well, maybe the captain John Campbell. Awkward bounce. But he's up on his feet. Good signs for the Scorpions. But that was a pleasant shot from Kevin Wickham.
Easy on the eyes. That was hit quite. The ball came off the bat quite quickly, but with very little effort. That is what great timing is all about. John Campbell there seems to be okay after taking a knock on the head. This is down the leg side. They're appealing. I think that was off the pad. Yeah. The batsman signaling that may have just brushed the thigh pad on its way through. Didn't hear the woody sound to suggest that it came off the bat. Good take by Morris, who was smiling at it all. He probably wanted to get away with one with good umpiring.
Brilliant take. Badly line delivery, but brilliant take from Romain Morris. One-hander. Fully committed on this occasion. And the commitment in the second innings has been fabulous from the Scorpions.
Yeah, I think that, well, the results are saying that they are bowling a lot better. I thought in the first innings they were much too wide. On a pitch that was a little bit slow, they didn't bowl straight enough. This innings, they have corrected that. The lines generally have been better. Like that. But Wickham still good enough to get a single.
Good cricket. Excellent cricket. Good response as well from Shamar Springer. And this is what you want to see, committed players. And this was a prime example. Soft hands. And Abhijay Mansingh, not the quickest on the park. And in the end, an easy run. A run to finish the 48. It's 176 for 5. The Pride.
Impressed with Abhijay Mansingh here. A leg spinner. 2 for 40 from 13. Didn't have a great deal of success in the first innings, but we always knew that as the game goes on, then the spinners would come into their own, and he's certainly not let anybody down with what he's done so far. Has already demonstrated that he can get the googly going to the right-handers. Let's see how he goes now against the very dangerous Wickham.
I think that's the line and that's the length to Kevin Wickham. Loves to use his feet down the wicket. And Abhijay Mansingh not afraid of giving the ball here.
His stance and his general demeanor before the ball comes to reminds me a little bit of Omari Banks, that tall off spinner from, where was he, Anguilla? Not the same class as batsman, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying he reminds me a little bit tall and gangly with a similar stance and a similar setup. And that again was just punched pleasantly down the onside for a single.
Very easy in the eye is Kevin Wickham. And a player with a lot of potential, would have gone through West Indies under 19 squads as well. And no doubt about his ability, and we have seen it a couple of seasons now in regional cricket. Short delivery and punch out to that backward point region. The field led by Kurt Mackenzie Jr., a man who plays his cricket for Kingston Cricket Club here in Jamaica.
Yeah, but Shamar Springer would be disappointed with that. It was short and wide, and he picked out the one man that could have stopped the stroke at point.
Outer portion of the bat this time. Work for Kurt Mackenzie Jr. He won't catch it. He came second. The ball gets across the line. And innocuous but effective for the Pride. It's another boundary.
Yeah, this time he delayed the shot a little bit and just opened the face. You could see that on the replay. Look at this. So Mansingh from over the wicket. He came down, but you could see him steering the ball. Not just driving, but opening the face to beat that man to the left at point as Kirk Mackenzie chases for all his worth. But that was timed too well. Good shot that from Shamar Springer. And all these runs could be very valuable. The lead now 188. The Scorpions would not want to be chasing much more than 250 maximum.
On the last day.
On the last day, when it could get lower and could spin a little bit more than even what we're seeing now. So all these runs, or all these runs, could be vital.
We saw the dismissal of Kyle Mears. That ball didn't got up any at all. Straight into the off stump. In the root. First boundary for Shamar Springer in this innings. Oh, a good delivery, good response. A dot to close out the 49th. 5 came from it. It is 181 for 5.
Yes, and Shamar Springer doing well, getting the short ball, cutting past point. Not prepared to take on the right arm leg spinner, and just prepared at the moment to bide his time and play each ball on its merit, as they say. It's back to Kevin Wickham, and here's the one that you're talking about against Kyle Mars. Now, how on earth do you play that?
You could see the disappointment on Caldmere's face.
No, it wasn't the one spun back into him as a left-hander. The slider, Shane one may want to call it, or if anything, a googly that just spun the other way. But when it's at ankle height, you have to hope and pray that you can bring the bat down on those.
And it's time for O.J. Shields for his second spell. His first spell, 4 overs, 16 runs, exactly 4 runs and over. And that was how the Barbados Pride started their innings, scoring over 4 runs and over consistently.
Yeah, the rate now has just come back to 3.69, but a lead of 187. They are still just in the driver's seat, you would suggest, Marlon Pinner? Or
Not
do you
at
think
all.
the Scorpions now would feel that they are just getting their noses in front?
Evenly poised, Orville.
Even. All right, we'll take Marlon Pinnock's word for it.
As easy as I like from Wickham. This came across the stump, took the ball towards the vacant mid-wicket region, and an easy run stretches the lead by a run up to 188. I think the Scorpions will want this lead to go over that 220 mark on the last day. And we see how the wicket is playing. Edge!
Oh, there was nobody there at slip. Nobody there at slip. Now you bring back O.J. Shields, which is your fastest bowler, needing wickets against a batsman who is still scratching his way around. Did John Campbell miss a trick by not having a slip in there, Marlon Pitt?
I think he did. Look at this delivery. Short, wide, playing away from his body. A perfect first slip catcher would have smuggled that. Instead, it got down to that third man boundary for 4 precious runs to the Pride. And to Shamar Springer, his second. It's 186 now for 5.
It's all of us can be wise after the fact. But cricketing conventional wisdom would suggest you bring back O.J. Shields not to be defensive. You brought him back to get a wicket. And maybe, just maybe, the skipper should have had a slip in. Not too much changes to the field. Brad Barnes is at maybe a third slip.
This time easily dealt with. Got on top of the bunks. Uses risk. And flicked the ball to that vacant square leg region. And picked up an easy run.
Yeah, so there's a long on and a backward square all the way back. And there's also a man right back on the boundary at point. I can understand that kind of feel maybe to Kevin Wickham, who scored 153 in the first innings and 40-something not out now, but to Shamar Springer, who has just come. Are they showing him too much respect by not being a touch more attacking?
Brilliant bit of feeling from Kirk McKenzie Jr. We look at that shot. It was a forward back foot punch. I should say not forward, but back foot punch. But it flew off the blade of the bat. And Kirk McKenzie diving away to his right and prevent any possible chance of a run. But and these bats nowadays, Harville.
Yeah. He has oodles of time. I'm looking at his first class record. I'll tell you after this. That's down the leg side. I'm not sure if this innings or this game is in it, but he's averaging 34 in regional cricket after 21 games with 3 centuries. But with somebody of his obvious class, you would think that's underperforming. You would think that somebody this gifted should be closer to 40. But maybe this season he'll put that to bed. He's a talented player. You can't go around that. 3 centuries in 21 games with a 34 average is not bad by what regional standards are in the region and now. But he should be doing even better than that.
A quick single and good awareness from Shamar Springer. And good cricket from the Pride.
That's one of the hallmarks of good batsman. Good batsman. Look how late he plays this. Allow the ball to come, which sounds easy if you have never played cricket before. But the natural tendency is to reach out for the ball. When you allow the ball to come to you and then knock it on its head, as they say, for a single out into the offside, it takes skill. And he continues to impress. That's the scorecard, 188 for 5. He's 45 not out. Shane Moser there, the top scorer so far with 65. Mansing will continue. This marathon effort, but he's certainly looked the part in this
2
inning.
wickets. Into his credit for 45 runs. And into his 15th. And just over 3 runs and over. This one worked into the onside. Looking for a second. And good aggressive feeling coming in from Carlos Brown on this occasion. And limits the batters to only a run.
Again, he's batting the ball just back of a length, and Wickham coming inside and just working that one out into the mid in the deep. Nobody preventing a single on the leg side. He knew that. And just tucking it around. Now Carlos Brown just out of your picture to the right of your screen at mid-wicket. Here's Mansing. And his spectacles.
Decent delivery this time around, bringing Shamar Springer on the front foot. Not much spin either from Abhijit Mansing, but his control has been impeccable so far.
Yeah, hasn't bowled too many bad balls. You expect the leg spinner to drag a few down and bowl a few full tosses. But by and large, his length has been good. And has shown that he can get the Google to come back to the right-handers as well. Yeah. Yeah, that didn't come back at all.
And that one spun a little. Not much, but a little.
Shamar Springer was saying, I'm not going to chase that. You have to come to me. I'm not chasing, not going after the thing too wide.
I think that should be the plan of Abhijit Mansing, trying to bowl wicket to wicket. Short delivery, punch off the back foot, out to the sweeper. And the cover boundary. And he does well this time, Marquino Minley. Another run. And these are precious run being added to the total of the Pride.
Lead 196. Growing all the time. And we keep mentioning 250 may just be the maximum that the Scorpions want to chase. So all these runs could prove very useful. The Scorpions will need a wicket. The partnership is 22 now.
Oh, good delivery. Excellent delivery to close out the 51st. And 2 came from it. It's 190 for 5, the Pride.
Ewan Lane, Jerry McAllister, Jamel Warrican and Joshua Bishop are the batsmen to come. Lane can be useful. Warrican can stick around. Bishop, we know, can put back to ball, but not the most scary looking bottom 4. So the Scorpions will feel that a wicket here and they could get through the rest of the tail pretty quickly. But this pair does have the capabilities to keep them at bay for a while. So the next wicket, when it comes,
or if it comes,
if it comes, could well determine whether Barbados Pride set Jamaica more or less than 250.
Still maintaining a run rate of over 3.5 in this inning so far, the Barbados Pride. Shields getting ready to bowl his second over in this spell. And the Barbados Pride batters looking to score, looking for every opportunity to score. And they're looking singles, they're looking boundaries. And now the Scorpions players looking to get the vibe on the pitch and trying to break this partnership. Very important one, very critical. We saw this partnership scoring over 100 runs in the first innings. And this Shamar Springer, handy all-rounder. And we have seen that in recent time. Not a mug with the bat.
No, not by a long stretch. He can help himself.
And John Campbell trying to urge his players.
Quite often.
Oh,
that may very well be the best ball that O.J. Shields has bowled this game.
Beautiful.
That had everything about it, Marlon Pinnock. From over the wicket, it pitched on, but genuinely shaped away. And Shamar Springer was well and truly beaten. That was, well, he wished that he could put that in his pocket and replicate that every ball, because that, much better batsman than Shamar Springer, that would have beaten. In fact, the ball was so good that Shamar Springer in the end was nowhere near it. Too good. Look at that.
Peach of a delivery. And even deceived Morris, the wicket keeper. But what a delivery that was from O.J. Shields.
That was as unplayable as it gets. The Australians would call that a proper jaffa. That was a perfect outswinger. Can he repeat it?
And a quick single. Positive running. Aggressive running. This is what we saw in the first innings from Barbados Pride. And no difference in the second innings. Quick single. Good response.
And this is what O.J. Shields has to do. He's known as a quick bowler. He was taken to New Zealand precisely because he was a quick bowler. But on days when the pitch isn't offering a lot, he has to learn to improve on his skills to get the ball to dart in or just leave the batsman, using angles, using cutters with his fingers. All of that is part of his learning curve. So far, he's doing okay. Yeah, line good, ball bouncing from just outside off stump. I'm impressed with this little spell. He isn't just running in and trying to hit the batsman's head off.
I think this is one of his better spell, if not the best of the game so far. With pace, with guile, and with precision. And
yeah,
this is what he needs to be doing.
He's a West Indies bowler now, so he's got to demonstrate and show that he earned that pick. Not just because he can be an out-and-out fast bowler, but on days like this, he can do that. Not a bad ball. Don't mind the fact that you were driven. That's not a bad ball at all. Just the quality and class of Kevin Wickham on display. No runs, well bowled, well fielded as well. So good cricket all round.
And any youngsters looking on, I should learn something about that. It was a good delivery, driven on the up elegantly. And Kirk McKenzie Jr. diving around and prevent any possible chance of a run. 52 comes to an end. And it's 191 now for 5. But what a beautiful sunny day we have witnessed so far. And throughout the day when the sun is hot, beautiful breeze blowing as well, Arville.
Yes, so Mansing will continue this marathon effort. He's now into his 16th over, or will about to start the 16th over. And Shamar Springer, who is 12 from 18, looking comfortable for the most part. Yeah, that one was straight. But Shamar Springer demonstrating good defensive technique.
I tell you what, after this over, you'll be hearing the voice of Andrew Changers.
That one was short and punched square. Wickham wanted the run, but Shamar Springer would have none of it. Sent him back.
Decent 6-wicket partnership building for the Pride. And they are playing with the Pride.
They definitely are.
Good delivery. Very slow through the air this time.
He that time. I'm wondering if I could pick up when the Google is going to come, or the Googly is about to come, because he was very close to the wicket. Could that be a telltale sign to the batsman when he's extra close to the wicket? Let's watch this. Very close. And hit back at the bowler. He cocks the arms and pretends to throw.
Only 2 deliveries left in his 16th over, Abhijit Mansingh. Another delivery, keeping low. Rat, Wiley to call it. And just managed to squeeze it out to that backward point region.
Yeah, and every now and again one stays down, which tells the batsman that you can't take this pitch for granted. Generally easy pace, but the other one has kept down. Keeps the batsman honest. You can't just willy-nilly score. You have to be very careful, very watchful, as Shamar Springer was on that occasion.
This one punch out to the sweeper undercover boundary. The call is 2. And Marquino Millie slipped on this occasion. Allows an easy second. A good aggressive running from the Pride. And 53rd comes to an end. 193 for 5. And this is where I take my leave. And Andrew Chang will take over with Harvey Liggins.
We welcome Andrew Chang back into the analyst chair. It's the Scorpions needing a wicket here, Andrew.
Yeah, certainly. As OJ Shields comes back in to bowl to Wickham, who flicks this one nicely. Will it run all the way to the ropes for 4? No, they just get a single down to that long leg position. And he's closing in on a 200-run aggregate for this 4-day match, which is absolutely brilliant stuff from him. Shamar Springer has been an able ally since he's come in.
Yeah, he got 153 in the first innings. He's 47 not out now, which means he himself has now scored 200 runs in the game.
Oh, wow, yeah. Good job with the math there, Orville Higgins.
Yeah. Beautiful from Wickham. Certainly deserves a lot of plaudits for all he's done.
Yeah, he's looked absolutely at peace at the crease here, Kevin Wickham. None of the bowlers have troubled him at all. They and whenever he's felt a little bogged down, he's done brilliantly. Jamaicans just starting to look a little bit lag now, as the Barbados Pride lead now is actually exactly 200. So if Springer and Wickham bat out the day, should be close to maybe 240, 250 or so, you would think. Which is just about the bare minimum that they would have liked to get, I'm assuming. Why delivered on the leg side?
Not sure why they're appealing. But the game is set up so nice to hear, Andrew Chang. If you had to create a formula, what would you like to see to have an enthralling final day? You couldn't get the script much better than this. The one side 200 ahead, 5 wickets to go, maybe an hour before close of play, heading into the final day. Hour and a half maybe. Perfect scenario for what should be a very interesting final day.
Well, certainly I would love to see a another Wickham 100 to go with his 150 in the first innings. I think that would be a brilliant and send a statement. I would like to see maybe Odin Smith come in and clean up the rest of the side, so the rest of Barbados pride fall evenly. So it's a score maybe 260, 270. Where it's like it's sort of touch and go. We can do this. Do we have enough time?
So if we could create the perfect scenario, Barbados pride all out this evening, giving the Scorpions 270, 280 to chase.
Yeah, maybe, and the Jamaicans maybe either pulling off the win or holding on for a draw the last pair. And OJ Shields and Marquino Mindley fighting for their life.
All right,
going up to the very end of at 5 o'clock on Wednesday.
Or how to make it better, Scorpions chasing 230, but are 62 at stumps. Oh, that's a pull shot.
That's a big pull shot, yeah, and that's picked the gap. That will run all the way for 4. Wonderful shot there by Kevin Wickham. He swiveled nicely on that one. And that actually also takes him to 50 in the game as well. To go along with the 150 in the first innings. He set a sparkling tone here in terms of what batters need to do to succeed in the 4-day championship.
Yes, that's a quality knock from him. He's definitely looked far better than any of the batters on both sides. Seems to be batting on a completely different pitch.
Yeah, absolutely.
His application and his technique and his temperament have been all exemplary this afternoon.
And 1 run away from that 200 as well. So Barbados will be very, very happy with the aggregate. Another short delivery. Did he get a piece of that one? No, he didn't. Excellent take by Romaine Morris. Flying through the air almost like a basketball player. Kevin Wickham rehearses the scoop. And we'll take a short break now because it's drinks with 199 for 5 on the board.